Chapter 261, Flower Knight, Legendary Levi. 6. Well, she was indeed pretty. If it was in his previous life, she would be the type that was out of his league. Yet, class just ended. Junior brother, you're hiding your strength, Winnie said with a smile. What do you mean? Levi asked in confusion. You helped Ms. Marlene to refine the second ring potion successfully, but you didn't say anything about it, Winnie pouted and said. Well, it's not my credit. 4 high-level pharmacy apprentices were involved. Moreover, I only helped around, and there wasn't much effect, Levi explained. As for you being a legendary knight, I haven't heard you mention it before. Now you are already an influential figure in the Grey Tower. You're an apprentice wizard who killed an official wizard from the undead ship, yet you're still pretending. Winnie smiled. What? How did you know? Levi was dumbfounded. Other than him, only Ms. Marlene knew about this. Perhaps Ms. Marlene told the Tower Master, but the other apprentices should not know. The White Tower's reward for you has been announced, and the notice has been posted on the White Tower. Junior brother, don't you know? Winnie was also dumbfounded. After Levi returned, he had been busy researching spells. I'll go take a look. Levi said goodbye to Winnie and quickly rushed to the White Tower. When the white snake saw Levi arrive, it woke up from its sleep. Levi came to the bulletin board. Grey Tower's low-level apprentice wizard, who's also a high-level pharmacy apprentice as well as a legendary emite, Levi killed the official wizard enemy from the undead ship and protected Witch Marlene. He will be rewarded with 500 points. The undead ship belongs to the Dark Wizard Organization, which is an evil force in the realm of Azure Cloud. It has committed all kinds of crimes in our sea area. Everyone has a responsibility to fight against the Dark Wizard Organization. Author, White Robe Wizard Herman. See, junior brother, you're really low-key. To think that I even wanted to teach you. I didn't expect you to be a hidden big shot. A legendary knight against a first circle wizard, Winnie said in disbelief. Being a legendary knight was an honor that many people dreamed of. If Winnie became a legendary knight, she would find 10,000 bards to go to various regions every day to publicize her glorious deeds. However, when she first met this junior, he looked like a newbie who had just arrived. He was also stupid and naive. After he came, he stayed at home all day and did not participate in the social activities between apprentices. As a result, most of the apprentice wizards in the Grey Tower still did not know what Levi's name was. In short, to be able to live without a sense of existence was quite amazing. Levi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the words on it and then at his bracelet. 548 points. This happiness came too suddenly. Levi was a little confused. He had never thought of telling the Tower Master about killing the enemy wizard. He felt that this was not a big deal. After all, the greatest credit was actually Ms. Marlene, who had restrained 2 official wizards. Moreover, Levi was used to keeping a low profile, used to hiding himself, used to doing things silently without leaving his name. In order to avoid being noticed by the church in the human world, he had become a person who lived in seclusion. Therefore, it was impossible for him to do such a thing that exposed his strength. Even though Levi didn't care, Ms. Marlene took it to heart. Out of goodwill, she immediately told the Tower Master about the good news after she returned. She even gave Levi all the credit for killing the official wizard, and the Tower Master on the 7th floor was elated for the rest of the day. Since he was delighted, he generously transferred 500 points to Levi. That was 500 points. Many high-level apprentice wizards in the tower could not save so much despite staying in the tower for more than 10 years. Levi had only been in the tower for half a year. He directly jumped to the top of the Grey Tower's rich list. He had even become an influential figure in the Grey Tower. This made Levi somewhat unable to adapt. Ms. Marlene. Levi suddenly felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He had always thought of the world of wizards as a bad place. The strong preyed on the weak, and there was also the dark forest. That was why he had been keeping a low profile ever since he came. But now, he realized that there were still kind wizards out there. Wizards were essentially human, and human nature was difficult to change. It was the same for Anderson, who was part of the Blood clan. Junior brother, in the future, I'll hang out with you in the Grey Tower. You have to protect me. After all, I was your guide, hee hee. Winnie laughed shamelessly. Levi was dumbfounded. He bid farewell to Winnie and went to the third floor of the White Tower. He wanted to look for Ms. Marlene and thank her personally, but he remembered that she might still be recovering from her injuries, so he went back first. Along the way, the other cold and aloof apprentice wizard seniors took the initiative to greet Levi, who had been in the tower for half a year. Junior brother, what is your legendary name in the human world? Junior brother, when will you come to my home for a drink? I've always liked knights since I was young. Unfortunately, my family doesn't allow me to be a knight. Now that a legendary knight is by my side, can I touch your chest muscles that are more developed than mine? Junior brother, thank you for showing mercy during the last test. Junior brother. In the past few days, Levi had met many unfamiliar seniors who had started to build up their relationships with him. After learning of Levi's glorious feat of killing an official wizard, they were all shocked beyond words. In front of the window on the 7th floor of the White Tower, Tower Master Herman looked at Levi with a smile on his face. He liked this kind of apprentice who kills an enemy directly without saying much. When he learned from Witch Marlene that Levi had smashed an official wizard who had learned body-strengthening spells with a hammer, he fell in love with this simple and violent young man. Not bad. Even if Levi's wizard talent is average, with his pharmacy talent and the strength of a legendary knight, his future status will not be inferior to an official wizard. Tower Master Herman sighed. For the next 3 months, Ms. Marlene had been recuperating. Senior sister Winnie was stimulated by Levi and meditated even harder. She was quite talented and learned meditation art from a young age, so she has a solid foundation. There was still hope for her to become an official wizard in the future. The Tower Master was obsessed with the study of alchemy and was about to switch from the Ocean School of Thought to the School of Alchemy. In Levi's opinion, the Tower Master viewed having flesh and blood as being inferior and was going to walk the path of developing machinery. 3 months had also caused the popularity of Levi, the fake legendary Emite, to slowly die down. In these 3 months, he didn't dare to leave the 9th floor of the Grey Tower. It was even more impossible for him to leave the island. Now, he was an influential figure. He was afraid of being remembered when he was outside. Especially since he had offended the undead ship. Perhaps those damned outlaws were preparing to ambush him on the sea lane. Therefore, Levi understood. Before he became an official wizard, he would not step out of the Grey Tower. In any case, most matters could be settled in the Grey Tower. As for the secret medicine and breathing technique required for his knight's cultivation, Levi planned to find a representative to help him collect them. He quietly hid at home and studied the few spell models he had just obtained, cultivating breathing techniques, meditation arts, and so on. It was impossible for him to go out. Chapter 262, Extreme Ostrich Mountain, Maximum Limit Dragon's Might, and Dragon Affinity. 1. Waves were rolling in the blue sea. A wooden boat was slowly moving along the sea lane around the Grey Tower. On the wooden boat, Green Ghost Carter brought a few apprentice wizards. Keep an eye on him. It's been 3 months. I don't believe that kid won't leave the tower. Green Ghost Carter followed Captain Demon Harlan's orders to wait for that damn legendary knight on the sea lane near the Grey Tower. It had been 3 months. He had been waiting for a long time on the possible sea lanes of the Grey Tower. There was no sign of the legendary knight. He did see the other apprentices of the Grey Tower going out a few times. If it was any other time, according to Green Ghost Carter's habits, he would have attacked them. However, in order not to alert the enemy, he held back. Damn you little brat, I don't believe that you can stay indoors for a year. If you stay indoors for a year, then I'll wait for 2 years. If you stay indoors for 2 years, then I'll wait for 3 years. The people on the undead ship were used to cultivating on the ship. Therefore, Green Ghost Carter wasn't worried about delaying his cultivation because of this. After all, it was usually these apprentices who kept an eye on him. Just like that, on the sea lane near the Grey Tower, Green Ghost Carter waited for another 3 months. He still hadn't found the person he was looking for. An apprentice asked cautiously. Why not? I'm not happy if I don't kill that little bastard. It's all his fault that I was punished by the captain. Days passed. The month of beginning, year 1018 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The human world welcomed the new year again. In the past year, the Blue Frost calamity would occasionally erupt in small areas within the Northern Territory. Compared to when it first appeared, the calamity seemed to be much weaker. This put the Emerald Kingdom at ease. If the outbreak only occurred in the Northern Territory, then the royal family and other great nobles in the south did not have to worry. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Evernight Kingdom, there was also a piece of major news. That was the Snow Queen, a female Grand Knight who had broken through to the legendary level. This surprised many people. Although the Snow Queen was also a top-tier Grand Knight, she was still far from becoming a legendary knight. Even the White Horse Knight couldn't break through to the legendary level. It was unbelievable that Queen Evernight had made a breakthrough. In Flower City, where it was like spring all year round, Anderson came to play chess with Andrew again. The old man had settled down in Flower City. In his long life, besides continuing to study the way of knights, one of his few hobbies was playing chess. The Snow Queen has broken through to the legendary level. I didn't expect that. It seems that the Church of Snow intends to support the Snow Queen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attained the legendary level, Anderson said. Everyone says that the Snow Queen is the daughter of God, so it's normal for her to become a legendary knight, Andrew said while playing chess. Speaking of which, it's been a year, and there's still no news from Levi. Has he broken through to the legendary level? Anderson mumbled. It shouldn't be that easy to break through to the legendary level. Even my master needs some time. Elder, do you have any way to contact my master? I have something to give him, Andrew said. In the past year, he had collected a few breathing technique inheritance diagrams for Levi. There was even a perfect quality physique breathing technique. It was called the Undying Bird breathing technique. It was said that after mastering it, one's physique would be as strong as the legendary Undying Bird. One would be immune to all poisons, water, and fire. One could even rise from the ashes. Of course, these were all exaggerations, but it was true that this breathing technique could provide a very strong self-healing ability. Andrew had spent a lot of effort to obtain this breathing technique. I can't contact him either. I don't even know which organization he went to. Wait for him to contact us. I hope that kid doesn't die in there. Although there is order in the wizard world, it is also very dangerous, Anderson said. In the Endless Sea. Inside the Grey Tower. Levi had been in the Grey Tower for a year. Some time ago, Ms. Marlene had already recovered from her injuries. It was said that she was about to attempt to break through to a second circle wizard. If she could succeed, the Grey Tower would have 2 second circle wizards, which was undoubtedly a good thing for Levi. Starting from the preparation work, it would take some time to break through, and very few people knew about this. It was to prevent the people from the undead ship from arranging spies in the Grey Tower and causing trouble at the critical moment of the breakthrough. The reason why Levi knew about it was because of Ms. Marlene. It was obvious that she trusted him. On the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi woke up from his meditative state. His current state was much better than half a year ago. The period of weakness from the burning red lotus blood had long passed. In the past half a year, whether it was training as a knight or a wizard, Levi had gained a lot. As for the path of a knight, Levi had successfully cultivated another breathing technique to its maximum limit. Levi. Ostrich Mountain Breathing Technique, Level 9, Maximum, Breakthrough available. Special Effect, Ostrich Feet, Gas. Ostrich Feet, black gas gathers in the legs, forming gaseous ostrich feet. It will strengthen the power of the legs. A kick can cause an earthquake. The ostrich raised its head and puffed out its chest. Its long legs were strong and powerful. Black gas surged out from the heart area and surged into Levi's legs. Like the fine scales on chicken feet, Levi's legs seemed to have become even more slender and powerful. The black gas on his feet spread and condensed, transforming into a pair of two-toed bird claws that looked like an ostrich's. Chapter 263, Extreme Ostrich Mountain, Maximum Limit Dragon's Might, and Dragon Affinity. 2. Levi looked at himself in the mirror strangely. He also summoned his black scale and blood wings. Black scale, small black feet, bat wings, what kind of monster is this? Levi was speechless. He kicked, and the air exploded. If this strong kick landed on a Grand Knight's body, the Grand Knight would probably be smashed into pieces. The special effect of the ostrich feet was an upgrade from the transcendent power of the Ostrich Mountain Breathing Technique. The Giant Breathing Technique is used to strengthen the arms, while the Ostrich Mountain Breathing Technique is used to strengthen the legs. Even though they are both strength-type breathing techniques, the area of strengthening is different. I wonder what the Red Lotus breathing technique strengthens. Levi was looking forward to it. The Red Lotus breathing technique was a perfect breathing technique, and its cultivation speed was the slowest among all breathing techniques. Fortunately, Levi had prepared many secret medicines before entering the world of wizards, so he did not have to worry about the problem of secret medicines for the time being. Now that the Red Lotus breathing technique was about to reach level 9, Levi estimated that it would only take a few months. At that time, he would see what kind of surprise the Red Lotus breathing technique would bring him. Up until now, the only breathing techniques that Levi cultivated that were not at their maximum limit were the Red Lotus breathing's technique and the Blood Beast breathing technique, which had just broken through. The Black Snake breathing technique's breakthrough is on the agenda. I have to think of a way to get some defensive breathing techniques in the next few days. The world of wizards has existed for so long, and there will definitely be some knights who bring their breathing techniques in. I wonder if the Black Sail Wizard Market sells them. Levi thought to himself. After experiencing the last unexpected disaster, and before Levi became an official wizard, he did not really want to leave the Grey Tower. The outside world was too dangerous. It was better to stay in the tower. With Levi's current strength and status, he felt that he could hand this job over to someone else in the tower. As long as it could be done with money, there was no need for him to take the risk himself. As for why he wanted to collect so many breathing techniques, it would be easy to explain if he said that he was a breathing technique collector. Apart from the cultivation of breathing techniques, Levi has also been studying the Golden Cross Slash. He felt that he seemed to have some understanding of the Golden Revolving Divine Palm, but he was still a distance away from truly comprehending it. After collecting more information, Levi was now basically certain that the Golden Cross Slash was the ultimate technique of Golden Knight Gregor. He could not help but admire this legendary knight. Every legendary knight had their own strengths. Blood Knight Brad's strong willpower and righteous principles. Golden Knight Gregor's sword talent and golden blood. Lionheart Knight Rhine, Flower Knight Elena, Black Knight Blake, the Nameless Knight, and Snow Knight Flare. Although Levi had never seen these people before, they were all worthy of respect as they were mortals who created legends. If there was a chance, Levi wanted to track down the traces of these legendary knights. If possible, he could learn their powerful breathing technique and their combat techniques. Perhaps it would be helpful for Levi to break through to the legendary realm and open up the path of a knight. One could walk further on any path only by standing on the shoulders of the predecessors. The greatest wisdom of humans was collective wisdom. That was why the wizards established the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, which ended the chaotic state of the early wizards. From then on, the development of wizard theory knowledge began to accelerate. After half a year of cultivation, Levi's Black Devil Blade's proficiency had also increased by quite a bit. However, he was still far from breaking through to level 4. After level 3, the cultivation speed of the Black Devil Blade had clearly slowed down. Levi guessed that in order to reach level 4, one would need the spiritual force of a high-level apprentice wizard. This Black Gas technique was a technique that combined one's physical body and spiritual force. What was important was balance. Levi was already at the peak of the Night Realm, and he was only missing the Legendary Realm. In terms of physical cultivation, he could already be called a true Grandmaster. However, in terms of spiritual cultivation, he was still a mid-level apprentice wizard, a rookie. Therefore, he could only take it step by step. The last part of the training related to wizards was what Levi had spent the most time on in the past 6 months. The deep sea meditation art was still at level 2, but its proficiency had increased a little. Without supplementary potions, Levi estimated that it would take another 4 to 5 years for it to reach level 3. Apart from the deep sea meditation art, Levi had also mastered the second wizard meditation art. Levi. Night Crow meditation art, level 1, 420/1000. Perhaps it was because Levi had already learned the deep sea meditation art. It was also possible that the Night Crow meditation art was new. Thus, Levi had spent half a year increasing Night Crow meditation art's proficiency by a large margin. This speed was nearly 3 times faster than the deep sea meditation art. Levi felt that perhaps the meditation art was similar to the breathing technique. The more meditation arts he learned, the higher his experience and realm, and the faster he could learn new meditation arts. Now, Levi's spiritual force had already increased to 6 points. His spell power has 60 points. Now that Levi had a lot of points, he was able to max out all the potions that could increase the upper limit of his spell power. The range of spiritual force for a mid-level apprentice wizard was 5 to 10 points. Above 10 points would be a high-level apprentice wizard. The range of spiritual power for a high-level apprentice wizard was from 11 to 20 points. Chapter 264, Extreme Ostrich Mountain, Maximum Limit Dragon's Might, and Dragon Affinity. 3. Hence, Levi was still far from becoming an official wizard. After learning the Night Crow meditation art, Levi had completed the spell Constitution of the School of Death's Withering Ray. To cast the Withering Ray, it required something called the Eye of the Grey Snake. This kind of casting material was not sold in White Sail Alley. This was because this was a casting material that only the School of Death would use. This made Levi realize how difficult it was to learn spells from other schools. This was also why wizards were divided into schools and gathered together. In the territory of the Ocean School of Thought, finding the casting materials of the School of Death was a difficult problem in itself. Of course, it could still be found in the realm of Azure Cloud. However, it was not that easy. Levi reckoned that it would be sold in Black Sail Wizard Market. Fortunately, there were some materials for casting Withering Ray in the storage bags of the few wizards. It was enough for Levi to reach level 2. Therefore, after upgrading the Withering Ray to level 2, Levi could only temporarily stop the cultivation of this spell. He switched to Water Arrow and Tidal Grasp. Of the two spells, Water Arrow did not require casting materials, and it has a low difficulty. It was not even as difficult as Levi's first spell, Insect Controlling Technique, which only had 30 nodes in total. Therefore, Levi quickly constructed the spell Constitution and had already cultivated his Water Arrow to level 2. As for Tidal Grasp, it required a type of coral rock produced at the bottom of the sea as a casting material. It was sold in White Sail Alley, and it was not expensive. However, the difficulty of this cantrip was slightly higher, and Levi was still at level 1. As for the Insect Controlling Technique and the Flower Fairy's Dew, these two cantrips. After the cultivation reached level 4, it was already at its limit. There were no special effects after these two cantrips reached their limits. With the Insect Controlling Technique at the limit of level 4, Levi could control 1,000 Saint Scorpions. However, after years of natural breeding, there were only about 300 Saint Scorpions in his bug house. The breeding cycle of the Saint Scorpion was too long, and some of the dam adults would even eat their own larvae. Levi studied the Saint Insect Defending Technique and found out that the larvae needed to be fed separately. However, Levi only had one bug house, so he temporarily kept the larvae in a small room on the 9th floor. He usually bought some sea beast meat from the White Tower town to feed them. Although the technique said that Saint Scorpions could evolve faster by eating humans, Levi naturally would not become a true demon and start a massacre just for this. He would not be able to survive more than a month in that kind of wizard world. Therefore, he always chose to feed the meat of the sea beasts. It was good enough as their meat was rich in nutrients. All, with no TNE guidance or TNE sknoal or insects, Levi round it difficult to walk on this path and could only fumble around on his own. The effect of the Flower Fairy's Dew, which was at the limit of level 4, was that the range of watering was a little larger, and the nutrients in the dew were also slightly more. Other than that, there were no qualitative changes. After all, this was just a cantrip. It was already quite good to have such an effect. Levi was still in charge of the small garden. Apart from him, the apprentice wizards of the Grey Tower did not have the ability to take care of those precious herbs as well as Levi. The reason why Levi didn't give up on the small garden quest was to repay Ms. Marlene's kindness. These herbs were all Ms. Marlene's painstaking efforts, and many of them were precious raw materials for first circle potions. Naturally, he couldn't give them up. Moreover, after Flower Fairy's Dew reached level 4, Levi would not have to spend too much time in the small garden. For the past 6 months, he had never left the island or sold medicine to earn money. After all, just the 500 points awarded by the Tower Master were enough for Levi to spend for a long time. Life was so unpredictable. Just a moment ago, Levi was still worrying about the points, and he had come up with all sorts of money-making plans. However, the next moment, Levi became rich. Of course, the principle of making money from pharmaceutical production would not waver. It was only a coincidence that he received 500 points for free. His future consumption would only increase. Therefore, Levi was still practicing his pharmacology. It was estimated that by the end of the year, his pharmacy skill would be able to reach level 6. That was the standard of a high-level pharmacy skill. The success rate of making normal potions such as blue potions and red potions was basically 80% or 90%. Once he became an official first circle pharmacist, the success rate of these apprentice-level potions would basically be 100%. Levi did not have many classes during this period of time, so he had a lot of time to cultivate. Now that Ms. Marlene was in seclusion, the advanced general education class was temporarily suspended. Levi had already mastered all the basic general education classes, and he basically finished them with full marks. He had long mastered the common language of wizards. With this language, he could communicate with other wizards in the realm of the unbelievers without hindrance. As far as Levi knew, due to the influence of some powerful wizard who explored other planes, the common language of wizards had already begun to spread in some places in the multidimensional plane. This was called the cultural invasion before the arrival of the army. During this period of time, Levi would also attend spell and meditation classes. After all, he had always been cultivating by himself. It was inevitable that he would make some mistakes and not be able to keep up with the times. The current Levi had basically mastered all of the spell and meditation theories at the apprentice stage. In the future, he wouldn't need to attend the basic classes anymore. Chapter 265, Extreme Ostrich Mountain, Maximum Limit Dragon's Might, and Dragon Affinity. 4. He would be able to save time to do his cultivation. Furthermore, with his relationship with Ms. Marlene, he could consult her if he has any difficult questions. One-on-one teaching was more efficient. Among the 4 great seals that Levi had obtained in the early days, the seal of hell was already at its maximum, but there was no suitable living dead for Levi to command. In the Great Tower, it was not convenient for Levi to use the living dead, so this seal was temporarily useless. Seal of Flame was also cultivated to level 4. The flame had evolved into purple flames, and its temperature was increasing. The range of the flame flow had also reached 7 meters. The power of the current Seal of Flame was no less than the cantrip of the Burning School of Thought mastered by high-level apprentice wizards. When he advanced it to level 5, it would probably not be much weaker than the first ring Burning Palm. At that time, it would be equivalent to Levi mastering a first ring spell in advance. As for the Seal of Dragon Might, it was the maximum when it was cultivated to level 3. The level 3 Dragon's Might dealt even more damage to the evil spirits. Unfortunately, no evil spirits dared to appear in the Grey Tower, so Levi could not test it out. However, just the side effect of the level 3 Dragon's Might, the spiritual assault, was enough to make the enemy suffer. Apart from that, the level 3 Dragon's Might also gave birth to a special effect called Dragon Affinity. This special effect could increase Levi's affinity with dragons and any dragon bloodline creatures, including purebloods, sub-dragons, hybrids, and so on. In short, the biggest effect of this special effect was that Levi could now touch the head of the white snake Hormungund, a dragon hybrid. This made Levi guess that if senior sister Winnie could touch the white snake's head, could it be that she also had the talent of dragon affinity? The final seal of protection was still at level 2. It was also the skill that Levi planned to focus on upgrading this time. As long as he raised this seal to level 3, he could reach the maximum. Levi looked forward to the level 3 seal of protection's special effect. From the current pattern, Levi guessed that this special effect was most likely an affinity-type special effect. The Seal of Hell has an affinity with hell creatures, while the Seal of Dragon has an affinity with dragons. He did not know what kind of affinity the Seal of Protection had, but it was most likely related to the Earth School of Thought. In short, Levi was more interested in the passive special effect of seals. This was something that could be used in the later stages of his life. The seal itself would definitely be eliminated as Levi's strength increased. After leaving the 9th-story Grey Tower, he stood up and went to White Sail Alley. Some time ago, Levi had asked the owner of the material store from the alley to purchase a large piece of pyroxene from the Black Sail Wizard Market. Pyroxene was relatively rare in the human world, but it was still rather abundant in the world of wizards. It was difficult to find it in the realm of Azure Cloud. Levi was quite the influence, and he had the ability to make money. After giving the shop owner a few ether stones as a tip, the boss used his connections to get a piece from the Black Sail Wizard Market. Today, Levi was there to take the goods. He arrived at the materials store. The boss was a fat man called Manla. He was also an apprentice wizard and has a pretty good talent, which was triple affinity. He was once an influential figure in the Great Tower, and the Tower Master had high hopes for him. He believed that he had the hope of breaking through to an official wizard. However, because he had fought with the apprentices of the undead ship when he was young, his spiritual force had been severely damaged, making it impossible for him to advance to an official wizard. He had decided to retire to help with the shop management for the tower and also to earn some points. "Hey, look who's here! Our legendary knight, the great hero Levi," the boss joked. Levi smiled and asked, "Has the pyroxene arrived?" The boss nodded. "It's not easy to find this thing in the realm of Azure Cloud. I asked my friend at the Black Sail Wizard Market to look for it for a long time." Then, he took out a large piece of pyroxene. Levi looked at it and found that this amount was enough for him to cultivate the seal of protection to the maximum. "How much?" 20 ether stones. Pyroxene was only a basic casting material, so it was not very expensive. However, pyroxene, a non-ocean school of thought item, could not be bought with points. Levi paid the price without hesitation. Then, he said, "Boss, help me look for breathing technique inheritance diagrams in the nearby wizard market. I like to collect breathing techniques. I won't reject any type of breathing technique. I'll pay you gold coins. If the quality is high enough, I can also pay for it with ether stones." "No problem. I, Manla, admire you for killing the wizards of the undead ship," the boss replied with a smile. His bright future was ruined by the undead ship. Therefore, he hated the undead ship to the core. Unfortunately, his strength was average and he could not take revenge on them. Levi thanked the boss and left with the pyroxene. In this way, among the 4 great seals, other than the seal of flame, the other 3 seals were about to reach their maximum limit. In the next month, Levi focused on cultivating the proficiency of the seal of protection. Soon, the seal of protection was cultivated to its maximum. Levi. Seal of protection, level 3, maximum, special effect, Earth Pulse. Earth Pulse, you can feel the pulse of the earth. Your affinity with the earth elements will increase, and your cultivation speed for Earth School of Thought's meditation art and spells will increase significantly. Levi looked at the special effect. As expected, it was related to the earth element. Without a doubt, the remaining special effect of the Seal of Flame should have a flame-related affinity. Chapter 266, Extreme Ostrich Mountain, Maximum Dragon Might, and Dragon Affinity. 5. Although I'm a children of chaos, I have a special effect like Earth Affinity. Even without the proficiency panel, my cultivation speed for the skills from the Earth School of Thought will definitely be much faster than the children of chaos. Coupled with my proficiency panel, my actual talent might not be inferior to a double affinities. I have to learn it in the future. I can't waste this affinity talent. With a thought, a faint golden light enveloped his body, protecting Levi like a golden bell. After Levi's test, he found that the defensive power of this barrier was stronger than the cantrip of a high-level apprentice, but he did not know how it would compare to the original first ring spell, Shield Effect. Shield Effect was the most classic defensive spell of the Earth School of Thought. It could form a protective force field condensed from earth elements to protect the caster. Many of the later defensive spells from other schools shadowed Shield Effect. A level 3 Seal of Protection, a level 10 Black Snake's Liquid Black Scale, and a Frost Giant Armor. My defense is even more abnormal. I feel that unless it's an official wizard, a high-level apprentice wizard would not be able to break my defense. Levi analyzed. Now I'm only left with Flame Flow. Once I reach Seal of Flame's maximum level, my overall strength should not be inferior to that of an official wizard. Even a first circle wizard who mastered 4 first ring spells at the same time would be considered a veteran wizard. Even so, Levi did not plan to leave the island. He really liked these days when he could cultivate peacefully. He did not yearn for the outside world at all. Green Ghost Carter, who was lying in an ambush in the nearby sea area, became very anxious because Levi wasn't going to leave the island. On the ship, Green Ghost Carter's face was gloomy. He had been waiting for more than half a year. God knew how he had endured it. This damned little brat, isn't he going out? Damn it, you darned little brat. If it really doesn't work, I can only use my final trump card. Green Ghost Carter returned to the cabin. The undead ship had planted a spy in the Great Tower, and he planned to let this spy lure Levi out and kill him. On this day, Levi was practicing water arrow in the forest. Water arrow seemed ordinary, but it has many advantages, such as fast casting speed, low consumption of magic power, and no need for casting materials. Water arrow proficiency +2. Levi held the viper wand in his hand and completed another round of casting. There was a huge rock that he used to practice water arrow every day, and it had long been pierced through. Now, it was in the shape of honeycomb briquettes. After practicing water arrow, Levi went to the small garden to water the plants. He returned to the Grey Tower's 9th floor. At the door, an apprentice wizard stood there with a hesitant expression. When he saw Levi, he smiled and said softly, "Junior brother Levi, you're back. Senior brother Nas, what's the matter?" Levi recognized this senior. He lived on the 20th floor and above. He was also the senior brother who went to Whale Song Island with Winnie as a guest. He seemed to be close to Winnie. It looked like he was pursuing Winnie, but she didn't accept. She only agreed to be friends. Then he continued to get along with Winnie as a friend. He could be considered a bootlicker. In any case, if it were Levi, he probably wouldn't contact Winnie. "Junior brother Levi. I have something that I need your help with. After it's done, you'll receive benefits too," Nas said with a serious tone. Levi's expression did not change. He asked calmly, "What is it?" "If it's within my ability, I can help you. We're all seniors and juniors, so this is what I should do. Junior brother, I encountered a storm some time ago and was stranded on an uninhabited island. I found the remains of an official wizard on the island. I suspected that the island was an ancient wizard organization. Unfortunately, there was a spell barrier at the entrance of the ruins. I was too weak to break it. I have to be at least a first circle wizard to break the seal. I remembered that you are a legendary knight. Your attack is not inferior to a first circle wizard, so I wanted to invite you to explore the wizard's ruins with me. When the time comes, we'll split the things inside equally," Nas said softly. "Where is that place? Is it in a safe sea area?" Levi asked. "Although it's not in a safe sea area, there are no dangerous sea beasts in that location, so there's no danger. With my level as a high-level apprentice wizard and your strength as a legendary knight, there's definitely no problem," Nas replied. Levi nodded and said decisively, "Senior brother, I won't be going. I've been busy practicing my spell and preparing for the upcoming year-end assessment. What about after the year-end examination? My schedule is also full. Junior brother, you have to think carefully. These wizard ruins are definitely real. There must be a lot of good things inside. Ether stones, spell books, wizard tools. These are all good stuff. Forget it, senior brother. Alright, what about next year? No, I'm not interested in the wizard ruins. I'm just a children of chaos. The spells of the schools are enough for me to cultivate for a lifetime. Senior brother, you should find someone else." In the end, Nas left helplessly. He returned to his residence. This damned Levi, he's so stubborn. How could he not be tempted by this? Nas was speechless. The wizard ruins he mentioned were real and he did not lie to Levi. Chapter 267, Extreme Ostrich Mountain, Maximum Limit Dragon's Might, and Dragon Affinity. 6. He was the spy that the undead ship had placed in the Grey Tower. However, in order to prevent being exposed, the undead ship would not use him most of the time. Forget it. Let's tell Carter about this situation first. I can't do anything about it. On the sea, Carter looked at Nas's report. Damn it, this little brat, he's not coming out, is he? I'm so angry. He flew into a rage. Teacher, are we still waiting? We'll wait. I don't believe that he'll never leave the Grey Tower. If we go back now, we'll only be scolded by the captain. Green Ghost Carter had finally gotten over it. He had to capture this damned brat and torture him with those vicious spells from the School of Death. In the Grey Tower, Levi's daily life was dull and fulfilling. Meditation, spellcasting, watering flowers, pharmacology, breathing technique, sword skill, black devil blade. Soon, it was time for the annual assessment. In theory class, Levi did excellently in all of them. He had already practiced water arrow to level 2. Tidal grasp had also broken through to level 2. Level 2 was basically the standard of a mid-level apprentice wizard. Levi felt that with his current level, he should at least be able to handle this year's combat assessment. However, 1 month before the actual combat assessment, only then did he emo about the Tower Master's plan to properly train everyone's actual combat ability. To be better prepared to deal with the revenge of a dark wizard organization like the Undead Ship, starting this year, the actual combat assessment would be conducted at sea. The assessment method was also very simple. The team was led by the spell teacher, official wizard Marco. The apprentices would go to the nearby sea to hunt for sea beasts. For 3 days, anyone who killed a sea beast with the strength of a mid-level apprentice would pass the assessment. If they could hunt sea beasts with the strength of a high-level apprentice wizard, then they would be considered excellent. As for the transcendent sea beasts that were comparable to official wizards, that was out of the question. In the entire Grey Tower, the only person who could kill a transcendent sea beast was probably only Levi. Perhaps to take care of Levi, the rules of this year's assessment had changed. They could use any method to kill sea beasts. In other words, even if Levi used his knight's strength to kill a sea beast, it would still be counted in the assessment. Perhaps it was because of the attack incident by the Dark Wizard. It made the Tower Master realize that the protection of the apprentice wizards in the Grey Tower was too good. Everyone had been at ease for too long and had already slacked off. Therefore, those who passed the assessment would be rewarded with 20 points. Those who are excellent would be rewarded with 50 points. Those who hunt transcendent sea beasts would be rewarded with 200 points. This was a decent reward for most apprentice wizards. Therefore, everyone was eager to give it a try. Hearing this news, Levi felt helpless. Although the rewards of this activity were not bad, he really didn't want to go out now. Before becoming an official wizard, Levi did not want to leave the Grey Tower. However, since this was the Tower Master's rule, Levi did not dare to disobey. The Tower Master must have considered the possibility of revenge from the Undead Ship. He should have been prepared. However, with my current strength, level 4 flame flow, maximum protection, dragon's might, and so many trump cards, I still have the power to fight against an official wizard. Levi was a cautious person and liked to make conservative estimates. While waiting for the combat assessment, Levi was called to the 7th floor of the White Tower. The Tower Master smiled at Levi and handed him a small bag. Take this. This is 300 ether stones. This is the reward from the Star Tower. Marlene applied for it for you half a year ago. There are rewards for killing evil dark wizards. Although the amount is not much, it is also the recognition of the Star Tower and the Pan Plane Wizard Council for your actions. The reward was given out a little later, and it only arrived a few days ago. Take it. At this stage, you are also short of money, the Tower Master said. Levi was grateful. He quickly took the small bag and said, "Thank you, Tower Master." "Thank you, Ms. Marlene." Ms. Marlene lived up to her title of Granny Marlene. She was really too kind. Levi sighed. He didn't expect that Ms. Marlene had done so many things behind his back. This was indeed heartwarming. "Teacher, you must succeed in advancing." Levi prayed in his heart. He has truly treated the Grey Tower as his home in the world of wizards. If he had the strength, he would definitely protect this place. "I called you over because there are some other things," the Tower Master said. "Please say it." Levi nodded. "In this combat assessment, I feel that the Undead Ship will make a move against our apprentices. Their captain, Demon Harland, is an old enemy of mine. He has been scheming against us, so I will protect all of you in secret. If Harland makes a move, I will take action. But I didn't tell anyone about this. I suspect that there's a mole in our tower, but I believe you because Marlene is very accurate in judging people. If Demon Harland doesn't come, then unless the situation is really critical, I won't make a move. As a second circle wizard, if I make a move, it would be bullying the weak. With a veteran first circle wizard like Marco here, you don't have to worry about your safety. Although Marco is strong, his strength alone is limited. So if he can't handle it, I'll have to trouble you to protect our apprentices. My original intention was to let you experience actual combat, not to let you die in vain. We're nurturing wizards, not raising poisonous worms. Although I'm a wizard and don't know much about emites, I know that those who can become legends on the path of knights are not ordinary people. Although the Grey Tower is a small organization and isn't worth mentioning in front of a large faction, I sincerely hope that every apprentice who comes here can treat this place as their home," the Tower Master said sincerely. Levi nodded. "Don't worry, Tower Master. I'll do my best to protect everyone. However, if it's beyond my ability, I hope you can help. After leaving the White Tower, Levi was completely relieved. With the Tower Master overseeing the assessment this time, it was basically impossible for problems to occur. Levi returned to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower. Another huge sum of 300 ether stones. I didn't think that killing a dark wizard would have such benefits. After putting away the ether stones, Levi began to prepare for the combat assessment. Red potion to recover stamina and spiritual force, the blue potion to recover spell power, the sacred medicines to heal injuries, the poison for dipping weapons, the enhanced sleeping potion to anesthetize behemoths, and special chains that were purchased at a high price. Just like how he had prepared for the slaughter in the human world, Levi proceeded in an orderly manner. After everything was ready. 3 days later, Mr. Marco stood in the square, looking down at the 30 students. He was quiet and didn't like to talk, so he didn't give any inspiring speeches. Let's go. Chapter 268, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 1. On the sea, a 20-meter-long brass fish was sailing on the surface. The apprentice wizards stood on the back of the fish to rest and chat. Brass was the cheapest alchemy material, followed by mithril, luminant gold, and so on. Even in the wizard world, mithril and luminant gold were precious. Therefore, large-sized alchemical creatures were usually refined from brass. This behemoth was White Tower number 9. It was the most powerful alchemical creature refined by the Tower Master. Its combat power in the sea was comparable to a first circle wizard. For the sake of this assessment, the Tower Master had also invested a lot. In order to reduce the wear and tear of this alchemical creature and the consumption of ether stones, he was usually reluctant to use it. With the addition of this copper lump, Levi felt more at ease about leaving the island. To be honest, Levi was very interested in alchemy. The Grey Tower also had some basic alchemy knowledge. But he really didn't have time now. With his current talent, it would take too much time for him to dual cultivate the meditation art and spell of the Ocean School of Thought and the School of Death. Moreover, he had to take care of both pharmacy and breathing techniques. After he became an official wizard, his lifespan would be extended to 200 years. At the same time, he would have some self-protection power in the wizard world. He felt that he could TRV different schools' skills. Levi wished he had 48 hours in a day. He was like a cultivation machine that was never satisfied. He was tireless and never slacked off. He was constantly absorbing all kinds of experiences throughout the seasons. It would take about a day to get to the assessment sea area. It was rare for the apprentice wizards to gather together. At this time, they were chatting and laughing. Winnie naturally sat with Levi. Levi couldn't cultivate while on this alchemical creature, so he chatted with Winnie casually while being on guard for possible enemies. The first time he went out to sea, he encountered enemies, so Levi could not relax. At the stern, Nas sat there alone. He looked at Levi and Winnie with an extremely sad gaze. Damn Levi, no! No! Nas shouted in his heart. He felt that ever since Levi became an influential figure in the Grey Tower, his relationship with Winnie became more and more indifferent. Previously, Winnie would have laughed and chatted with him. Now, every time he went to look for Winnie, she was always cultivating, and she would always reject him politely. It was all Levi's fault. Nas felt indignant. He did not want to be a spy anymore. He only wanted the people from the undead ship to kill Levi. Then, he would return to the ship. It would be even better if he could snatch Winnie away. Levi felt someone watching him. It's him. Levi glanced at Nas. Nas forced a smile. Levi smiled slightly. You still dare to smile? I will make sure you won't be able to smile. So what if you are a legendary knight? In front of Green Ghost Carter, you are nothing. Nas snorted inwardly. Levi felt that Nas was a little strange. For some reason, every time he met Nas during this period, his spider sensing would have a weak reaction. Although it was very weak, it was indeed a sign of danger. Nas seemed to be very hostile towards him. However, because Nas was too weak, this sense of danger was mild to Levi. Levi could roughly guess that this had something to do with Winnie. It's not my fault. Winnie insisted on sitting with me. I also wanted to be quiet for a while. Levi was speechless. After all, Winnie was his guide. Moreover, when Levi first arrived, he asked Winnie for advice on many things he did not understand. Levi could not be ungrateful. But deep down, he didn't have any feelings for Winnie. Naturally, he was a little tempted. After all, Winnie was good-looking, has an excellent temperament, a good figure, long legs, big breasts, a pleasant voice, and was very proactive. As a man, it would be too hypocritical to not be moved. However, he did not know if it was because he was too engrossed in cultivation that he lacked the desire of the secular world. Levi was completely unable to raise his interest with this faint feeling. He only has feelings for the proficiency panel. On the other side, Wizard Marco was sitting upright and meditating with his eyes closed. Marco and Marlene had completely opposite personalities. Marlene is gentle, considerate, and kind. Marco, on the other hand, always has a straight face. He was stern, old-fashioned, and strict. This was how most apprentices felt about him. However, the Tower Master told Levi that he could absolutely trust Marco. This was an absolutely reliable wizard. In order not to be targeted by the people from the undead ship, Levi and the others did not follow a fixed route. An official wizard from the undead ship had died, and they would definitely think of ways to take revenge. The Tower Master had already thought of this. That was why he was hiding in the dark. He silently guarded the apprentices. Levi scanned the area with his perception, but he did not know where the Tower Master was hiding. In any case, it wasn't in White Tower number 9. An expert like the Tower Master should have a very powerful concealment spell. Perhaps he was hiding in the deep sea at this moment. A day later, Levi and the others arrived at the Trial Sea area safely. This sea area was called Silent Bay. There were very few waves here, and it was not within the safe zone established by wizards. There were quite a number of sea beasts, and occasionally there would be some transcendent sea beasts that were comparable to an official wizard. However, such transcendent sea beasts were not very common. Therefore, this area was suitable for apprentices to take the trial. Marco said coldly, "The assessment is starting. Everyone, be careful. Do your best. Safety comes first." Chapter 269, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 2. Although he didn't say much, he could still make people feel warm. Some apprentices who had mastered diving spells had already jumped into the sea to find their targets. For most apprentice wizards, it was difficult to swim in the sea for a long time without spells and potions. Therefore, for this hunt, many of them had prepared some spells and potions that were convenient for diving in the sea. Winnie drank a bottle of swimming fish potion. She waved at Levi and entered the sea like a mermaid. Her posture was elegant as she began to look for prey. Nas had also entered the water. Levi looked in the direction that Nas had left. He didn't use any spells or props and jumped into the sea. With his current physical fitness, it would be fine for him to soak in the sea for a day. He followed Nas quietly. Nas has been acting strange recently. He seemed to have hostility toward him. This caused the spider sensing to produce a hint of danger. Levi naturally had to figure out what Nas was up to. If it was just because of jealousy, that would be fine. However, if he had any other dangerous schemes, Levi had to stop him and kill him right in the cradle. He dived 100 meters into the sea. Holding his breath, he followed Nas from afar. Nas seemed to be searching aimlessly. Not long after, Levi actually followed Nas to a small island. Nas went to the island and took out something. It was a conch-like object with complicated patterns flickering on it. It's actually a voice transmission conch. How could this guy have such a precious thing? Levi was slightly surprised. The voice transmission conch was very expensive. The seemingly ordinary sea conch was actually a type of transcendent creature. Although this transcendent creature did not have much combat power, it was very rare. This transcendent creature could communicate with its companions within 1,000 miles through the antennae on its forehead and its shell. Later, wizards invented the first ring spell called the voice transmission technique. This was a spell that could transmit sound over a short distance. The wizards imitated this conch and combined the voice transmission technique with the shell of the conch to refine this kind of wizard tool. Through the shell of the conch, the voice transmission technique could amplify the distance. The two wielders could communicate remotely through a fixed incantation. Within 1,000 miles, they could transmit their voices. It was very convenient. Because of the rarity of this kind of conch, this kind of wizard tool was also very expensive. Not to mention apprentice wizards, even most official wizards did not have such a voice transmission wizard tool. That was why Levi was surprised. Could it be that Nas is a spy from another faction? Levi immediately became alert. After Nas took out the voice transmission conch, he muttered something. Not long after, a voice came from the other end of the voice transmission conch. Levi was too far away to hear what it was. However, when he saw Nas' ferocious face, he knew he definitely had bad intentions. He's definitely a spy. Damn it, I knew that this trip wouldn't be so smooth. Levi cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the assessment and also the Tower Master's guarantee, he definitely wouldn't go out. The Tower Master also suspected that there was a spy in the tower. Now, it seemed that the spy was Nas. However, this was only his guess. He didn't hear what Nas was saying. Without any evidence, Levi could not make a move. Otherwise, he would have directly captured this fellow and let the Tower Master deal with him. The Great Tower is the most ideal place for me to cultivate. Ms. Marlene, the Tower Master, and the others are all good to me. If anyone has any designs on the Great Tower, I'll be angry. Levi's expression was cold. This was a deceptive world of wizards. It was not easy for him to have such a place where he could cultivate peacefully. Levi was not in a hurry to make a move. He quietly watched as Nas looked around before leaving as if nothing had happened. On the first night, many apprentice wizards had already hunted some sea beasts. These sea beasts were at the level of low-level apprentice wizards. In order to obtain a higher rank and better rewards, many people were still searching in the sea. Levi had also killed a few sea beasts that were about the strength of a mid-level apprentice wizard to complete the mission. To him, completing the test was a piece of cake. But this time, he came out not only to complete the mission. He still needed to find a powerful sea beast to become his mount. Most of the sea beasts in Silent Bay were around the level of low-level apprentice wizards, and Levi was too lazy to hunt them down. He knew that powerful sea beasts were all in the deep sea. Therefore, he drank a bottle of deep water potion to assist in diving and dived into the deep sea. In the blink of an eye, Levi had reached a depth of several hundred meters. It was already very difficult for sunlight to penetrate this place. It was extremely dark. In the water, Levi's advanced vibrosensing's range was even wider. He activated his perception and carefully searched for the sea beasts in this area. Since Whale Song Island can tame sea beasts as mounts, why can't I? Isn't it much more convenient to have a sea beast as a mount? There were too many limitations when it came to taking a ship. There was only one ferry every 7 days. Moreover, the Azure ship was too obvious, and it was easy for the undead ship to ambush them. Sea beasts were different. They were agile. Therefore, Levi wanted to capture a sea beast alive and use Wild Heart to tame it slowly. In the deep sea, there was no sunlight. Chapter 270, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 3. Every half an hour, Levi had to go up to get some fresh air. He kept diving, wanting to test the maximum depth to which his body could go. 500 meters. 600 meters. 1 kilometer. Levi dived to the depths of 1,000 meters. The immense pressure squeezed his internal organs. If not for his strong body and the protection of the black gas, ordinary people would not have been able to withstand it. Countless glowing sea fish were swimming around. The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the water in front of him. Blue light flashed above its head as it charged towards Levi. Levi used Tidal Grasp. The spell of the Ocean School of Thought were the most powerful in the water. Soon, streams of water formed a cage and surrounded the huge creature. Levi could already sense the creature's appearance through his advanced vibrosensing. It was a creature that looked like an anglerfish. It had an exaggerated abyssal mouth and was more than 5 meters long. Its body was covered in hard fish scales. The strength of this sea beast should be at the level of a high-level apprentice wizard. Especially in the sea, these beasts were even stronger. Boom! After the sea beast was controlled by Tidal Grasp, the blood wings on Levi's back suddenly appeared. Bang! Accelerate! A bloody trail appeared behind Levi, and bubbles surged up. With Frostmourne in hand, Levi unsheathed his golden cross slash. One sword. As the sword light shone in this lightless sea, that sea beast had already been cut in half. It was torn apart by Levi from the middle. "It's too ugly, not worthy of being my mount." Levi was disgusted as he put the valuable materials from the sea beast into his storage bag. Many of the casting materials of the ocean school of thought came from sea beasts. Thus, the sea beasts were treasures. Their meat was a delicacy for Levi and the saint scorpions, while other parts of the sea beasts could be used as casting materials. Blood filled the sea water. The smell of blood flowed along with the water. Levi deliberately left the internal organs of the sea beast here. He was preparing a bait. He wanted to catch a big fish. He also placed a large bottle of the enhanced sleeping potion he had refined into its internal organs. The sea beasts were larger in size, so they basically swallowed food in one gulp. He wasn't afraid that they would not fall for it. The bottle cap was made of a material that was easily dissolved. Once it entered the stomach of the sea beast, it would melt. Then, the large bottle of strengthened sleeping potion would be drunk by the sea beast. Even transcendent sea beasts would be confused. After everything was ready, he hid in a reef in the sea. After a while, all kinds of fish began to appear here, eating the carcass of the giant anglerfish. In order not to destroy his bait, Levi directly used the seal of dragon might to scare away these small fishes. Not long after, the place became quiet. After waiting for a moment, the deep sea water suddenly shook violently. Levi activated his spider sensing. His hair stood on end. "There's a big guy." Levi's expression changed. From his spider sensing, this big guy might not be an ordinary sea beast. It would be a true transcendent creature. Its strength might be comparable to a legendary knight or a first circle wizard. Thus, Levi did not dare to neglect it. Liquid black scales covered his entire body. The casting materials for the seal of protection and the seal of dragon might were also prepared. Although the seal of flame could be used underwater, its power would be greatly reduced, so Levi did not prepare it. In his perception, a sea beast with a streamlined body that was more than 10 meters long appeared next to the pile of internal organs and began to eat without restraint. This sea beast had a horn, and there seemed to be light flowing on its horn. Its 4 limbs had already degenerated into 4 flippers. Its body was covered in fine scales, and there were inverted spines on its back. "Is this a dragon king whale?" Levi's heart skipped a beat. He had learned about this sea beast in his general education class. It was a famous transcendent sea beast in the endless sea. It was a true first-ring transcendent creature. It possessed spell-like abilities comparable to first-ring spell. There were 2 types. One was the energy beam shot out by the horn on its head, which was called the Annihilation Beam. This was the Dragon King whale's most feared spell ability. This was because there had been a precedent of a second circle wizard's second-ring defensive spell being destroyed by the Dragon King whale's Annihilation Beam. According to theory, if the Dragon King whale's Annihilation Beam was charged for a long time, it could injure a second circle wizard. Of course, this was only in theory. After all, the charging time of this skill was too long. It was easy to interrupt and dodge. Apart from that, the Dragon King whale also has a spell ability. That was to spit out a powerful breath from its mouth. It was called Dragon King's Breath. This was the most commonly used spell ability of the Dragon King whale. Every time the Annihilation Beam was used, it would cause a certain amount of damage to the Dragon King whale itself. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment of life and death, this big guy would not use it. The most important reason why the Dragon King whale was famous was that it was the most common dragon hybrid in this sea area. The term Dragon Clan resounded throughout the entire multidimensional. Even powerful wizards were extremely respectful and fearful of the Dragon Clan. This was a race with ancient wisdom and power. Like the gods, they were synonymous with power in the eyes of mortals. Among the 7 kingdoms, there was one kingdom whose national religion was to worship the god of the king of 10,000 dragons. If I could have a hybrid Dragon Clan transcendent creature as my mount, I'd be so awe-inspiring. The sea beasts on the Whale Song Island are much weaker than the Dragon King whale. Chapter 271, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 4. Levi pondered. The Dragon King whale was very powerful, and Levi was a little afraid of it. However, such an opportunity could not be missed. Because the Dragon King whale was a hybrid, its strength was stronger than ordinary transcendent sea beasts. It should be similar to a first circle wizard. However, if they were to fight, it would still be difficult to deal with a first circle wizard. After all, humans were too cunning, and there were too many types of spells that first circle wizards could master. Levi felt that if he was careful, subduing a Dragon King whale should not be a problem. One had to know that he had just obtained a passive special effect called Dragon Affinity. With this special effect, coupled with Wild Heart, Levi felt that he could give it a try. For the sake of a dragon hybrid transcendent creature, it was worth taking a little risk. Besides, the Dragon King whale is not just a mount. It can also be my fighter. With its protection, I'll be safer in this sea area. After all, in this place, first circle wizards are high-end combat forces. Apart from that, the glands of the Dragon King whale could also produce ambergris. According to the wizard's general education, all creatures related to the dragon clan can produce ambergris. The purer the bloodline, the better the quality of ambergris. If the quality of ambergris increases, the faster I can cultivate the black snake breathing technique, the black gas that I cultivate will also become stronger. The Dragon King whale's blood was actually a substitute for the earthly dragon beast's blood. After learning more about mysticism in the wizard world, according to Levi, the breathing technique master's comprehension, those secret breathing techniques required the blood of earthly dragon beasts or ambergris. In essence, it required the trace of the dragon clan's bloodline and aura in these materials. And behind this breathing technique, there were huge beasts, such as the black snake with a candle, the giant iron crocodile, the red lotus, and other legendary existences. It was very likely that they were alternative dragons or even pure-blooded dragons. Therefore, he has a feeling now. This type of breathing technique might be in the direction of the dragon clan, continuously purifying and evolving, and finally allowing Levi to have a body and ability that was as powerful as the dragon clan. For so many reasons, Levi had no reason to let the Dragon King whale go. The Dragon King whale was wolfing down the food. It had no idea that Levi had drugged it. Levi, on the other hand, quietly waited for the medicine to take effect. How could the Dragon King whale have imagined that at this 1,000-meter deep sea bed, there was actually a cunning human who had set a trap for it? After all, it was a transcendent creature. Even after drinking a sleeping potion that was enough to knock out thousands of people, it continued to wander around as if nothing had happened for a short period of time. Feeling helpless, Levi followed from afar. Such large sea beasts usually wandered leisurely at the bottom of the sea. If it swam at full speed, it would be fine for a short period of time, but if it swam for a long time, Levi would not be able to keep up. He did not know how long he had been swimming with that sea beast. During this period, it even hunted some weak sea beasts. Levi had also witnessed the powerful strength of the Dragon King's breath. A dark blue high-pressure water column was spat out, and the attack penetrated the defense of a sea beast at the rank of a high-level apprentice wizard. However, Levi felt that he could handle it. Other than these two spell abilities, the Dragon King whale didn't have any outstanding abilities. It was not much stronger than the earthly dragon beast, which was a top-notch beast in the secular world. In the end, Levi noticed that the sleeping potion seemed to have taken effect. The Dragon King whale swayed as its body kept floating upwards. It wanted to go to the surface of the sea to take a breath. When the Dragon King whale came to the surface of the sea, Levi took the opportunity to burst out. He turned into a blood-red shadow and arrived at the belly of the Dragon King whale. He did not hesitate to use the first ring spell and Frost Giant's sigh. The phantom of the Frost Giant appeared and snapped its fingers. Cold wind passed through, freezing everything. The surface of the sea was temporarily frozen. The Dragon King whale was also frozen. However, it was obvious that this only temporarily restricted the movements of the Dragon King whale. There was no way to cause too much damage to such a transcendent creature. Although the Dragon King whale was dizzy, it also sensed danger and began to struggle. The ice layer creaked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Levi's seal of dragon might blasted out one after another. He planned to use the seal of dragon might to consume the Dragon King whale's spiritual force and destroy its will. The seal of dragon might was very effective in taming wild beasts. Levi had already tried it on the HA2 generals. However, Levi was still not confident about a transcendent creature like the Dragon King whale. He could only place his hopes on his dragon affinity. After a few seal of dragon mites, the Dragon King whale was dispirited. Although this sea beast was powerful, it was mostly physical strength. The cultivation of spiritual power was similar to that of a grand knight. It could not withstand the spiritual attack of Levi's seal of dragon might at all. However, the ice that restricted its body was also broken. Levi immediately used tidal grasp to temporarily restrict the Dragon King whale's movements. He shot out a water arrow and hit the body of the Dragon King whale. The Dragon King whale was in pain, but it didn't break through its defense. Trash cantrip! Levi cursed in his heart and pulled out the Lion King's pride. He raised the sledgehammer and his body expanded. Then, black scale, ostrich feet, blood wings, and other forms appeared. Other than the red lotus form and the 9 sword forms. Levi had already used most of his trump cards. He hammered the head of the Dragon King whale. However, he held back a portion of his strength and did not use the golden cross slash. He was afraid that he would really kill the Dragon King whale. Chapter 272, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 5. He just wanted to knock it unconscious so that he could kidnap it. Whether it was Dragon Affinity or Wild Heart, it was impossible for Levi to tame this transcendent beast in a short period of time. He had to bring this fellow back and slowly tame it with time, just like how he would tame an eagle. This hammer strike was accompanied by a dull sound. The Dragon King whale immediately fainted. It was half floating and half sinking in the sea, but it was still breathing. Levi took the opportunity to take out the mithril chain he had prepared beforehand from his storage bag and tied the Dragon King whale up firmly. He had come out this time with the intention of taming a sea beast along the way, so he had done his preparations well. Levi dragged the heavy Dragon King whale and slowly swam forward. If it wasn't for the fact that there was water, even with Levi's current extraordinary strength, it would be difficult to drag such a huge object. By the time Levi returned to White Tower number 9, it was already early the next morning. At this time, most apprentice wizards had completed their missions, but there were still some who had not found a suitable target. Winnie had obviously completed her mission. She saw Levi appear in her line of sight. Hee, I killed a hammerhead beast. She excitedly shared the information with Levi. The hammerhead beast was a relatively powerful sea beast, with the strength of a high-level apprentice wizard. Congratulations, senior sister. You did the assessment excellently. Levi smiled. What about you? Winnie asked. Levi, on the other hand, tied the chain in his hand to White Tower No. 9's tail. Next, he had to rely on White Tower number 9 to drag this big guy back. A giant sea beast that was not much smaller than White Tower number 9 appeared in the eyes of many apprentices. It has a symbolic horn, 2 pairs of flippers, a slender and powerful whale tail, and a blue back and white belly. Dragon King Whale! Winnie exclaimed. She had seen this thing in the monster guide. Mr. Marco's expression also changed. He asked, "This is your prey? Why didn't you kill it?" Levi smiled embarrassedly. "Teacher, I want to catch a live one. I've learned some beast taming techniques, so I want to see if I can tame such a sea beast." Marco's face twitched. After taking a deep breath, he said calmly, "The Dragon King whale is a true first circle transcendent creature. Ordinary beast taming techniques can't tame it unless you're a wizard from the school of spiritualism and have mastered a true beast taming spell. It's fine, teacher. I'll just try. I'll keep an eye on this big guy. Don't worry, since I can capture it alive, I have the ability to deal with it. It won't affect our operation," Levi replied. "All right, to be safe, I'm going to cast another first ring spell on this guy, Song of the Sirens." Marco began to chant. His voice was as ethereal and melodious as a siren. He waved his wand, and a blue light entered the body of the Dragon King whale. The Song of the Sirens should be able to keep it asleep for a while, but it won't last long, Marco said. "Thank you, teacher. Am I considered to have completed my mission?" Levi smiled bitterly and asked. Marco nodded. "You went beyond what you should have done. Your reward is 200 points. The other apprentice wizards were completely dumbfounded. They were told to hunt sea beasts, and yet he captured a first circle transcendent creature, the Dragon King whale, alive? All of them were apprentice wizards, but why was there such a huge difference? Was it too late to switch to become a knight now? Levi ignored their gazes and looked at Nas, who was sitting quietly. Until now, everything was normal. Could it be that he had misunderstood Nas? He might not be the spy. Levi was puzzled. He returned to the ship to recover his stamina and spiritual force, waiting for the assessment to end. The next night, Levi estimated that the Dragon King whale was about to wake up, so he gave it a sleeping potion, and Mr. Marco used the Song of the Sirens again. At this time, most of the apprentices had successfully returned. However, some apprentices were injured. However, none of them died while hunting sea beasts. As long as they didn't run too far away and didn't provoke those powerful sea beasts. Under normal circumstances, it would not be life-threatening. At noon on the third day, everyone had completed the assessment. Even the worst of them had obtained a passing grade. Levi was the only one who received an excellent rating. This made the other apprentices envious. White Tower number 9 slowly moved and headed back the way they came. Along the way, Levi stared at the Dragon King whale, occasionally glancing at Nas. Even now, the spider sensing still sensed a hint of danger. Levi did not dare to let his guard down. The spider sensing had saved his life many times. Therefore, Levi was very confident in the accuracy of the spider sensing's detection. When White Tower number 9 sailed out of the harbor, he saw a wooden boat docked there. The sense of danger from the spider sensing instantly surged, causing Levi's hair to stand on end. This situation meant that the enemy was very powerful. On the bow of the wooden boat, Green Ghost Carter's face was gloomy. There were 2 hell strongmen protecting him. On his ship, the undead creatures were roaring, and the apprentice wizards were hiding among them. Green Ghost Carter was excited when he saw Levi on White Tower number 9. He, that damn legendary knight has finally come out. This time, I must kill him. It had been more than half a year, and the flowers that Carter had been waiting for had withered. He held his staff like a shaman from hell. Chapter 273, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 6. This powerful first circle wizard blocked Levi and the others' way out. On White Tower number 9, Levi looked at Nas, who had a calm expression. As expected, this guy is a mole. He used a voice transmission conch to inform the people on the undead ship. However, all of this was within Levi's expectations. With the Tower Master overseeing the situation, there shouldn't be any problems with safety. Green Ghost Carter, are you trying to start a war between the Grey Tower and the undead ship? Marco said coldly. Marco, hand over that legendary knight and you can leave. To be honest, the undead ship will definitely have a decisive battle with you one day. But not today. As long as we take that legendary knight away today, we will temporarily not pursue the matter of you killing our first circle wizard. If all of your apprentices die, that old fellow Herman would probably be heartbroken, right? Green Ghost Carter threatened. He was one of the strongest wizards on the undead ship. He had mastered 10 zero-ring cantrips, 6 first-ring spells, and 1 second-ring spell. Last time, he was ambushed by a legendary knight, and that old woman Marlene used a second-ring spell without any regard for her life, forcing him to retreat. This time, he had come prepared after being tipped off by the spy, Nas. This time, no matter what, this legendary knight has to be taken away and tortured to death to vent the hatred in Green Ghost Carter's heart. When Marco heard such an unreasonable request, he sneered, "You shouldn't be speaking so arrogantly by yourself. If I'm not wrong, your captain, Demon Harland, should be here as well. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide anymore. If you want to start the second circle wizard war between our 2 organizations in advance, then go ahead." As a spell teacher, Marco had advanced to the first circle not as long as Marlene and Green Ghost Carter, but his strength was not something that ordinary first circle wizards could compare to. Green Ghost Carter snorted coldly, "Why would the captain need to do anything to deal with a junior like you? Marco, you think too highly of yourself. Since you don't want to hand over that legendary knight, then prepare to die. Killing so many Grey Tower's apprentices at once and cutting off your inheritance, isn't that beautiful?" With a wave of his staff, 2 hell strongmen leaped into the air, their bodies covered in green flames, and gusts of cold wind blew as they charged toward Levi and the others. At the same time, Nas, who had a calm expression on his face, suddenly cast an unknown spell on Winnie, who was caught off guard. Winnie, who was a high-level apprentice wizard, immediately fainted. Nas picked up Winnie and lit up his protective shield, heading straight for the undead ship. "Nas? You?" Marco's expression changed. He wanted to attack, but the Hell Strongman had already attacked. Facing an undead creature that was comparable to a legendary knight, Marco did not dare to be careless. He could only deal with the Hell Strongman first. The rest of you, protect the wounded and then work together to deal with the other Hell Strongman. Levi, go save Winnie, Marco said. Yes, teacher. The remaining apprentices chanted spells and waved their wands. With the advantage of numbers, they blocked the first wave of attacks from the Hell Strongman. However, it was obvious that the Hell Strongman was only one of Green Ghost Carter's summons. As a veteran First Circle wizard of the School of Death, he did not only summon these few creatures. More and more apprentice-level undead creatures charged toward White Tower number 9. The lantern fire, skeleton soldiers, and archers' attacks became more and more concentrated. Green Ghost Carter specialized in the School of Death's summoning. Therefore, he focused all his strength on his summoned creatures. Now that he was prepared, all kinds of summoned creatures completely formed a situation of overwhelming numbers. Levi's blood wings spread out and his speed skyrocketed. He stepped on the water and casually condensed a black gas blade in his hand, shooting it out. Nas was scared out of his wits as he looked at Levi, who was getting closer and closer to him. Lord Carter, save me! Nas shouted anxiously. The moment the black gas hit Nas, it was devoured by a green flame. The green flames did not slow down at all as they charged toward Levi. Levi's expression was solemn. He narrowly dodged the green flames. Then, he opened his hands and the 10 black gas blades flew out. Dense black gas blades tore through the air and whistled out. Nas barely blocked this wave of attack using all kinds of defensive spells. One of the black gas blades stabbed into his waist. He could have dodged it, but in order to protect Winnie, he didn't dodge it. Good heavens, he isn't a bootlicker. This is love. Levi cursed in his heart as he prepared for the next wave of attacks. Green Ghost Carter was fighting Marco while he commanded the undead creatures to attack Levi. Just as these undead creatures surrounded them, White Tower number 9 braved the wind and waves, and white gas surged into the sky. At the same time, a red pillar of light spurted out from the bow of White Tower number 9. Raging flames swept across the sea area dozens of meters ahead. This was the powerful weapon that the Tower Master had installed for White Tower number 9. He named it Crimson Flame's Breath. The power of this shot was so great that even official wizards did not dare to take it head-on. However, the price of this shot was that it directly consumed 100 ether stones. Those undead creatures vanished into thin air in front of the Crimson Pillar of Light. Chapter 274, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 7. Damn, these alchemical creatures are strong. I have to create them after I become a First Circle wizard. Levi was envious as he took the opportunity to step on the bow of White Tower number 9. His feet appeared and bent like a bow with black gas bursting out. Boom! Levi jumped to a height of nearly 100 meters. Even White Tower number 9 was kicked into the bottom of the sea by this impact. Behind him, the 9 swords Azura quietly appeared with a terrifying might. It was like a god that intimidated everything. Falling from the sky. Boom! Using gravity and his blood wings, he shot out. As the 1,000-pound black flame giant smashed onto the wooden boat, Levi transmitted the ripple force to his ostrich feet. The force of the kick directly shattered the deck engraved with spell runes. In the end, Levi stomped through the bottom of the boat and fell into the sea. Then, he looked at the wooden boat and took out the Lion King's pride. The heavy hammer struck with ripple force. The bottom of the ship was soon shattered, and seawater poured into the cabin. The wooden boat began to sink. Immediately after, Levi's blood vessels turned red like lava, and hot steam came out of his mouth and nose. At this moment, Levi had black scale, ostrich feet, blood wings, and red blood. He was like a little dragon that was breathing fire. He held the giant hammer in his hand, and the 9 swords Azura's ferocious figure appeared on the ship. A terrifying green fireball descended from the sky. Levi was blasted into the cabin, and the ship burned. Green Ghost Carter sneered. He's only at the legendary level. I've already said that if I was well prepared, a legendary knight will not be worth mentioning. This shot of mine. Before Green Ghost Carter could finish his sentence, a faint golden light flashed within the green flames. Then, it shattered, and liquid black scales flowed out. Levi stomped on the deck and rushed over like a bloody shadow. He discovered that his seal of protection could actually defend against a first ring spell attack for a moment. The blood shadow formed by Levi's rapid running reached Nas. Nas, who was holding Winnie, had his protective shield shattered by Levi's palm. Levi snatched Winnie over and smashed Nas's head with his palm. He picked up Nas's loot and quickly retreated. All of this was done in one go. Although his seals were very powerful, his goal was to save Winnie, not to fight against a powerful wizard like Green Ghost Carter. Green Ghost Carter was not an ordinary first circle wizard. He had too many trump cards on him, and Levi did not want to waste the opportunity to retreat. Carrying Winnie, Levi immediately jumped into the sea and left. At this moment, a flame knight burning with scarlet hellfire appeared beside Green Ghost Carter. He stared at Levi and emitted a monstrous aura. "Go, kill that person!" Green Ghost Carter sneered. Riding on the skeletal warhorse, the flame knight chased after Levi, and it was getting closer and closer. "Since I dared to surround you alone, I naturally have my own backing. This is a genuine nightmare knight. I'll let a so-called legendary knight like you experience what is a true knight." Green Ghost Carter laughed. The Nightmare Knight rode on the Hell Nightmare warhorse and waved a heavy chain hammer in his hand. He stepped on the water and ran on the waves. The seawater around him turned into white gas. Levi's expression was grave. This Nightmare Knight seemed to be even stronger than the Hell Strongman. He didn't want to continue fighting. The Blood Beast exploded, and his speed increased by another level. He shot out directly from the water and jumped on top of White Tower number 9. Another Crimson Flame's breath was shot from White Tower number 9 at the Nightmare Knight that was getting closer and closer. The Nightmare Knight didn't dodge. Bathed in flames, he waved his chain hammer and continued to attack. This must be a second circle summoned creature, right? Feeling shocked, Levi shot out countless black gas, but they were all blocked by the Nightmare Knight. With the help of White Tower number 9, Levi successfully brought Winnie to Mr. Marco's side. Under the joint efforts of the apprentice wizards, the Hell Strongman had already been crushed, and Marco had also taken care of one. When he saw that Winnie had been successfully saved by Levi, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the Nightmare Knight on the flame horse with a solemn expression. He felt a deep fear. This hell creature seemed to have power close to the second circle. Levi quietly retreated behind Mr. Marco. He had completed his mission, so he couldn't work too hard anymore. The Red Lotus blood had burned out, and the 9 Swords Azura was also utilized. If he charged forward now, he would be courting death. The Tower Master should be quietly watching the situation somewhere. It was even possible that the owner of the ship was also hiding in the dark. These 2 second circle experts would not easily make a move. Once they made a move, it would be a complete war. At that time, they might not stop until they die. "Levi, take the other apprentices and leave quickly on White Tower number 9. I'll hold back Green Ghost Carter and his summoned creature. This summoned creature is very powerful. He must have forcefully used a second ring spell to summon it." "Yes, Mr. Marco." Levi did not dawdle. He took advantage of the moment when Mr. Marco was showing off his might and fighting the Nightmare Knight. He led the apprentice wizards and quickly retreated while boarding White Tower number 9. He did a quick count. Other than Nas, the traitor, whom he had crushed to death, the other apprentices were still alive. However, a few of them were seriously injured. Chapter 275, Capture Dragon King Whale, Second Ring Battle, Level 9 Red Lotus. 8. After all, with so many apprentices, they were a very powerful force. With everyone's cooperation, they could even kill the Hell Strongman. Levi looked at Mr. Marco, who was being suppressed by the Nightmare Knight, and sighed in his heart. If he hadn't been in the Red Lotus blood state, he could have helped his teacher. However, he was already in a weakened state. He would be courting death if he participated in a battle of that level. The most important thing to do now was to not disappoint Mr. Marco and bring these apprentices back to the Grey Tower safely. On the other side, Green Ghost Carter watched as Levi, the legendary knight, was about to escape again. He was also anxious as he let the Nightmare Knight continue to deal with Marco. He waved his array and chanted an incantation, turning into a green smoke that surged towards Levi. "Damn it, anyone can leave, but you little bastard must stay." Green Ghost Carter sneered in the green smoke. This was a flying spell from the School of Death, and it could only fly for a short distance. The green smoke was extremely fast and was about to catch up. The black gas danced around Levi's body. He had already prepared casting materials to cast the seal of flame. At this moment, a mithril arm suddenly appeared and continued to extend. Runes flickered on the arm. Then, the arm grabbed the green smoke. Screams came from the green smoke. Levi knew that the Tower Master had made a move. Hee, old man Herman, I knew that you wouldn't be able to hold back. I didn't want to act so quickly, but I don't want to give up such a good opportunity. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Do you know how I spent such a long time on the run? Since you're here today, don't leave. You and the pile of iron lumps on your body can die in this sea. All of a sudden, a figure that looked like a ferocious undead creature, covered in black demonic flames, stepped into the void. Beside him, a ferocious three-headed hell lizard was drooling. Cut the crap, Harland. Let's fight here today. Your undead ship needs some beating. The Tower Master's disdainful voice came from his arm. The green smoke also broke free from the Tower Master's control and returned to the demon's side, turning into Green Ghost Carter. Captain, that little bastard is the legendary knight that the undead ship is trying to capture. We can't let him go, Green Ghost Carter complained. Levi, bring the others and retreat. I'll have Horman receive you at the front. I won't have time to worry about you. The Tower Master's voice rang out in Levi's mind. Levi did not waste any more time and let White Tower number 9 evacuate quickly with everyone. The situation on the battlefield had changed too much. This damned second circle wizard had come out. If they stayed here, they would be hit by the aftershocks of the attacks of the second circle wizard. Everyone might die. In the end, Levi and the others left the terrifying battlefield. One could vaguely hear the explosive sound of a powerful spell. He didn't know how the situation was over there. I hope nothing happens to the Grey Tower. The Tower Master has to deal with the owner of the undead ship alone, and there's also a second circle transcendent creature. I wonder if he can handle it. Levi frowned. Not long after, Levi and the others met Horman, who was hovering above the sea. Horman came to pick up Levi the others. Next, the apprentices laid on Horman's body, and Horman quickly led them away. As for Levi, he stayed on the damaged White Tower number 9. He still had to keep an eye on his Dragon King whale. After an unknown period of time, Levi saw Ms. Marlene's figure appear on the surface of the sea. Little Levi, are you all right? Ms. Marlene asked with a solemn expression. Teacher? I'm fine. Did you successfully advance to the second circle? Levi asked in surprise. That's right, I succeeded. Ms. Marlene smiled. I heard that we were at war with the undead ship, so I rushed over immediately. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. With a new second circle wizard like Ms. Marlene, they should be safe from now on. Not long after, Levi saw a strange man with only half of his body left holding Green Ghost Carter as he quickly cut through the sea and fled frantically. Behind him, there was a law enforcement officer in a starry robe chasing after the strange person without saying a word. Damn Herman, you actually called the Star Tower's law enforcers to ambush me. You're despicable. The figures of Demon Harland and the law enforcement officers quickly disappeared into the horizon. In the sky, a 5-meter-tall alchemical creature with a head covered in mithril and rivet, shining with a golden glow, fell to the surface of the sea and appeared in front of Levi. There was still a lot of flesh, skin, and hair on this alchemical creature. There were also traces of burnt marks from the flames. The head of the luminant gold was cracked a little, and a brain could be seen inside. This monster was the Tower Master. He gave up on chasing and watched as Demon Harland fled. Tower Master, are you all right? Levi asked carefully. He had never seen the Tower Master in such a sorry state. It was obvious that the battle just now was extremely tragic. It's fine, haha. It's just a pile of scrap metal. My brain isn't damaged yet. I'll go back and fix it. This time, I took the opportunity to teach Harland a lesson. He should be quiet for a while. He won't be able to recover completely before 10 years. Hehe, a body of flesh and blood can't compare to an alchemical body after all. The Tower Master said calmly and even put his fallen eyeball back into his eye socket. You are too desperate, Marlene said. I'm fine. Hey, you've advanced to the second circle. The Tower Master asked in surprise. Yes, I was lucky and almost failed, Marlene said. Haha, great news. Don't tell anyone about this. We have 2 second circle wizards in the tower now. If Harlan dares to come again, we'll make sure he doesn't return. The tower master laughed loudly. Stop talking. Hurry up and repair your prosthetics, Marlene said helplessly. Year 1018 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of flowers. On the 9th floor of the Great Tower, Levi opened his eyes. The Red Lotus breathing technique was at level 9. Chapter 276, Red Lotus Flame Body, Black Snake Limit Breaking. 1. Levi. Red Lotus breathing technique, level 9, 1/150000, special effect, flame body, gas, Red Lotus blood. Red Lotus has reached level 9. The Red Lotus giant beast was burning with flames, enveloping Levi's heart. Levi felt a warmth in his heart. His upper body seemed to have been poured into lava, emitting an extremely hot aura. The black gas that resembled red flames circulated. His chest became a furnace, and his heart became the core of the furnace. An incomparably powerful force surged into his body from his heart. Then, it formed a shocking explosive force that surpassed everything. Flame body, Red Lotus black gas gathers in your body, forming a gaseous flame body. Your body's strength and explosiveness are greatly enhanced. The Red Lotus flame body can burn everything. At the same time, your resistance to fire-related spells has increased significantly. Levi stood in front of the mirror. He looked at his own body. Now, it had already turned red. It was like red-hot glass and lava, emitting a different kind of luster. Is this the Red Lotus breathing technique? This is too powerful. Levi could feel an increase in strength that far surpassed ostrich feet and frost arm. It had to be said that the Red Lotus breathing technique was worthy of being a perfect breathing technique. At this moment, Levi's Red Lotus's black gas had already turned into the color of red flames. It could no longer be called black gas, but fire gas. These flames danced around Levi, making him look like a flaming man. He was bathed in flames, and the high temperature filled the practice room. Although this kind of high temperature was far inferior to the seal of flame, it was superior in terms of endurance and could be heated continuously. The current Levi only needed to burn the Red Lotus black gas, and his entire body would turn into a furnace that was constantly heating up. However, the burning effect of the gaseous body is average. It's still fine against ordinary Grand Knights, but it's definitely useless against wizards. Levi removed the special effect, flame body. The color of his body, which was burning red, began to fade. The lava flowed back into Levi's heart. Levi returned to normal. He opened his mouth and blew out a scorching breath. He looked like a dragon that had just finished breathing. You look more and more not like a human. Levi mocked himself. It had been a few months since the last war. Levi's Red Lotus weakness had long passed. After safely returning to the Great Tower, Levi was busy cultivating. In these few months, the Red Lotus breathing technique had reached level 9. Next, in terms of breathing techniques, other than the Red Lotus breathing technique and the Blood Beast breathing technique, Levi had nothing else to cultivate. Therefore, he had to hurry up and break the limit of the Black Snake breathing technique. Once the Black Snake breathing technique advanced to level 11, he would become a legendary knight. Becoming a legendary knight meant that he was a true first circle wizard. With so many trump cards, and after reaching the legendary level, an ordinary first circle wizard shouldn't be a match for him as long as they weren't Green Ghost Carter or an experienced old wizard like Ms. Marlene. Although it was a little arrogant to say this, after experiencing 2 soul-stirring battles, Levi realized that a first circle wizard was not that scary. Of course, being cautious was still needed. A stable and fine tradition could not be abandoned. Other than the breathing technique, there was no improvement in spell. Water Arrow, Tidal Grasp's level 2 progress bar was halfway done, and it was steadily advancing towards level 3. As of now, Levi's 5 cantrip spell slots had been used up. With his current spiritual force, he could not learn any new spells. It was the same for his meditation art. Cultivating without supplementary potions would be slow. Levi left the Grey Tower and went to the 3rd floor of the White Tower, where Ms. Marlene's room was. He wanted Ms. Marlene to help him open that official wizard's storage bag. He tried for a long time, but he couldn't open it. As for Na's storage bag, there was nothing valuable inside other than the voice transmission conch. The conch itself required a specific incantation, or otherwise, it could not be used. Therefore, Levi handed it over to the Tower Master, who rewarded him with 300 points. Levi's contribution to protecting the apprentice wizards was included in the reward. This allowed Levi's points to break through the 800 mark. Therefore, Levi did not lack points at the moment. On the third floor of the White Tower, Ms. Marlene was in a good mood after class and was researching a new potion. "Teacher, are you busy?" Levi asked. "Little Levi, what's the matter?" Ms. Marlene asked with a smile. "Teacher, I obtained a storage pouch from the previous official wizard that I killed. I can't open it, so I'd like to trouble you." Levi smiled bitterly. Now that he could trust Ms. Marlene, he didn't have any worries. "All right, bring me your storage bag. I'll study it. If I can't open it, you can go and find the Tower Master." "Don't worry, as long as it's spoils of war, the Tower Master won't snatch it," Marlene said. Levi chuckled. Although the Tower Master was a nice person, he still trusted Ms. Marlene the most. "Oh right, Ms. Marlene, how is the Tower Master's recovery? Is he all right?" Levi asked. "Don't worry. Other than his brain and heart, there's basically no other part of his body that's human. So, he doesn't need to recover from his injuries. This guy is too extreme. In order to pursue strength, he transformed himself into an alchemical creature. I persuaded him many times, but he didn't listen. Let him be." "Levi, don't learn from him," Ms. Marlene said helplessly. Chapter 277, Red Lotus Flame Body, Black Snake Limit Breaking. 2. Levi could understand the Tower Master, but he would not do that. When he learns alchemy, he would at most study some alchemical creatures or modify his living dead. He would not modify his own body. He had the Knight's breathing technique, which was the best way to transform his body. This was an era where all kinds of extraordinary powers coexisted. In this era, flesh and blood were not weak, and there was no need to pursue the path of mechanical ascension. On the other side, Ms. Marlene fiddled with the storage bag of the official wizard of Undead ship for a while. Then, she seemed to understand something and went to read some books. In the end, under Levi's witness, the storage bag was opened by Ms. Marlene. A pile of things fell to the ground. Levi put these things away. Ms. Marlene told Levi the spell to open the storage bag. Levi thanked his teacher and left the White Tower. White Snake Horman rubbed his head against Levi's hand. "Goodbye, Horman." Levi waved goodbye. Horman wagged his tail as he said goodbye. Levi did not know if it was because of his dragon affinity, but his relationship with Horman was improving. He seemed to be surpassing Winnie, which made her very discouraged, and she said that Horman had a change of heart. After he was done with his work, Levi came to the shore. He brought a storage bag full of sea beast meat. On a quiet coast, the Dragon King whale was tied up. Its horn was covered with a mithril tool, and its mouth was covered with a halter. It was tied to a huge rock pillar and had lost its motivation in the water. It floated quietly. Levi came to the front of the Dragon King whale. "How about it, Leviathan? Have you thought it through? I only need you to be my mount for 30 years, and I'll return you your freedom in the future. With your lifespan as a mixed-blood dragon clan, 30 years is nothing, right?" Leviathan was the name that Levi had given to this Dragon King whale. It was very similar to his own name. Levi took off the halter from the mouth of the Dragon King whale and fed it. The Dragon King whale's eyes were filled with disdain. No matter how disdainful it felt, it enjoyed the meat of sea beasts very much. The abyss-like mouth opened, and 100 caddies of meat were eaten in one bite. Seeing that the Dragon King whale did not have any reaction, Levi could not be bothered with it. Anyway, he had plenty of time to use Wild Heart to tame it. It could only be said that it was indeed a true First Circle transcendent creature. Even if he had Wild Heart and the Dragon Affinity, there was no way to tame the Dragon King whale in a few months. After all, Levi wasn't from the school of spiritualism. It was true that mortal beast taming techniques couldn't tame transcendent creatures, but with the special effect of Dragon Affinity, Levi felt that there was still a chance. A few months ago, the Dragon King whale was agitated when it saw Levi and wanted to attack him. However, the Dragon King's breath had directly blown Levi 100 meters away. If Levi had not prepared the seal of protection and the liquid black scale, he would have been crushed to pieces by now. That was why Levi had custom-made an iron cage head mixed with mithril to prevent it from opening its mouth. But now, although the Dragon King whale was still unhappy when it saw Levi, it did not attack Levi like before. This was a victory at this stage. Dragon King whales were very vengeful. Their intelligence was considered pretty good among sea beasts, and their memory was even stronger. It was still brooding over the fact that Levi had hit its head with a hammer. Even though my head is very tough, you can't be so rough. Levi also had no other choice. Time was the best catalyst. If he slowly endured it, one day, this big guy would become his mount. After feeding the Dragon King whale, Levi went to the small garden to take care of the herbs. Then, he arrived at the materials store in White Sail Alley. In the materials store, Wizard Manla was meditating in his small room. Levi did not disturb him and waited quietly for a while until Manla finished his meditation. When Manla saw Levi, he poured him a cup of coffee and said, "It's been a long time since I last saw you. You must be busy." "Yeah, I was a little busy." "Did you get the breathing technique?" Levi smiled. Manla proudly took out a few pieces of parchment from the warehouse. Levi was delighted. "These breathing technique inheritance diagrams were all collected by me at the Black Sail Wizard Market. You can just give me some gold coins as a token of appreciation," Manla said. Levi directly gave Manla 1,000 gold coins and 5 ether stones. This was because he saw that among these breathing techniques, there was an outstanding quality defensive breathing technique. Just this alone was worth 1,000 gold coins. Boss Manla was not short of gold coins, so Levi gave him another 5 ether stones as the commission fee. After all, he wants to work with Manla for a long time, so he could not be too stingy. Searching for the breathing technique inheritance diagram in the world of wizards would also waste a lot of Manla resources. 3 ether stones is enough. 5 is too much. It's just a mortal breathing technique. Manla said embarrassedly and returned 2 pieces to Levi. "Take it. I heard that your daughter also has the talent of a wizard. In the future, she will definitely consume a lot of resources to cultivate in the tower. These 2 extra pieces can be considered as a little token of my gratitude as an uncle." Levi smiled. "All right. Brother Levi, I'll accept it. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." Manla took the ether stones happily. He really needed the ether stones. He was working in the shop to earn money for his daughter. "You're welcome. Just help me keep an eye on these things in the future." Chapter 278, Red Lotus Flame Body, Black Snake Limit Breaking. 3. Levi left White Sail Alley with the breathing technique inheritance diagrams. He relied on his friends when he was away. Even in the world of wizards, having connections could solve many problems. When he was in the human world, he used the connections of the Golden Warhammer Master Tyrant to solve many problems. Holding the breathing technique inheritance diagram, Levi pondered over his next plan. His path as a wizard was already on the right track. The ways to improve a wizard's strength were to advance to a high-level apprentice wizard, increase the upper limit of spiritual power, and learn more cantrips. However, advancing to a higher level required 11 spiritual force points. Levi only had 7 points now, which was still far from enough. According to Levi's understanding, the potions used to aid meditation art were very precious. Even the official wizards in the tower only used them occasionally. No one could use them as daily supplementary potions. Therefore, as an apprentice, he had no chance. The resources in the tower were definitely given priority to official wizards, followed by apprentices. If Levi wanted this kind of potion, he would have to rely on himself. The most important thing now was to break the limit of the black snake breathing technique. He wanted to strengthen the breathing technique that was relatively easy to break through at the current stage and then obtain more resources to support his wizard's cultivation. After he becomes a wizard, he would slowly study the path that comes after a legendary knight and use his wizard's abilities to support his knight's cultivation. Strengthening his path as a wizard first and then using it to support his knight's path. This was Levi's next plan. On the way home, Levi met senior sister Winnie. The current Winnie always had a melancholic expression on her face. She found it hard to accept that Nas was a traitor and she was kidnapped by him. She had yet to walk out of the trauma. She truly treated Nas as a friend. But Nas only wanted to sleep with her. "Junior brother Levi, long time no see." Winnie squeezed out a smile and said sweetly. "It's been a while. I heard that you're already preparing to construct the first ring spell model structure. Senior sister, once you construct it successfully, you must tell me about your successful experience. Levi smiled. Alright, junior brother, I'll go home first. When Levi returned home, he activated all the breathing techniques. There were a total of 3 breathing techniques. One of them was for strength, one for speed, and one for defense. Other than the defense technique being excellent, the others were low level. Levi did not lack speed and strength for the time being. He kept these 2 for now and would use them later. As for the defensive breathing technique, it was the old mountain snake breathing technique. What a coincidence! It's another defensive breathing technique related to snakes. The old mountain snake breathing technique had a total of 66 miniature diagrams. It should be an excellent defensive breathing technique, similar to the black snake breathing technique. The old mountain snake was a legendary giant snake. The size of the snake was immeasurable. It was said that the old mountain snake liked to sleep. Every time it slept, it would sleep for thousands of years. When it woke up, the world had changed. The snake's body was covered with rocks, trees, birds, and animals. It was like a mountain range that stretched across the earth, which was why it was called the old mountain snake. Myths and legends were definitely exaggerated. However, it was enough to know how extraordinary the old mountain snake was. It should be a mythical creature that was not inferior to the black snake with a candle. The secret medicine of the old mountain snake breathing technique was also highly compatible with the black snake secret medicine. Ambergris, snake blood, and so on. The difference was that the old mountain snake breathing technique needed another material called the rock tortoise shell. There are tons of rock tortoises in the endless sea. Once I tamed the dragon king whale, ambergris can be collected continuously. As for snake blood, I'll ask the tower master, and also ask white snake horman to donate some blood to me. At most, I'll hunt some high-quality sea beast meat for it to replenish its body. In fact, white snake horman could produce ambergris, but the gland that produced ambergris was also its poison sac. Therefore, the ambergris produced was poisonous and could not be used. Moreover, the white snake was the first tower master's pet, after all. It was a little rude to take away the precious ambergris. After all, the production of ambergris was scarce, unlike blood. After Levi finished reading the 3 breathing techniques, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he opened the official wizard bag that he had been thinking about for a long time and opened it to see what was inside. 435 ether stones. There was one earth meditation art. This was the basic meditation art of the earth school of thought, but it could be cultivated to the level of a first circle wizard. It was even more complete than the deep sea meditation art that Levi had previously obtained. The other was the first part of the night crow meditation art. This was the same as the night crow meditation art that Levi had obtained during his current apprentice wizard's stage. This way, the School of Deaths and Earth School of Thought's meditation arts would be enough for Levi to cultivate to the level of an official wizard. He would not have to worry about meditation arts for a long time. Apart from that, there were also 4 spell books. 2 of them were the undead summoning and the apprentice spells that Levi had obtained before. They seemed to be the main spells of the undead ship. The other 2 were spellbooks belonging to the Earth School of Thought. One of them was the first ring spell, Rock Body. This was a physical strengthening spell, a type of passive spell. After constructing the spell model, one needed to solidify the spell with their body, and let the spell runes cover them entirely to strengthen themselves. This was the method that wizards used to strengthen their physical defense. Chapter 279, Red Lotus Flame Body, Black Snake Limit Breaking. 4. This way, it would save a lot of time compared to when a knight had to start cultivating the breathing technique from scratch. Breathing techniques required a long period of practice. This kind of spell was quick and effective. This was the wisdom of a wizard. This spell can be learned. Levi thought. This way, my physical defense will become even more monstrous. Stacked armor style would never go wrong. The last spell was called Mountain Giant's Wrath. What a pleasant surprise! It's actually this spell, the most powerful first ring spell of the Earth School of Thought, Mountain Giant's Wrath. I don't need to learn this spell. After all, the Lion King's pride has solidified this spell. I only need to use its incantation to trigger the mountain giant's wrath inside. Apart from the spell book, the rest were some casting materials. This included a large number of eyes of the grey snake. Now that the materials for Withering Ray have been found, I can start to cultivate again. Levi was excited. There were indeed many good things in this official wizard's storage bag. Most of them were useful for practicing the School of Death's spells. Levi became rich just from the ether stones alone. Right now, Levi had more than 800 ether stones on him. This was definitely a huge sum of money for an apprentice wizard. Even for official wizards, many young official wizards who have no savings might not have so many ether stones. Now, everything was ready. The only thing missing was experience. In the following days, Levi tamed the Dragon King whale as he worked on cultivating his experience. During the month of Wheatfield, Levi's Night Crow meditation art had broken through to level 2. The speed of his Night Crow meditation art was even faster than the Earth meditation art. It was all thanks to the special effect of Earth Pulse that Levi obtained. With the help of the proficiency panel, Levi practiced the Earth School of Thought's meditation art as if there was a god to support him. In just 3 months, Levi had completed the Earth meditation art from the beginner stage to level 2. His speed was many times faster than when he cultivated Deep Sea meditation art. This made Levi even more interested in the seals of the Duncan family and the Van Helsing family. The 4 great families were not as simple as they seemed. Their bloodlines and seals corresponded to the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. If he could gather all the seals, then his talent as the children of chaos would make him a true genius of the 4 elements. So this is what it feels like to be a genius. This is too awesome. Levi sighed. Now, the Earth meditation art had caught up with the Night Crow breathing technique and the Deep Sea breathing technique. Levi even felt that even without the meditation art's supplementary potion, he could cultivate the Earth meditation art to level 3 within 3 years. In the month of Northern Wind, the old mountain snake breathing technique that Levi had obtained was also at level 8. Dragon King whale Leviathan had already been tamed by Levi, and he had obtained a portion of the Dragon King whale's ambergris. After asking for the Tower Master's permission, he took a little bit of Hormon's blood and concocted it into a high-grade old mountain snake's secret medicine. The effect was excellent and his cultivation efficiency increased greatly. It was estimated that at the beginning of next year, Levi would be able to cultivate the old mountain snake breathing technique to its maximum limit. At that time, he would be able to break the limit of the black snake. During this period of time, the Grey Tower was exceptionally quiet. After the undead ship was taught a lesson by the Tower Master and the Star Tower's enforcers, it was much more obedient now. It was unknown where it was hiding to recover its vitality and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. Levi remained at home and did not go anywhere. Levi spent the entire second half of the year 1018 in a busy state. Ms. Marlene had advanced to the second circle, but she still did not put on airs. With a second circle wizard senior who valued him, Levi led a comfortable life in the tower. Although he was no longer short of points, he still often watered Ms. Marlene's little garden and took care of her flowers and plants. However, Ms. Marlene did not want Levi to waste his time on this, so she found a successor for Levi so that he could do his own business. Levi only needed to help Ms. Marlene to refine her medicine and do the duties of a pharmaceutical apprentice. This allowed Levi's pharmacy skills to steadily charge toward level 6. Life in the Grey Tower was like this. It was dull, fulfilling, and slightly boring. There were elders with different personalities here. Some were strict, some were kind, and some were strange. However, these elders were not as evil as the elders of sects or organizations in online novels. They did not bully the weak or exploit the apprentices for small profits. Such an organization would not last long. It was friendly here, and there was warmth between masters and disciples. As long as one was willing to contribute to the tower, one would be rewarded with an equivalent exchange. Levi liked this atmosphere. This was his ideal cultivation place. Year 1019 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of beginning. The human world welcomed the new year again. Under the leadership of the legendary female knight, Snow Queen, the Evernight Kingdom and the Church of Snow managed to contain the terrifying snow demon calamity. Although it was only temporary, it was still a huge victory. People called this rare female legendary knight, the goddess Knight Elsa. This was her legendary name, which implied the Snow Queen's identity as the daughter of God. Believing in the goddess Knight was believing in the Snow Queen. They were the same. This legendary name would be passed down from generation to generation with the passage of time and would be revered by future generations. Chapter 280, Red Lotus Flame Body, Black Snake Limit Breaking. 5. Perhaps one day, it would also appear on the wine barrels of the Shining Tavern in the future, becoming a new admission ticket. In the Emerald Kingdom, the southern nobles celebrated the new year. They were lucky that the Blue Frost did not invade the south. However, this was only temporary. With the recovery of the Dark Wave, there might be an existence as terrifying as the Blue Frost invading this world, such as the Blood River will. During this period of time, rumors about vampires began to spread in some areas of the south. Only those who truly understood the inside story knew that this was the awakening of some sleeping Blood Clan members. They had not drunk fresh blood for too long. They thirsted for fresh blood and killing. There were very few true knights like Anderson. Most of the secondary Blood Clan members gradually abandoned human morality and laws and did whatever they wanted after becoming vampires due to their bloodthirsty instincts. This was the reason why Anderson wanted to be reborn. He wanted to stop this kind of behavior, although this idea was completely unrealistic. In Flower City, Andrew quietly packed the things that he had prepared for his master. The breathing technique inheritance diagrams, secret medicine materials, gold, and the core of the undead. Before Levi left, he had instructed Andrew to collect all these from the human world. Andrew carried out Levi's mission conscientiously without any complaints, and he didn't need to be paid a single gold coin. This was the advantage of a blood servant. Absolute loyalty, never betraying. The reason why he had to pack these things was that Knight Anderson had finally found out where Levi was through various means. He was at the realm of Azure Cloud, Grey Tower. With the help of his wizard friends, Anderson contacted the messenger of the express delivery company, Olori, which was a part of the Pan Plane Wizard Council. Now, Olori's messenger had arrived in Flower City. "I spent a lot of effort to send something to your master," Anderson said with a pained expression. "With my master's personality, he definitely won't let you suffer. Don't worry." Andrew smiled. In the end, the messenger of Olori, a witch wearing a black robe with an owl print on it, put the things that Anderson had packed into a special storage bag. "Please pay the shipping fee," the messenger said calmly. Anderson took out a small bag with heartache. It contained a portion of the ether stones he had accumulated over the years. Although he was not a wizard, he had some ether stones on him so that he could trade with wizards. Now, he used it to pay for Levi's delivery. He had put in a lot of effort for Levi. He knew that Levi was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He was optimistic about Levi's path as a knight and felt that he might be able to help him break through the shackles of the legendary realm in the future. After she finished collecting the goods, the witch transformed into an ordinary black owl and left Flower City in a hurry under the cover of night. "Come on, Elder, let's continue playing chess. I can't continue anymore. A good friend of mine has woken up. I have to look for him and discuss something. Recently, some Blood Clan juniors have been too restless. Sooner or later, they will bring disaster to our entire race." Year 1019 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Germinal. In the realm of Azure Cloud, the edge of the Endless Sea, the Grey Tower. On the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, the black snake seed in Levi's heart was more solid and powerful than last year. Its eyes were more lifelike, and its black scales were glowing. Today, Levi's black snake breathing technique finally broke through its limits. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 10, 5/200000. Special Effect, Black Scale, Liquid. The special effect of the Old Mountain Snake Breathing Technique was Rock Armor. Like elephant armor, it overlapped with the special effect of the Black Snake Breathing Technique. Hence, Levi incorporated the Black Snake Breathing Technique into it to break the limit. Most importantly, there were too few defensive breathing techniques. Levi had no other choice but to fuse with this one if he wanted to break the Black Snake's limit. This was different from the strength breathing techniques of Ostrich, Mountain, the Giant, and the Red Lotus. Frost Arm strengthened the arms, Flame Body strengthened the body, and Ostrich Feet strengthened the legs. In short, each had its own focus and could be used at the same time. As for defensive breathing techniques, Levi only planned to cultivate his own Black Snake breathing technique for the time being. This was enough since he still has wizard spells to use for defense. With the high-grade Black Snake secret medicine I've concocted, the black snake breathing technique should reach the peak of level 11 by the beginning of next year. I can also hit the legendary realm after my 30th birthday. Levi was also slightly excited. As an ancestral breathing technique, the black snake had been cultivated by Levi to a level that no one had ever achieved before or since. Reaching the legendary level at the age of 30 was an amazing thing. In the human world, it would definitely be a big event in the Knight's Circle. Unfortunately, this was the wizards' world. Wizards were busy with their own matters, and powerful wizards had even gone on expeditions to other planes, leaving behind countless legends. No one cared about a small legendary knight. As soon as Levi broke out of seclusion, he was called to the Grey Tower's reception room by an apprentice. Levi was puzzled. In this world, the shipping fees were very expensive, and even Levi was reluctant to use them. It was not that he could not afford it, but he felt that it was not worth it. Instead of spending precious ether stones to send breathing techniques from the human world, he might as well spend more time in the world of wizards and find them slowly. Inside the hut, Levi saw the messenger lady from the Olari. She was a beautiful witch. She took out the cheapest storage bag and handed it to Levi. The price of the storage bag was included in the shipping fee. In the storage bag, there were a few breathing technique inheritance diagrams, a core of the undead, and a letter addressed to Levi. Chapter 281, Sacred Dragon Emissary, Favored by the Night, 1. The 9th floor of the Grey Tower. Levi quietly read the letter. The letter was written by Andrew, and it described the current situation of the territory. Now, everything was fine in the territory, and nothing had happened. Occasionally, there would be some minor conflicts with the neighbors around the territory, but in the end, they would be resolved in secret peacefully. In any case, the debts were all recorded on the head of the Bird of Death's voice. Then, the letter also told Levi about some major events in the human world. The great voyage to find the treasure of Golden Knight Gregor had ended. So far, no one has found anything. It was rumored that the treasure had been obtained by the fist of the Empire, Emperor Mu. At the same time, with the help of the Church, the Saintess, the Snow Queen Elsa, became a legendary knight. Excluding Knight Anderson, who had changed his appearance, she was the only living legendary knight in the world. Far away from the Emerald Kingdom was the East Pole Empire, which spanned across the entire continent. The Church of the Dragon God claimed that the world was filthy, full of sins, and a catastrophe was coming. However, the Pope had received instructions from the Supreme King of 10,000 Dragons. The sacred dragon emissary had been born in the mortal world. He would spread the glory of the King of 10,000 Dragons to every dark land and protect the billions of people of the 10,000 Dragons God. Since then, many churches have also expressed that their saints were about to descend, telling the residents of their countries not to panic. In Levi's opinion, whether it was true or not, the gods of the astral world seemed to be starting to get restless. The moment of the plane convergence was approaching, and the forerunner of the dark wave had already touched the interests of the 7 gods. And before the arrival of the waves that would get increasingly turbulent, each stronger than the last, the gods had to do something. However, all of this had nothing to do with Levi, who was in the Grey Tower. The wizard world was as peaceful as ever. Since the gods did not welcome the appearance of wizards in the human world, the wizards would pursue their own truth and path in their own small plots of land. Not only that, those powerful wizards had already taken the initiative to travel to other planes. Some of the more skilled and daring wizards even conquered and colonized some of the weaker planes in the multidimensional plane. They killed the natives masters of the multidimensional plane and made themselves the new plane lords, transforming the plane into their own wizard demi-plane. They continued to carry forward the tradition of humans who liked to farm. From there, the entire plane would become their backyard or training area. Of course, generally speaking, there were only a few high-level wizards, 9th Circle Grand Wizards, and Legendary Wizards. After all, under normal circumstances, the plane lords were all at the level of the demigods. If other wizards went to the other plane, they would be nothing more than food. Expedition wizards would learn more about the local customs and experience more extraordinary systems. From there, they would use them to study spells, learn from others, and even learn from others to control them. It was because of this spirit that the theoretical knowledge of the wizard world could be continuously changed and iterated, and the upper limit of wizardry was also slowly increasing. At the end of the letter, Andrew expressed how much Knight Anderson missed Levi. Knight Anderson had been constantly thinking about Levi's advancement to the legendary level and had been talking about it in Andrew's ears all day long. Andrew suggested that if Levi had time in the future, he should write a letter to Knight Anderson. Levi smiled. This old fellow, when I advance to the legendary level, I'll reply to him. I really don't know what to do with him. Levi was helpless. He kept the gold coins that Anderson had sent to him. With his territory providing strong logistical support, Levi was not worried about the lack of money at all. His identity as a pharmacist was very costly. Without the support of his territory, it would be difficult to carry on. Of course, after he became a first circle pharmacist, he would not be able to buy many first circle potion materials with gold coins. At that time, the use of gold coins might be reduced. In addition to the gold coins, Levi also collected the core of the undead. These were the high-quality core of the undead that Andrew had purchased in the Northern Territory. The Necromancer world also had cores of the undead, and Levi obtained quite a few during the battle with the undead ship. However, its quality was much worse than the core of the undead created by the Blue Frost disaster. Although Levi could not use the Seal of Hell for the time being, it did not mean that he could not use it in the future. In theory, as long as Levi's spiritual force was high enough and his strength was strong enough, he could even turn an official wizard into a living dead. Since the Grand Knight could use the black gas while they were in the living dead state, then the wizards in the living dead state might also be able to use spells. If that was the case, Levi felt that he could create a wizard version of the 7 generals of the living dead family. With Levi's current level, even the 7 living dead top-tier Grand Knights that were painstakingly gathered were nothing in front of a spell from an official wizard. Therefore, if he wanted the Seal of Hell to help him, he had to change the source of the living dead. Wizards, transcendent creatures. They could all become his experimental subjects in the future. As for the remaining inheritance diagram, there were a total of 6. Levi automatically filtered out the 3 strength-type breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Compared to the other types, the power was simply too much. In the future, whether it was Red Lotus, Giants, or Tuo Shan breaking the limits, he would not have to worry about not having enough breathing techniques. Chapter 282, Sacred Dragon Emissary, Favored by the Night, 2. Levi felt that the reason for this phenomenon might be because the attribute of strength was the greatest boost to combat power. As the saying goes, strength could break all techniques. This caused the mainstream breathing technique to become a strength. As for the other 3 breathing techniques, one of them was a shallow quality breathing technique that Levi was not too interested in at the moment. There were only 2 breathing techniques that interested him. One of them was called the Undying Bird breathing technique. It was actually an extremely rare perfect grade breathing technique, and it was even a relatively rare type of physique. The other book was the Night Owl breathing technique. Although it was only of a shallow quality, it was a very rare perception technique. This Andrew is really good at doing things. In the future, I should give him the title of an excellent employee. He was in a very happy mood. Levi was very satisfied with Andrew's delivery this time. He was especially satisfied with the Undying Bird breathing technique. This perfect physique breathing technique should be able to allow Levi to directly cultivate it to the legendary realm. Undying Bird. It was a powerful existence in myths and legends. This divine bird was said to be immortal. Every time its lifespan was exhausted, this bird would build a nest with the branches of the holy tree and then turn into a ball of flames. The undying bird would be reborn in the ashes of the holy tree in the form of a young bird. In this way, it could continuously reincarnate and achieve another form of eternal life. It was a little similar to the lighthouse jellyfish in his previous life. Levi could not help but place high hopes on this breathing technique. He felt that if he could continuously deduce and cultivate this breathing technique to a level that no one had ever achieved before, would he have the ability to be reborn like the undying bird? Of course, he was just guessing. This ability was too heaven-defying. Perhaps, only when he reached the realm of the real undying bird could he have this ability. As for a mythical creature like the undying bird, it should be on the same level as the Red Lotus. At the very least, it should be at the level of the ruler of the multidimensional plane. Levi did not have any delusions now. As long as he could obtain a transcendent physique, he would be satisfied. Among the secret medicines required for the undying bird breathing technique, there was a main ingredient called the 7-colored rainbow pheasant's blood. When Levi was in the human world, he had never heard of such birds. It should be the same as the Turbularian eggs, which didn't exist in the Emerald Kingdom at all, or perhaps in other kingdoms. In Andrew's letter, it was written that the undying bird breathing technique was bought by a traveling merchant from an antique shop in the faraway East Pole Empire. Therefore, the source of this breathing technique might be the East Pole Empire. Andrew had already sent people to the East Pole Empire to look for the secret medicine materials, but there had been no news so far. If it really can't be found, then I'll just slowly cultivate. This breathing technique is very important and can't be put aside. I want to see if I can find it in the wizard world. Levi made a decision. His current physique breathing technique was the Vortex Beast. The Vortex Beasts were only third-grade excellent quality, and level 7 was the highest it could get to. To Levi, the so-called top-tier physique was no longer enough. As for the other technique, the Night Owl breathing technique. The Night Owl was a legendary creature, a strange bird that appeared in the night. The Night Owl's hearing was extremely sharp, and it was said that it could hear movements from thousands of miles away. It was indeed a 1,000-mile ear. This point was similar to the man-faced spider. From the Night Owl breathing technique's tiny figure pattern, this breathing technique's quality was about the same as the man-faced spider breathing technique. The ingredients needed for the Night Owl breathing technique were easy to find, and Levi planned to train it to its maximum level during this period. With his current realm, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the limit of this level of breathing technique. In the next half a day, Levi had mastered the Night Owl breathing technique. 3 days later, the undying bird breathing technique was also quickly mastered. Levi. Night Owl breathing technique, level 1, 1/1000. Undying bird breathing technique, level 1, 1/1000. After learning the basics of the breathing technique, Levi asked Manla to inquire about the whereabouts of the rainbow pheasant required for the undying bird breathing technique. There was no need to waste his precious cultivation time on such trivial matters that could be solved with money. During the month of flowers, Levi also helped Ms. Marlene complete the refinement of a second circle potion. After this refinement, Levi's pharmaceutical skills had also reached level 6. This was the limit of a high-level pharmacy apprentice. Any higher and one would be an official pharmacist. Levi. Pharmacy, level 6, 1/40,000. Levi's current pharmaceutical skills were second only to Ms. Marlene in the entire Grey Tower, which made Levi's status even higher. Even the unsmiling Mr. Marco, or Mr. Tim, the meditation teacher whom they rarely met, would occasionally ask Levi to help them refine some potions, and the reward was points. No matter how busy Levi was, he would always find time to help these teachers refine. After all, no matter what, it was definitely not wrong to have a good relationship with his seniors. Moreover, the teachers of the Grey Tower were so good. Even if it was not for the sake of connections and points, Levi was willing to refine for these teachers. Year 1019 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of flowing fire. Levi cultivated the Night Owl breathing technique to its maximum level. Levi. Night Owl breathing technique, level 6, maximum. Special effect, advanced hearing, favored by the night. After Levi practiced the Night Owl breathing technique to the maximum level, other than the expected high-level hearing, there was another special effect. Chapter 283, Sacred Dragon Emissary, favored by the night, 3. The Night Owl breathing technique had a double special effect for the breathing technique. Sound was produced by the vibrations of objects. The advanced hearing ability was similar to Levi's advanced vibrosensing, but it was slightly different. Advanced hearing, your hearing is different from ordinary people. You can hear the wind blowing, grass moving, leaves falling, and insects chirping within a kilometer. Advanced hearing had a wider range of perception, but it was limited to the perception of the ear. Although the range of the man-faced spider's advanced vibrosensing was very small, Levi could use his skin, hair, and any other part of his body to sense it, and the depth of his perception was even deeper. All in all, each had its advantages and disadvantages. Other than advanced hearing, there was another special effect that was very interesting. Favored by the night, starting from dusk, your physical and mental state will gradually rise from the original foundation. When it reaches its peak at midnight, your state will be 10% higher than during the day. Then, this state will begin to decline until dawn. Your state will return to normal. This special effect cannot be upgraded, but the effect will be slightly improved as your realm increases. This special effect was similar to the Blood Clan's ability to increase their strength on a full moon night. The night owl itself was a legendary strange bird that appeared at night. In a normal area where night and day were distinct. At night, Levi's overall condition would be significantly improved. In terms of improvement, it was equivalent to the low-level red lotus blood. However, this special effect was passive, long-lasting, and long-term. Red lotus blood was active and short-lived, and there was a period of weakness. Levi muttered to himself, in the dark of the night when killing and setting fire, this special effect is the strongest special effect for assassination. Perception type of breathing technique seemed to have two initial special effects. Moreover, the special effects were extremely practical and powerful. The man-faced spider breathing technique had spider sensing while the night owl breathing technique had favored by the night. However, I'm currently living a good life in the Grey Tower. I don't need to assassinate anyone, so this special effect doesn't seem to be useful for the time being. Levi was holding on to his vow not to leave until he became an official wizard, so he stayed in the Grey Tower to train. During the month of Wheatfield, the Tower Master also came out of seclusion. He had been repairing his body during this period. According to Ms. Marlene, the Tower Master was researching a new alchemical body for him. If this alchemical body could be successfully refined, then the Tower Master's strength would rise to a higher level and truly reach the level of a third circle wizard. And the part of this alchemical body was, the heart. The heart? Doesn't he want the human heart anymore? Although theoretically, as long as the brain is human, there would be no problem. However, this is too extreme. Levi was puzzled. Ever since he joined the School of Alchemy, the Tower Master had abandoned his flesh and blood body bit by bit and replaced it with an alchemy body. His strength improved faster and faster, but the price he paid was becoming more and more unworthy of being called a human. In this matter, Ms. Marlene had advised the Tower Master many times, but the Tower Master still did as he pleased. He seemed to be under a lot of pressure, forcing himself to constantly use this extreme method to transform his body and quickly increase his strength. No one knew what the reason was, but Ms. Marlene guessed that it might be related to the Tower Master's deceased lover. According to her, when she went to look for the Tower Master once, she accidentally saw the Tower Master hugging the head of his dead lover and talking to it. The head was soaked in a special antiseptic solution by the Tower Master. Therefore, she felt that the Tower Master might want to use alchemy to resurrect his lover. But so far, the School of Alchemy does not have such technology. In fact, there were very few School of Alchemy wizards who would modify their own bodies. That way, his strength might increase very quickly in the early stages, but he would basically give up the possibility of further growth in the future. Moreover, this kind of alchemy transformation seemed to continuously strip people of their emotions and desires, eventually turning them into emotionless alchemy puppets. Alchemy puppets were still good enough. Some alchemists, in the process of constantly transforming themselves, were contaminated by the alchemy prosthetics because their spiritual force and willpower weren't strong enough. They became the so-called metal lunatics, something similar to the lunatic knights. Ms. Marlene had been worried about this. However, no one could change the Tower Master's decision. I didn't expect the Tower Master to be an idealist who believes in love. After Levi found out, he could not help but sigh. This reminded him of Nas, whom he had killed. Although the other party was a damn traitor, judging from his behavior before he died, he really liked Winnie. Of course, the final outcome was that he died a horrible death. As expected, love is a weakness. The forever single Levi found another reason to be single. However, the Tower Master's condition also made him somewhat worried. I hope Tower Master succeeds. It's not easy to meet such a good leader. He sighed. After Tower Master taught the undead ship a heavy lesson last year, the undead ship was very peaceful during this period. Recently, there was very little news about the undead ship committing evil deeds in this sea region. Regardless of whether there was a surging tide in the dark, at least on the surface, this sea region was calm. This year's combat assessment was held at Silent Bay again, and it was still led by Mr. Marco. Levi finished in first place once again. Chapter 284, Sacred Dragon Emissary, Favored by the Night, 4. Ever since that battle, all the apprentices in the Grey Tower had been suppressed by Levi. No matter what assessment he took, Levi always had excellent results. In the end, as a mid-level wizard, Levi obtained the right to live on the 20th floor of the Grey Tower. He could live in Naz's house. However, Levi did not move. He still preferred the 9th floor. Now, because of his strength and his identity as a high-level pharmacy apprentice, Levi had become the 5th well-known person in the Grey Tower other than the Tower Master and the 3 official wizards. The legendary knight Levi had gradually become famous among the younger generation of the wizard organizations in this area. Over a long period of time, there were still many knights who entered the wizard world, and there were also many grand knights. However, there were very few legendary knights. Levi was helpless. He was not a legendary knight yet. Please stop talking nonsense. It was fine if they spouted nonsense about Levi being a legendary knight in the tower, but they even went outside and made everyone in the sea know that a legendary knight had appeared in the Grey Tower. If a real legendary knight heard it and came to find out that Levi was just a fake legendary knight, wouldn't that be awkward? This feeling was just like when he was young, his parents wanted to let the neighbors know that he had done well in the exams. Levi was so embarrassed that he could dig a hole big enough to fit 3 rooms and a living room. Therefore, in order to avoid being recognized as a fake legendary knight, Levi's goal was very clear. That was to quickly cultivate the Black Snake to level 11 and become a true legendary knight. However, in general, Levi could only be said to be a little famous among some small groups. He was far from being a person who could stir up a storm in this sea area. On the contrary, Jaggery, the dual-element genius, had created the fastest record for an ordinary person to become a mid-level wizard apprentice in the past 100 years on Whale Song Island. In this sea area, dual-element geniuses were already at the top. It had been a long time since a child of the elements had appeared. Therefore, Jaggery was even more famous among the younger generation than Levi, a legendary knight. After all, this was the wizard world. Everyone recognized the talent of wizards more than the talent of knights. Wizards believed that legendary knights were already the limit of the knights, and there was no other potential to be discovered. However, a genius like Jaggery could still become an intermediate wizard in the future. At that time, Whale Song Island's dominance would be even more unshakable. Naturally, Levi did not care about the comments of the outside world. He only needed to quietly do his own thing. At the end of the year 1019 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi's undying bird-breathing technique had already been forcefully cultivated to level 5 by him without using any secret medicine. If he had the secret medicine, he felt that he could at least reach level 7. This was the difference between having the secret medicine and not. After reaching level 5, without the use of any secret medicine, even with Levi's proficiency panel, the speed at which the undying bird-breathing technique could be used was much slower. Levi was not in a hurry and continued to work on his plan. At the same time, he kept looking up information and monster guides, wanting to see which transcendent creatures had the legendary undying bird bloodline. Other than the breathing technique, he had also made rapid progress in all the cantrips he had learned. During the month of Northern Wind, his water arrow technique was cultivated to the maximum level, level 3. Level 3 water arrow was quite powerful. It could pierce through thick slates. Even if the Dragon King whale Leviathan was hit by this arrow, it would not feel good. Even the simplest water arrow technique could not be underestimated after reaching its maximum level. In fact, many of the high-level apprentice wizards of the Grey Tower did not even reach level 3 of the water arrow cantrip. Withering Ray and Tidal Grasp were also at level 3, but these two cantrips were more complicated. Level 3 was not the limit, so Levi could continue cultivating and working on them. That was especially the case for the Withering Ray. After level 3, its power would increase greatly. Levi had once tried it out with a sea beast, and the power of one attack had severely injured the sea beast known for its strong physique and defense, the scorpion-tailed turtle. It should be known that it was not so easy for ordinary high-level apprentice wizards of the Ocean School of Thought to break the shell of the scorpion-tailed turtle. Level 3 of the Withering Ray had already become Levi's most powerful spell attack. This situation only changed after the month of winter, when the Seal of Flame reached the maximum level, level 5. Chapter 285, 11th level. 1. Levi. Seal of Flame, level 5, maximum, special effect, Dance of the Fire God. Dance of the Fire God, your cultivation speed of fire element-related meditation art and spell has increased significantly. Levi looked at the new special effect. It was exactly as he had expected. After the Seal of Flame reached the maximum at level 5, the special effect it gave was related to fire element affinity. This meant that his cultivation speed in the meditation art and spell of the Burning faction far surpassed that of Children of Chaos. If he were to refer to the effect of the earth pulse and add on his own proficiency panel, his current fire talent should not be inferior to those who had double affinity. However, Levi did not have any meditation art related to the burning faction at the moment. This thing was not available in the Grey Tower either. He could only ask Manla to go to the Black Sail Wizard Market to help him take a look. There were all sorts of people there, and all kinds of rogue wizards from all sorts of factions gathered there. Now, let's try out the might of the level 5 flame flow. Levi left the 9th floor of the Grey Tower and came to a remote shore on the island alone. This coast was a restricted area of the Grey Tower. This was because there lived a supernatural creature that was comparable to a first circle wizard, the Dragon King Whale. With this huge creature here, the apprentices did not dare to come over. The official wizards also knew that it was Levi's pet, so they did not disturb him. Marco had previously asserted that Levi could not tame the Dragon King Whale, but he had never expected to be slapped in the face by Levi. In the end, he still could not figure out how Levi had managed to use such an ordinary beast taming technique to make the irascible Dragon King Whale, which even official wizards had a headache over, submit. Currently, Leviathan was leisurely wandering on the surface of the sea. Levi had specially customized some armor pieces to protect its weak spots, which made Leviathan look a little like a cyberpunk behemoth. Leviathan, let's go. Find me a scorpion-tailed turtle. I'll make you a fragrant roasted scorpion-tailed turtle. After Levi finished speaking, he sat in the middle of Leviathan's spine and held the spine with one hand. Leviathan spewed out mist, wagged its tail, and quickly left the shore. They didn't need to go far to find scorpion-tailed turtles. They could be found in the sea near the island. The size of this turtle was about the same as a private car, and its tail had a scorpion tail poison needle. This was its main attack method, and it was almost as strong as a high-level apprentice wizard. Although the scorpion-tailed turtle's attack wasn't that great, its shell was very hard and its defense was definitely top-notch. Moreover, they gathered in a small group and had a bad temper. It was quite dangerous. Therefore, most apprentice wizards would not provoke scorpion-tailed turtles for no reason. Levi was different. He would look for scorpion-tailed turtles every once in a while and use them to test the power of his breathing technique. This caused the number of scorpion-tailed turtles near the Grey Tower to dwindle. With Leviathan's help, Levi searched for half a day before finding a scorpion-tailed turtle. Levi had tested it many times before. If Levi did not use his night abilities, the only cantrip he had that could severely injure the scorpion-tailed turtle was the level 3 Withering Ray. Because the Withering Ray had a strong penetrating effect, it could ignore part of the scorpion-tailed turtle's shell defense. The water arrow technique, which was also at level 3, could only cause some cracks to appear on the scorpion-tailed turtle's shell, but it could not completely break through its defense. Now, Levi had mastered level 5 of the Seal of Flame. In theory, the power of this Seal of Flame should not be much weaker than the first ring spell, Burning Palm. He began to prepare to cast the spell about 10 meters away from the scorpion-tailed turtle. There were some small cracks on the shell of this scorpion-tailed turtle, which were caused by Levi's water arrow technique when he used it as a practice. Now that the small cracks were about to heal, Levi was here again, riding his Dragon King Whale. The scorpion-tailed turtle was speechless when it saw the man and whale duo. It swam desperately in front while Leviathan chased after it at a moderate pace. It basically maintained a distance of about 10 meters from the scorpion-tailed turtle. Levi slapped out with his palm, and a colorless flame flow scorched the path ahead. The air distorted under the high temperature, and a distorted burning tunnel crossed a distance of 10 meters and blasted onto the scorpion-tailed turtle. Boom! The scorpion-tailed turtle seemed to be burning without fire. Its hard shell began to rapidly burn black and carbonize. It shrank into its shell. After the flame flow ended, the scorpion-tailed turtle was already motionless. It was roasted at a high temperature, and the turtle shell was used as a pot, turning into a pot of turtle soup. "Go eat," said Levi. After receiving Levi's permission, Leviathan began to enjoy the feast happily. "Not bad. With the current power of flame flow, I finally have a decent trump card for my spell attacks." Levi returned to the tower with satisfaction. Now that the 4 great seals were all at their maximum levels, he did not need to waste time cultivating seals in the future. It could be considered as saving a lot of time. Now, for Levi's path of wizardry. The only meditation arts that required cultivation were Deep Sea, Night Crow, and Earth, as well as Tidal Grip and Withering Ray. As for the breathing techniques, the black snake, red lotus, and the newly obtained undying bird breathing technique still required cultivation. Other than that, there were the black devil blade and the golden cross slash. I can't waste the dance of the fire god's special effect. I'll get Manla to help me get a basic meditation art for the burning faction. In terms of attack power, the burning faction and the thunder faction are both top-notch. Chapter 286, 11th level. 2. The flame robe and the thunder spear. When Levi thought about it, he found them cool. Now, other than cultivating experience, there are two more important things to do. One is to find transcendent creatures that might contain the undying bird bloodline, and the other is to find the seal's inheritance of the Duncan family and the Van Helsing family. The undying bird breathing technique was very important. Levi had to cultivate it to the maximum level as soon as possible. This way, he would have a higher tolerance rate in battle. His powerful physique would allow him to have a low-level version of the Blood Clan's immortal body. Seals were equally important. It might be the only way to change his Children of Chaos talent and fate to become a genius of the four elements. It was not difficult to find clues about the four great families in the wizard world, because the four great families in the human world were established in the mortal world by the descendants of the four powerful grand wizards in the wizard world. These descendants were the ancestors of the four great families mentioned in the letter. These four powerful grand wizards were all wizards from ancient times. They no longer existed, and they might have fallen. After all, although wizards had a long lifespan, it was only relative to the short-lived species. Compared to the long-lived species, the lifespan of wizards was completely proportional to their strength. A third circle wizard was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, they could only live for more than 500 years. They could not even live as long as Knight Anderson, a first-generation secondary blood clan. The higher-level wizards might have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, but compared to their powerful strength, this lifespan was not very long. It was as if there was an unseen will balancing all of this. Wizards possessed great wisdom and strength, but they had never been able to completely understand the mysteries of immortality. Otherwise, with the speed of progress of the wizard, they would probably be able to take down the high and mighty gods of the astral world. During this period, Levi also found some information about the four great families through various channels. However, he realized that this information was not very complete, and there was very little useful information. Moreover, a lot of information ultimately pointed to the human world. He felt that if he wanted to obtain Seal's inheritance of the two other families, he might have to start from the human world. With Andrew acting as his agent in the human world, Levi naturally did not have to go back personally. He sealed the clues he had collected about the four great families and packed some things that he wanted to send back to the human world. He contacted the messenger from the Olari and planned to ask Andrew to increase his search according to the clues he had found. The year 1020 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning. The owl flew to the Grey Tower and transformed into Miss Messenger, whom Levi had met before. What a coincidence, beautiful lady! How should I address you? Levi smiled slightly. Miss Messenger was expressionless, and her slender legs were faintly visible under her black veil. She did not answer Levi's question, but said, "The shipping fee is 100 ether stones, please pay. Can it be cheaper?" "All right then." Levi tried to get close to them to reduce the cost of the shipping. It was obvious that his charm was not good enough and he had completely failed. Miss Messenger was like an iceberg, always with that cold and aloof expression. After receiving the letter, Miss Messenger suddenly said, "Now to answer your first question. My name is Eve, and I'm the messenger of the Olari number 1024. I'm in charge of the mail service in your area." With that, she waved her wand, transformed into an owl, and flew away. So expensive, 100 ether stones. This is daylight robbery. Levi felt a little ache in his heart. Even with his current wealth, he could not afford such a high price. If it wasn't for the fact that the matter of the seals was rather urgent, Levi definitely wouldn't have wasted his money. However, considering how troublesome it was to travel between the human world and the realm of Azure Cloud, 100 ether stones was actually not very expensive. Among the things Levi mailed this time, there were clues and information about the four great families as well as a reply to Andrew. There were also some ether stones that he returned to Anderson. After all, Levi was too embarrassed to ask the old man for so many ether stones for free. Before Levi planned to continue his closed-door cultivation, he suddenly received news that the Tower Master seemed to have something to discuss with him. Levi hurried to the White Tower. He used Horman to travel there and arrived at the 7th floor of the White Tower. In a special meeting room, the Tower Master and 3 other official wizards were waiting for Levi. "Hello Tower Master, hello teachers." Levi's heart skipped a beat. So many official wizards gathered together, it seemed like there was something going on. The current Tower Master did not seem any different from the first time Levi had seen him. However, Levi knew that these were just appearances. Under the fake flesh and blood body was the alchemy body of the Tower Master. "Have a seat, Levi," said Ms. Marlene. Levi obediently sat at the side, waiting for the official wizards to speak. After a moment of silence, the Tower Master said, "Marco, you say it." Mr. Marco nodded and said seriously, "Levi, you should have heard of the Shadow Realm." Levi nodded, "Yes, teacher. I learned a little about it in general education class, but not much." The Shadow Realm was also a type of realm of the unbelievers. It was also in the sub-dimensional portal. However, due to all sorts of strange and bizarre reasons, the Shadow Realm did not have a large number of wizards gathering like the realm of Azure Cloud, so it was also known as the uninhabited realm. If the realm of the unbelievers in the realm of Azure Cloud was a huge sub-dimensional portal bubble, then there were other bubbles of different sizes floating around the realm of Azure Cloud. Chapter 287, 11th level. 3. Some of these sub-dimensional portal bubbles were the realm of the unbelievers of other schools. The other part was the uninhabited Shadow Realm. It's like this. In a month's time, there will be an entrance to the Shadow Realm that will overlap with the realm of Azure Cloud. The coordinates will be in the open seas of RC area. According to the Shadow Realm Peaceful Development Act of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, other than the Dark Wizard organizations and Dark Wizards, all the wizard organizations and wizards in the vicinity are qualified to send people to explore this Shadow Realm. At the same time, according to the rules of the bill, in order to prevent the various forces from causing a large-scale civil war between official wizards due to the uneven distribution of resources in the Shadow Realm, the effective strength of the wizard community would be weakened. Therefore, in the exploration of the Shadow Realm, the strength of the wizards who enter would be divided according to the size and danger of the Shadow Realm. At the same time, it was advocated that wizards should carry out friendly mutual assistance and peaceful win-win exploration to avoid military conflicts. The realm that is about to appear this time was called the Black Fog Realm. According to the classification standards of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, it is a small-scale low-risk realm. The upper limit of the dangerous factors in it would not be higher than the second circle. This time, our Grey Tower also got a quota, but our tower only has 2 first circle wizards now. Mr. Tim and I will go to the Star Tower to study for a year next month. This opportunity is very precious, and Tower Master doesn't want us to give it up. We can't lead the team, and Granny Marlene and Tower Master are both in the second circle, so they don't have the qualifications to enter. Although there are certain dangers in the Shadow Realm, there are some precious resources that are not available in the realm of Azure Cloud because the Shadow Realm had not been developed. Many key resources can only be found in the Shadow Realm. For example, the alchemy material stone heart that Tower Master needs has once appeared in the Black Fog Realm. Levi, the stone heart is extremely important to our Grey Tower. If Tower Master has this material, he has a high chance of successfully advancing to the third circle. This way, our Grey Tower will become a third circle wizard force in one fell swoop, and we won't have to listen to Whale Song Island for everything. As for small characters like the undead ship, there is a chance to destroy them in one fell swoop. Therefore, I hope that you can lead the team to the Shadow Realm. You only need to find the stone heart. If you find the stone heart, you can obtain a reward of 1000 points or 500 ether stones from the tower. Other than that, we won't ask for the other resources, medicinal herbs, or the wizard tools of the dead explorers that you obtained in the Shadow Realm. You can choose 5 apprentice wizards yourself. That way, even if the 6 of the apprentice wizards go, we won't break the rules of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Mr. Marco's expression was solemn, and so were the others. When Levi heard about Stone Heart, he could roughly guess what Tower Master wanted. Alchemy Heart. In the end, he had still come to this stage. Levi was not in a hurry to refuse. He calmly asked, "Teachers, I understand what you're saying. However, although I'm a legendary knight, whether it's attack methods or knowledge, I'm definitely not as good as the first circle wizards led by other forces. I'm afraid that I won't be able to complete the mission and disappoint everyone's expectations of me. The difference between first circle wizards was not small. Mastering 1 first ring spell was considered first circle, and mastering 7 or 8 first ring spells was also considered first circle. Don't worry about that. We've already discussed this with the wizard leading Sighing Sea Breeze. After we enter the secret plane, that official wizard will help us to the best of his ability. Sighing Sea Breeze has always had a good relationship with us. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can ask those wizards for help, said Marco. How about this, teachers? Give me a month to consider it. Moreover, I still need more detailed information about the Black Fog Realm. Levi was not in a hurry to refuse. To be honest, he was indeed a little tempted by the things inside. However, he had never explored the Shadow Realm before, so he was a little uncertain. All right, we won't force you to do this. After all, the reason why the Shadow Realm is called the Shadow Realm is that there must be a certain degree of danger. After you go back, take a good look at the information about the Black Fog Realm, said Marco. Levi nodded and left the 7th floor of the White Tower after receiving permission to do so. In the conference room, Tower Master sighed, the number of official wizards in our tower is still too small. It's indeed a bit too much to trouble this kid. Humph, it's fine as long as you know. Although Levi is a legendary knight, other organizations will definitely send their most experienced first circle wizard to lead the team in order to obtain more rewards. Levi will be at a disadvantage. Ms. Marlene looked displeased. She was not satisfied with the plan proposed by these people. Tower Master, if it really doesn't work, let me go, said Marco. Tower Master shook his head and said, let's wait for Levi's reply first. I've consulted a wizard who has entered the Black Fog Realm before. He knows some more secret information about the Black Fog Realm. The place where the Stone Heart is located is close to the center of the Black Fog Realm. There seemed to be an indescribable power there that could disrupt a wizard's spiritual force and affect a wizard's spell casting. That was why I wanted Levi to make a move. In my opinion, if they really entered the center of the Black Fog Realm, those so-called experienced wizards might not be a match for Levi. Chapter 288, 11th Level 4. Moreover, my teacher spent a lot of effort to obtain these 2 spots for our Grey Tower. This is an extremely precious opportunity. Take advantage of the time when Demon Harland is severely injured and has no time to cause trouble. You should hurry up and study. When the time comes, you will bring more advanced knowledge from the Star Tower. It will benefit our Grey Tower endlessly. Right, Marlene, I have a wizard tool here, give it to Levi. The left chest of the Tower Master suddenly opened. Among all kinds of metal alchemy prosthetics, a beating heart was connected to all kinds of alchemy prosthetics. Beside the heart was a black ring. It was engraved with complex and profound spell runes. This is the ring of the wind spirit? Isn't this your lover's? Marlene's expression changed slightly, and she was a little puzzled. The Tower Master took out the ring and assembled the lid. Then, he said, yes, this is her ring. If I fail to do what I'm going to do next, the ring can't be covered in dust. Although Levi hadn't joined the Grey Tower for long, he had already helped us a lot many times. He has unanimously passed everyone's test. As a legendary Emite, he is quite strong, but he still lacks methods. I've decided to give this ring to Levi. With this ring, Levi could make up for some of his shortcomings as a knight. The Tower Master's expression was somewhat melancholic. Only he knew how difficult it would be to succeed in what he was about to do next. He had even made a series of arrangements, including letting Marlene be the Tower Master if he died. All right, I'll hold on to it. If Levi doesn't go to the Shadow Realm, I'll return it to you, sighed Marlene. It's fine. Whether he goes or not, I'll let Levi take it. It's just a first circle wizard tool, I can part with it. I have nothing else for you all to do here, so everyone can leave, said Tower Master. The wizards left, leaving the Tower Master sitting there alone with a heavy heart. After obtaining the information about the Shadow Realm's Black Fog Realm, Levi quickly finished reading it. According to the classification of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, the Shadow Realms were divided into small, medium, large, and extremely rare giant Shadow Realms. As a small-scale Shadow Realm, the highest danger level in the Black Fog Realm was only at the 2nd circle. Most of the areas were not at the first circle type of danger. From the previous cases, even if it was an apprentice wizard, as long as they were careful, the survival rate was quite high. Of course, there were also cases of first circle wizards dying inside, but the probability was not high. However, the problem was that a precious material like stone heart, even if it was not in the core danger zone, might not be too far away from it. Moreover, the stone heart was not only an alchemy material, but also a material for refining potions and wizard tool. It was a true treasure. Levi believed that other than the Tower Master, there should be other people who were also interested in this material. This meant that Levi was very likely to have conflicts with people from other organizations. If that was the case, there would be a certain degree of danger. However, according to the information, there is a transcendent creature called the Black Flame demonic bird living in the Black Fog realm. This transcendent creature is one of the few transcendent creatures with the undying bird bloodline that I found some time ago. After all, not all mythical creatures were like the dragon clan with a bunch of hybrids and sub-dragons. So far, there were very few transcendent creatures that had been confirmed to have the undying bird bloodline. The Black Flame demonic bird was one of them. This kind of bird used to be distributed in small groups in some of the realm of the unbelievers, but because of the wizards' hunting, it was almost extinct in the realm of the unbelievers. Only some of the shadow realms still had a population of the Black Flame demonic bird. The Black Fog realm was one of them. Levi's idea was that if he could capture a Black Flame demonic bird alive, he could learn the beast taming spell of the School of Spiritualism and tame the Black Flame demonic bird. Then, he could completely solve the problem of the secret medicine for the undying bird breathing technique. Other than that, the materials needed to refine the meditation arts supplementary potion could also be found in the Black Fog realm. All in all, this place had risks, but there were also many opportunities. Therefore, Levi was a little tempted. There's still a month before the entrance of the Shadow Realm is opened. As long as I become a legendary knight this month, with my combat strength at that time, it shouldn't be a problem if I'm a little careful. Moreover, they didn't force me to obtain the stone heart. If it is beyond my ability, I will just give up. With Tower Masters and Ms. Marlene's personalities, they wouldn't blame me. At most, I wouldn't get any points. Levi analyzed the pros and cons repeatedly and decided whether he should go or not. Ms. Marlene also brought over the ring that the Tower Master had given Levi. This is the Ring of the Wind Spirit. It used to be the wizard tool of the Tower Master's lover. This ring itself is a storage tool, and its space should be larger than all the storage bags you have now combined. The first ring spell of the Storm School of Thoughts, Wind Spirit Shelter. After casting this spell, the wind elements will gather around you, forming a wind mist armor that is enough to block most first circle spells. Moreover, the wind spirit will wrap you up, giving you the ability to fly for a short period of time. Your speed is about the same as when I cast a flying spell. If you use it at a critical moment, it should be enough for you to survive in the Black Fog realm. Of course, if you don't want to go in, don't force yourself. The Tower Master won't force you. Ms. Marlene looked at Levi, who had a grave expression on his face and comforted him. Teacher, I will go, but I have a request. Levi took a deep breath and said. What request? Asked Ms. Marlene. I want to go alone without apprentice wizards, replied Levi. Ah. Although you are strong, it would be better to have 5 high-level apprentice wizards to assist you than to fend for yourself alone inside, said Ms. Marlene as she smiled bitterly. Levi shook his head, his expression firm. All right then. I'll go and talk to the Tower Master. Ms. Marlene was helpless. She handed the Ring of the Wind Spirit to Levi and told him the incantation before leaving in a hurry. Levi watched as his teacher left. He fumbled around with the Ring of Wind Spirit and put it on his finger. He felt that bringing along 5 apprentice wizards was more of a burden than providing help, and he had to divert his attention to protect them. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself if all 5 apprentice wizards died inside. It was better to go in alone and have no worries. In the end, the Tower Master agreed to Levi's request. Levi would be going alone for the exploration of the Shadow Realm in a month's time. Levi, on the other hand, was completely focused on cultivating the black snake breathing technique. He wanted to cultivate the black snake breathing technique to its maximum level within a month. According to Levi's cultivation speed, the black snake breathing technique should reach its limit this month. Now, Levi had even put aside some other cultivation and focused on training the black snake breathing technique. As a result, the rate at which the black snake breathing technique was leveling up increased rapidly. At the end of the month of beginning, the week before the opening of the Shadow Realm entrance, on a calm afternoon, Levi had successfully upgraded the black snake breathing technique to level 11. Levi. Black snake breathing technique, level 11, maximum, special effect, black scale, solid state. Levi had finally become a legendary knight. He had developed his first supernatural organ. However, the position of the supernatural organ was somewhat out of Levi's expectations. Chapter 289, Advanced to Legendary, His Strength Has Soared. 1. In front of the mirror, Levi opened his mouth, and a hair-raising scene appeared. In Levi's mouth, the seemingly ordinary tongue suddenly split into two and stretched out a full foot from his mouth. It coiled in the air like a tentacle. His tongue turned into something like a snake's tongue. Then, with a thought, his tongue began to shorten and contract, turning into a tongue similar to that of a normal person and returning to Levi's mouth. That's right, this was the supernatural organ that was developed after Levi advanced to the legendary level. It was not the black scale that he had expected, but something unexpected. His tongue had actually turned into a forked structure similar to a snake's tongue. Of course, under normal circumstances, Levi's tongue looked no different from an ordinary person's. Otherwise, Levi felt that this was too strange. If he was discovered by some wizard from the School of Monsters, they would definitely treat him as a notorious lizardman and capture him for research. As the supernatural organ did not appear on the proficiency panel, Levi did not know what it should be called. He named it the Black Snake's Message. After some preliminary research, Levi roughly understood some of the functions of this supernatural organ. This supernatural organ was a large-scale, high-precision smell perception. He was currently on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower. He could clearly smell the foul breath of Leviathan, who was sleeping on the coast more than 10 kilometers away. He could perceive the different auras of every apprentice in the entire Grey Tower. These auras were something that ordinary people could not sense or distinguish. On Levi's side, however, he could clearly see the unique aura coordinates. These unique and different coordinates formed a huge circular map in Levi's mind, just like the mini-map in the upper right corner of some games. Within the map, Levi could perceive prey and targets through the smell dimension. These auras were stored in Levi's tongue, forming a huge aura vault. As long as something that was stored in the aura vault appeared within Levi's perception range, he could immediately sense it. This black snake's message, coupled with the man-faced spider's high-level vibration perception and the night owl's high-level hearing. This caused Levi's perception to reach an extremely exaggerated level. Extremely fine vibration perception, large-scale hearing perception, and large-scale smell perception. Levi's ability to detect information about his surroundings was something that even a second circle wizard could not compare to. At least, as far as Levi knew, whether it was the detection spells in the cantrip or the detection spells in the first and second circles, were there any that could sense and detect in so many dimensions, levels, and large areas? None. I didn't expect that the supernatural organ that was developed after reaching the black snake breathing technique legendary level would actually be of the auxiliary type. Although it wasn't a combat type supernatural organ that Levi had expected, he wasn't disappointed at all. After all, it could be seen from the rarity of breathing techniques like the man-faced spider and the night owl. The perception attribute was the rarest. Furthermore, after reaching the 11th level of the black snake breathing technique, he already possessed the solid-state black scale. Its defensive power was not inferior to a first-ring defensive spell, and was even stronger than golden protection. With such a defense, Levi was invincible against a normal first-circle wizard. It should be known that the solid black scale did not have any casting speed or spell power restrictions, just like Levi's innate ability. As long as Levi's black gas continued, it could be produced continuously. This was the strength of the breathing technique. The disadvantage was that it took too long to cultivate it. With the help of the proficiency panel and the secret medicine, Levi had taken 17 years to get to where he is today. If it was anyone else, it would basically be impossible. Levi willed it, and the black gas wrapped around his body, eventually condensing into a solid black scale. These black scales were layered, and as Levi willed them to open and close, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. This was the solid black scale. From the outside, it looked no different from a real snake scale. Levi's body was covered in snake scales, and the snake tongue that stretched out of his mouth was twisting. Coupled with his tall and burly body, he was filled with a barbaric and unruly aura. I feel so safe and secure. Levi looked at this and stuck out his tongue. Then, he retracted his tongue and removed the black scale. Now that he had advanced to a legendary knight, there were still 7 days before the opening of the Shadow Realm. During this period, he needed to do some preparation work. Poison, sacred medicines, mana potion, health potion, sleeping potion, the 4 great seals, some cantrip casting materials, Lion King's pride, Frostmourne, and so on. There were a lot of things that needed to be prepared. Because Levi had obtained the Ring of Wind Spirit, the bag of gluttony that had accompanied him for a long time was left at home to eat dust. However, Levi still prepared a large amount of blood food for this guy. After using it for so long, he had developed feelings for it. Although the version of the bag of gluttony was ancient and there was a risk of losing items inside it, Levi was reluctant to throw it away. It had to be said that the Ring of the Wind Spirit was really a good item, not to mention the large storage space inside. That first ring spell could not only fly but also protect. Levi had experimented with it before and found that its defense was very strong, enough to block 2 of Leviathan's Dragon King's breath. In terms of flying speed, it was twice as fast as the explosive Blood Wings. Chapter 290, Advanced to Legendary, his strength has soared. 2. Overall, it was very practical. This should be the best wizard tool Levi had at the moment. In terms of value, even the pot of equal value could not compare to this ring. After all, the good things in that pot had almost been taken away by Levi, an old antique Tutton slept in it every day. Amongst all the first circle wizard tools, the Ring of the Wind Spirit was definitely the best of the best. Levi estimated that it was worth more than 1,000 ether stones. In any case, he would have been reluctant to buy it. Of course, with Levi's current level of spiritual force as a mid-level apprentice wizard, activating the Wind Spirit's blessing in the Ring of the Wind Spirit was still a little difficult. Levi currently had 8 points of spiritual force and 80 points of spell power. This Wind Spirit blessing would consume 60 points of spell power at once, which was 20 times more than casting Water Arrow. If it was a wizard tool with a second ring spell, it would consume a few hundred points of spell power at a time. Only an official wizard could barely activate it. With the Ring of the Wind Spirit, Levi had greater confidence in this trip to the Shadow Realm. It could be seen that the Tower Master had invested a lot in order for Levi to obtain the Stone Heart. Or rather, the Tower Master was also fighting with his back against the wall. Therefore, he had given Levi his lover's wizard tools. Naturally, Levi did not want to betray the Tower Master's trust. If it was within his ability, he would try his best to help the Tower Master obtain the Stone Heart. The stronger the Tower Master was, the safer Levi would be in the Grey Tower. Just as Levi was preparing to enter the Shadow Realm, the other wizard organizations that were qualified to enter the Shadow Realm were also making preparations. On Whale Song Island, a black-robed wizard with a head full of white hair, his sunken old eyes revealed an extremely wise gaze. This was the island master of the Whale Song Island, the Whale Sage, and the Third Circle wizard Morpheus. He was without a doubt the most powerful wizard in this sea area. As an intermediate wizard of the Ocean School of Thought, Morpheus was naturally very confident in this trip to the Shadow Realm. The current Whale Song Island was filled with talents. For this trip, Whale Song Island had sent a veteran First Circle wizard, Wizard Shark Tiger Witch Bane. Bane was Morpheus' disciple, and he had mastered a total of 7 first ring spells. One had to know that mastering 5 first ring spells was enough to be called an experienced First Circle wizard. Bane had mastered a total of 7 spells, which showed his strength. The 5 apprentices that he led this time were all outstanding apprentice wizards on Whale Song Island. 4 of them were high-level apprentice wizards, and each of them had mastered at least 8 cantrips. The only mid-level apprentice wizard was the dual-element genius, Jagri, who had joined Whale Song Island a few years ago. Jagri was a mid-level apprentice wizard and had mastered 5 cantrips. He was definitely not as strong as his 4 seniors. However, Morpheus wanted to train Jagri, so he wanted Jagri to take this opportunity to learn. After all, with the luxurious lineup for Whale Song Island, the probability of danger outside of the controllable range was low. "Let's set off when you're ready." "We'll set off early just in case," said Morpheus indifferently. "All right, Lord Morpheus, we will definitely return with a full load." Beside Morpheus stood a second circle wizard. It was the second circle pharmacist of Whale Song Island, Angus. He was also the president of the Pharmacist Association. The two higher-ups of Whale Song Island looked at the expedition team riding on the sea beasts. Island Master, according to the information obtained from Harland, Grey Tower Herman's strength has increased greatly. If he advances to the third circle, it will be detrimental to our future plans. I know. That's why, regardless of whether we find anything in this exploration of the Shadow Realm, we can't let the people from the Grey Tower find anything. Moreover, Harland will also send people to infiltrate the Shadow Realm. When the time comes, we'll join forces with the undead ship and kill the Grey Tower's wizard and apprentice wizards that enter the realm. Then, we'll search for the resources inside, said Morpheus calmly. Aren't there law enforcement officers from the Star Tower supervising them? Can we sneak in the undead ship? Asked Angus. I've already made arrangements, so there's naturally no problem, said Morpheus confidently. Whale Song Island's foundation was too strong. It was completely beyond the imagination of other forces. If it wasn't for the fact that the price of becoming a dark wizard organization was relatively high for the current Morpheus, he would have long since destroyed all the other organizations and unified this sea region. Seeing how confident the island master was, Angus was no longer worried. However, he felt a little uneasy and worried. He had a feeling that this operation would not go so smoothly. On Sighing Sea Island, the second circle wizard, Sage Mason, was wearing a green robe. The members of Sighing Sea Breeze who were exploring the Shadow Realm were all ready. Sighing Sea Breeze's lineup was also quite luxurious. A veteran first circle wizard Docket led the team. Among the 5 apprentice wizards, there were also 4 high-level apprentice wizards. The only one who wasn't a high-level wizard was that 3-meter-tall big guy. He was the Fist of the Empire, Emperor Mew. After so many years, the Fist of the Empire was still a low-level apprentice wizard and had not even advanced to the intermediate level. This was the true situation of the Children of Chaos without the proficiency panel. It was extremely miserable. However, due to the powerful knight strength of the Fist of the Empire, Sage Mason still allowed the Fist of the Empire to participate in this operation. In fact, Fist of the Empire was the real trump card that Sighing Sea Breeze had hidden in this operation. Chapter 291, Advanced to Legendary, His Strength Has Soared. 3. Not long after joining Sighing Sea Breeze, Fist of the Empire had successfully stepped into the legendary Night Realm. His strength was no weaker than an ordinary first circle wizard. Sighing Sea Breeze had not announced it so that they could use the hidden trump card, the Fist of the Empire, to surprise some important events in the future. Docket, I owe Herman a favor. For this operation, help the people of the Grey Tower to the best of your ability. They do not seem to be led by an official wizard, so it would be difficult for them to gain anything in the Shadow Realm. Your first task is to obtain more resources. It's only necessary to attack once when the apprentice wizards of the Grey Tower are in a life or death crisis. As for Emperor Mew, you should try your best to avoid fighting in the early stages. I will let Docket and the others protect you. I hope that you will return from this operation with plenty of rewards, said Sage Mason. All right, Mr. Mason. After saying goodbye to Sage Mason, Docket and Fist of the Empire also left Sighing Sea Island. During the past few days, the Dark Sea Cave, the Lost Ancient City, and other Second Circle wizards, even some First Circle wizard organizations, or those who lived alone on the island with only a few apprentice wizards under their command, all went to the entrance of the Shadow Realm. Every exploration of the Shadow Realm was a feast where all the forces gathered. The strange and colorful Shadow Realm seemed to have endless temptation, attracting the wizards. After Levi made his preparations, he set off on his own. He rode the Dragon King whale and rushed towards the entrance. The Dragon King whale was much faster than the Azure ship. Therefore, when Levi arrived at the entrance of the sea, he realized that he was actually the first few to arrive. In the center of the sea ahead, a thick black mist was swirling and twisting. Is this the intersection of the Black Fog Realm and the realm of Azure Cloud? Levi stood on the back of the Dragon King whale with a calm expression. This scene made Levi think of the place where the Blue Frost Plane and the human world met in the multidimensional plane. It was also filled with strange blue light. Levi was resting on Leviathan. He represented the Grey Tower and came here alone, which surprised the other organizations. While Levi was waiting, the people of Whale Song Island arrived. They rode on a high-level apprentice wizard sea beast, Blue Patterned Whale, and arrived at this place. However, the blue-patterned whale felt uneasy. This was a sea beast tamed by a wizard from the School of Spiritualism on Whale Song Island. Bane's expression turned cold. Such a situation meant that there was a high-level transcendent creature nearby that the blue-patterned whale feared. As expected, he quickly noticed that it was in an inconspicuous corner. A ferocious-looking dragon king whale was leisurely floating on the surface of the sea. On its back, there was a tall and burly grey-robed wizard with 2 swords on his back. His robe was embroidered with moon patterns. Levi had followed Marlene to Whalesong Island, so Bane knew Levi. He looked around and found that other than Levi, there were no apprentice wizards from the Grey Tower. What's going on? Has the Grey Tower given up on this exploration? Throw away the pot. Bane was confused. He didn't understand why only one person from the Grey Tower had come. Although Levi was a legendary knight according to their intelligence, it was too naive for a knight to think that he could fight against an official wizard and 5 apprentice wizards from other organizations. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Bane said cautiously, after we enter, we'll find a place to deal with the legendary knight of the Grey Tower. He transmitted his voice to the 5 apprentice wizards. Levi was not a simple person. To be able to tame the Dragon King whale meant that he was quite capable. Therefore, Bane would not underestimate Levi and would have to go all out. Hearing the voice transmission, the other 4 high-level apprentice wizards nodded slightly. Jagri hesitated, but he did not say anything. As the apprentice of Whalesong Island, he was powerless to make any changes and could only obey the orders of the organization unconditionally. On the Dragon King whale, Levi's expression remained the same, but he was sneering in his heart. Fortunately, I have the spider's senses. As expected, these people from Whale Song Island actually want to harm me. From the looks of it, the news of Ms. Marlene successfully refining the second circle potion, Devil's Gaze, was definitely released by Whale Song Island. It's just that the killing intent of those people last time wasn't so obvious, so I didn't sense it. Very good. Since you want to harm me, I can't sit still and wait for death. I might as well finish you off in this shadow realm. It just so happens that my Saint Scorpions hasn't eaten humans for a long time and is already extremely thirsty. Levi's heart was filled with killing intent. He was already thinking about how to deal with this group of people in the shadow realm. Among the 6 people on Whalesong Island, only Jagri didn't have any hostility towards him. However, since both sides stood on different sides, Levi would not be merciful. A day later, the sighing sea breeze people also arrived. The 3-meter-tall fist of the Empire stood out among these people and was especially eye-catching. Levi noticed him at a glance. The fist of the Empire also saw Levi on the back of the whale. As a legendary knight, he naturally knew that Levi was the recently famous legendary knight of the Grey Tower. Now that they met again, as expected, this aura should be that of a legendary knight. His fighting spirit rose, and he really wanted to have a physical fight with Levi. Levi was the only legendary knight he had ever met. Although Emperor Mu and Levi did not have much interaction, he felt a sense of mutual appreciation in his heart. Chapter 292, Advanced to Legendary, His Strength Has Soared. 4. In this world where wizards were revered, it was not easy to meet a legendary Imite who was as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. I'm the Sighing Sea Breeze Wizard, Docket. If you encounter any danger in there, you can look for me. I'll help you settle it within my power. Docket sent a voice transmission to Levi. Levi looked at Docket and smiled, expressing his gratitude. Soon, the final step followed the intersection of the Black Fog Realm and the Azure Realm. An entrance that emitted a strange red light slowly formed in the black fog. Nothing could be seen clearly inside the entrance. At this moment, a second circle wizard wearing a starry robe suddenly appeared above everyone. Below him, the endless currents gathered into a water tornado and lifted him into the air. He looked like a sea god descending to the world, looking down at the exploration team below. According to our calculations, the intersection of the Black Fog Realm and the realm of Azure Cloud will last for 7 days. In other words, you only have 7 days to explore the Black Fog Realm. On the 7th day, everyone will have to gather at the coordinates of the entrance to the Black Fog Realm and leave the Black Fog Realm. Otherwise, you will be left in the Black Fog Realm forever. You can only leave the next time the Black Fog Realm and the realm of Azure Cloud converge. I think most of you won't be able to live until then. According to the Shadow Realm Act, only members of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and legal organizations are qualified to explore the Shadow Realm. If there are some dark wizards or dark wizard organizations trying to pass off as qualified wizards and sneak in, I advise you to give up. Once I find out, I will not hesitate to kill you. Finally, in the Shadow Realm, I hope that everyone can work together to achieve a win-win situation. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council does not encourage malicious killing and competition between wizards. However, if your life is forever left in the Shadow Realm for various reasons, the Pan-Plane Wizard Council will not take any responsibility for it, nor will the Council initiate an investigation. All responsibilities and consequences will be borne by the explorers themselves. Please think carefully before entering. Next, I will announce the list of organizations or wizards who are qualified to enter. Those who are not on the list, please leave. This law enforcement officer's voice was dignified and his aura was powerful. He began to call out the names of those who were qualified to enter. The wizard organizations were called to enter the black hole that was emitting red light under the lead of their respective wizards. Levi looked at the people who had entered. The words of the law enforcement officer were very clear. After entering the Shadow Realm, life and death would be disregarded. If he died, the Pan-Plane Wizard Council would not investigate the cause of his death. Therefore, the greatest danger in this exploration of the Shadow Realm might not be the Shadow Realm itself, but the competing explorers present. To Levi, the main danger was the people on Whale Song Island. If there was a chance, he had to strike first. His Black Snake's message had already collected the aura of everyone present. Levi had stored all of their auras in his aura vault. As long as they entered his range of perception, he would immediately sense them. At that time, if the people of Whale Song Island were to scatter or encounter any danger, Levi would not hesitate to beat them up. Grey Tower, Levi. The law enforcement officer frowned slightly and called out to Levi. He then asked, "You're the only one from your Grey Tower, right?" "Yes, Lord Wizard," said Levi with a smile. "You may go in." The law enforcement officer did not say anything and let Levi in. Levi smiled at the entrance of the black hole. Under his robe, the solid black scales had already covered his entire body. He had even prepared the golden protection in his hand. Once he entered and someone ambushed him, he would activate the seal. Taking a deep breath, Levi stepped into it and disappeared. He felt the world spin. When he reappeared, he was already in a grey fog. This was the reason why this Shadow Realm was called the Black Fog Realm. In this Shadow Realm, there was fog everywhere. The edge of the area was a grey fog. The deeper they went, the darker the fog became. They could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. It was dark without any sunlight. Levi activated his advanced vibrosensing and advanced hearing. Everything around him could not escape his perception. Within his perception, those who had just entered the Black Fog Realm were quickly scattering in all directions to find their targets. Levi looked at the cave entrance behind him. After marking the coordinates of the cave entrance, he quickly left. This was obviously not a safe place. When the people from Whale Song Island entered, they might immediately join forces to kill him. The wizard leading the team on Whale Song Island was obviously a veteran First Circle wizard. It was not a wise choice to confront them head-on. In this Black Fog Realm, there was black fog everywhere. Most ordinary wizards' perceptions were limited. On the other hand, Levi was like a fish in water due to his various perception abilities. Therefore, he had to make good use of this advantage and launch a sneak attack on the other party. Not long after Levi left, Sighing Sea Breeze also came in. Fist of the Empire's expression was grave as he left the place under Docket's lead. More and more people stepped into the Shadow Realm. In the end, the people from Whale Song Island were the last to enter. Bane's expression was calm. He suddenly let out a sound wave that sounded like a whale song. The sound wave traveled through the fog, and ripples spread out. Chapter 293, Advanced to Legendary, His Strength Has Soared. 5. Damn it, Levi ran quite fast. He has already left perception of my whale song. Bane's expression changed and he couldn't help but curse. Teacher, why don't we go inside and explore? Anyway, this Shadow Realm is only so big. The really good things are all in the inner area. When the time comes, we'll definitely meet that kid again, said a high-level apprentice wizard. His name was Deli, and he had mastered a total of 8 cantrips. What you say makes sense. Then you shall lie in ambush here. I'll give you a shifting scroll. This is a precious second circle item that Lord Morpheus bestowed upon me. Once Levi returns to the exit, use this scroll and swap me with you. I will kill Levi at lightning speed, said Bane. Ah! Should I stay here? Deli obviously hadn't expected this. That's right. The border area is very safe. You don't need to worry too much. You don't need to fight with that Levi. After all, he's a legendary knight. You shouldn't be his opponent. All you need to do is to tear this scroll open when you see Levi. When the time comes, I will make a move. With your strength, you should be able to hold on for a moment against the legendary knight, said Bane. All right then. Although Deli didn't want to stay here. However, he did not dare to reject the request of an official wizard. In the end, Bane brought the other 4 apprentice wizards and left, heading straight for the inner region. There was basically nothing good in the border area. The previous explorers had taken it away, so he did not want to waste time here. Moreover, the people from the undead ship had also infiltrated this place. He had to meet up with the people from the undead ship. This time, he didn't just want to weaken the strength of the Grey Tower. If possible, factions like the Sighing Sea Breeze that could negatively affect the plan of Whale Song Island had to be weakened as much as possible in the Shadow Realm. After all, in this place, if someone killed the other party, the Pan Plane Wizard Council would not pursue the matter. In order to obtain more resources, the major wizard organizations would send their most elite First Circle wizards and apprentice wizards. If all these people were left in this Shadow Realm, that would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to these wizard organizations. Not long after Bane left, about 10 kilometers away from the entrance, Levi's figure was hidden in a tree hole in the grey fog. The range of Bane's first ring detection spell, Whale Song, was clearly far inferior to Levi's Black Snake's message. He did not sense that Levi was still near the entrance. Levi walked out of the tree hole and spat out his black snake tongue. He waited until Bane and the others were completely out of his perception range. However, there was still a high-level wizard left at the entrance of the Whale Song Island. Levi knew with his toes that Whale Song Island must have sent people to ambush him, but he did not know what kind of trump card they had up their sleeves. Levi waited for a while longer. The wizard was still at the entrance of the realm and had no intention of leaving. Hee, interesting. I am the one who is going to ambush you, right, thought Levi. Unfortunately, in front of my black snake's message, you have nowhere to hide. It was time for the roles of hunter and prey to be swapped. Levi's figure leaped and quickly disappeared. He wasn't in a hurry to head to the inner region. If he didn't take care of the hidden danger of Whale Song Island, he wouldn't dare to go inside to search for the stone heart. Therefore, in the next few days, he would play a game of cat and mouse with the other party. There was no one at the entrance now. Most of them had already headed to the inner area. Only some weak, timid, or people who were up to no good were still wandering around the edge of the entrance. With the Black Snake's message and his super-strong perception, Levi avoided these people and locked onto a single target. That was the apprentice wizard from Whale Song Island. With his current strength, he could easily kill a high-level apprentice wizard. Soon, Levi returned to this area. He looked up at the foggy sky. The sun was shining high in the sky, but because of the grey fog, there was no warmth. Favored by the night can only take effect at night, but killing an apprentice wizard does not require favored by the night. Levi went into stealth mode. In his mind, he had a small map. That wizard was standing still in one place. Levi sneered. He was getting closer and closer to his opponent. When the high-level apprentice wizard was about half a mile away from Levi, Levi stopped in his tracks. The black gas in his hand condensed into a black blade. Although Levi couldn't see the figure of the wizard due to the grey fog, he had the Black Snake's message and advanced hearing. Levi had completely locked onto the other party's coordinates. Now, there was no obstacle between him and the other party. The other party did not see him. Deli was hiding in a bush not far from the entrance. He was alone in there and was a little afraid. Therefore, he had been on full alert. He held the casting materials and wand in his hand, ready to cast a spell at any time. Suddenly, whooshing sounds broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, the black blade attacked. With Levi's current level 4 Black Devil blade, the black gas could leave his body for more than 200 meters. At the same time, Levi's blood beast seed exploded, and his blood wings followed closely behind the black blade. Deli immediately waved his wand and cast a defensive spell. Water enveloped Deli and protected him. PSH. The black gas entered the water current and was neutralized by the water current. Deli did not hesitate to use the shifting scroll. Although he had not seen the enemy yet. However, there was no doubt that the one who ambushed him was the legendary Knight of the Great Tower. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had underestimated Levi's speed. After Levi's blood beast exploded, their speed was not much slower than the black gas condensing blades. He appeared 10 meters in front of Deli, and the black gas formed a long whip in Levi's hand. The long whip tore through the air and lashed out. He directly sent the scroll in Deli's hand flying. Then, the long whip coiled around Deli. Levi was now covered in black scales all over his body, including his face, and his mouth would occasionally spit out a sinister snake tongue. Lizardman. A monster? You are a monster. How was this a knight? This was clearly a monster. Deli, who didn't know much about knights, was already scared silly. If not for the grey moon patterned robe on Levi's body, he would have thought that this was a monster from the Shadow Realm and not Levi. Crack, crack. Levi broke Deli's hands that were trying to cast a spell. Crack, crack. He broke both of Deli's legs. Then, Levi grabbed Deli's neck. He lifted him up high. Levi held the shifting scroll in his hand. Then, he zeroed his mouth and Isilv said. If you want to live, answer whatever I ask you next. Deli was firmly restrained by Levi, and his desire to live made him nod without hesitation. Why does Whale Song Island want to harm me? Levi asked. Deli was shocked. Apart from the higher-ups, only a few people on Whale Song Island knew about this. How did Levi know? Could there be a mole? It seemed that the matter had been exposed. Perhaps Levi and the Great Tower were already prepared. No wonder the Great Tower sent Levi alone. Because this is an order from Lord Morpheus. I don't know why Lord Morpheus wants to do this, said Deli. Alright, then let me ask you again. Including you, what is the strength of the people who entered the Whale Song Island in the strange realm this time, and what spells do they have? Levi continued to ask. At this moment, Deli's life was in Levi's hands. For the sake of that sliver of a chance to live, he would tell him everything he knew. Deli did not have the backbone of the Grand Knight that Levi had met in the mortal world. In the end, Levi asked everything he wanted to know. He did not kill Deli, but kept his promise and let Deli live. He only cut off Deli's limbs, leaving him with only a torso, and then bandaged his wounds. Then, he used the seal of dragon might to destroy Deli's mind and spirit, crippling his spellcasting ability. Finally, he poisoned Deli with a slow-acting poison, which would cause him to slowly die in the next few days. The main reason why Levi did this was because he knew that the official wizard had an item that could sense the life and death of an apprentice wizard. If he found out about Deli's death, he might become alert and it would be detrimental to his actions. After doing all of this, Levi picked up Deli's storage items, wand, as well as the precious shifting scroll, and left. Chapter 294, Shifting Shadows, Killing. 1. Black Fog Realm. Currently, most wizards are traveling in the outer regions. As they went deeper, the fog became thicker and the light became dimmer. Although it was daytime, it was no different from night. There was a faint rustling sound in the fog. It was unknown if it was a monster hidden in it or the wind. In a dark forest, Shark Tiger Witchbane finally met the undead ship people who snuck in. The two wizards met in the dense forest, looking like they were hiding something. That person revealed an old face full of scars, and his gaze was deep. If Levi was here, he would have noticed that this person was Green Ghost Carter, whom he had met twice before. Where is that damned brat? Green Ghost Carter immediately asked when he saw Bane. 2 times, a full 2 times. Green Ghost Carter had actually suffered twice at the hands of a little ghost. Other wizards might not believe it. I haven't found him yet, but don't worry. I've already sent people to guard the entrance. Once that kid appears at the entrance, I'll immediately go over and kill him with lightning speed, said Bane confidently. Ha, that brat isn't an easy target, said Green Ghost Carter. I know. However, I didn't expect the Grey Tower to only send one person, said Bane. Logically speaking, Herman, that old geezer, is about to break through and advance to third circle. The resources in the Black Fog realm should be very important to him. Now that he only sent one person, I don't understand what he wants, said Green Ghost Carter. Unless this kid has some trump card on him, such as a wizard tool that the old geezer gave him, Ben analyzed. Forget it, I don't care. Has there been any news from the apprentice guarding the entrance? Green Ghost Carter asked. Not yet. Levi must have gone deep into the Shadow Realm, said Bane. He had Deli's Spirit Stone in his possession. It was a special tool that could absorb Deli's mental strength. Once Deli died, the Spirit Stone would shatter. So far, the Spirit Stone was safe and sound. Deli should still be guarding the exit, so Bane was not worried that Levi would escape. As soon as he entered the realm, he used the whale song skill to scan the land within a 10-mile radius. He did not sense Levi's existence at all. He must have gone deeper. Bane said, let's go, let's not waste any more time outside. There's nothing here. Green Ghost Carter, if we meet the wizard from other organizations later, the two of us can attack together. I believe that no one in this Shadow Realm will be a match for us. When your undead ship helps our Whale Song Island complete the next part of the plan, it will be easy to kill Herman. Green Ghost Carter nodded, no problem. Last time, he and Demon Harland were besieged by Herman and another law enforcer of the Star Tower, and they were heavily injured. In the end, it was the island master of Whalesong Island, Morpheus, who saved him and the captain. All this while, a portion of the loot from the undead ship's robbery was handed over to Whalesong Island. Whalesong Island, the local tyrant, was secretly providing help to the undead ship in this sea area. Island Master Morpheus had a good network in the Star Tower, so they could turn a blind eye to many things. Otherwise, with how arrogant the undead ship was, it would have been destroyed long ago. Recently, Whalesong Island had participated in the planning stage, which was extremely important to a dark wizard organization like the undead ship. If this matter could succeed, then the dark wizards in this sea area, and even the dark wizard organizations in the entire Endless Sea, could benefit from it. At that time, they would imitate the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and establish an unfettered free wizard plane alliance. The dark wizards of the pan-dimensional plane had joined forces for freedom. Together, they would resist the tyranny of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. As for the undead ship, it no longer had to be chased by the Star Tower's law enforcement officers like a stray dog. The undead ship had already joined hands with Whalesong Island. It was all for the sake of things to proceed smoothly should they meet more obstacles. Meanwhile, in the outer area of the Black Fog realm, Levi found a safe place to check out the spoils of war from Delhi and began to count them. It was a ghost shark staff of medium quality. There were 2 cantrips on it, water arrow and wave layering. Levi put it away. The quality of this wand was about the same as the Viper wand, and it was worth more than 10 ether stones. A mosquito's flesh was still flesh, no matter how small it was. Besides, Levi had never learned the wave layering cantrip before. With this wand, it would be equivalent to having another apprentice cantrip's defense. Basically, the mid-grade wands were all similar. They all had a defensive cantrip and an offensive cantrip on them. The Viper wand that Levi had obtained previously was the same. With Levi's current strength, these cantrips were of limited use to him. However, it was better than nothing. And in Delhi's storage pouch, there were less than 30 ether stones. Although he was a high-level apprentice wizard, the expenses were too high, and he simply could not save enough high stones. Compared to a hoarder like Levi, he was just a pauper. Other than the ether stones, the remaining meditation art was also a meditation art from the Ocean School of Thought, called the Stingray Meditation Art. Chapter 295, Shifting Shadows, Killing. 2. Levi had already learned the Deep Sea Meditation Art, and there was a section of the Deep Sea Meditation Art in the Grey Tower. Naturally, he would not waste his time learning the Stingray Mediation Art. The spells were all spells that he had seen in the Grey Tower, and Levi was not interested in them. Finally, Levi took the exquisite scroll. The scroll contained powerful energy. Mysterious and complicated spell runes flickered on it. Shifting Scroll, a second circle spell tool, a one-time consumable. It has multiple combinations of second circle spells on it, and the final effect is to shift one's body and shadow and swap positions. Because one of the spells was a lost spell from ancient times, the production process of this scroll was temporarily lost. The value of this scroll is more precious than all of my wizard tool and even the ring of the wind spirit combined. In order to harm him, Whale Song Island did not hesitate to use such a precious tool. Levi did not know what he did to make them go to such great lengths. Deli was just a low-level apprentice and didn't know about the plans of the upper echelons of Whale Song Island. Levi felt that if he wanted to know what Whale Song Island was up to, he had to start with the official wizard leading the team. As long as you tear open the scroll and recite the incantation, I can swap positions with the wizard leading the team. If I use this function well, I might be able to easily kill the other party. Levi had a sinister expression on his face. He seemed to be plotting something despicable. He stuck out his snake tongue and looked like a villain. However, this strange realm can only exist for 7 days. I have to complete at least 2 things in 7 days. The first is the stone heart, and the second is to capture the black flame demonic bird. In this black fog realm, there were many monsters that were native to this world. The source of the stone heart was the first circle transcendent creature rock troll. Such transcendent creatures could only be found in specific shadow realms. The heart of the rock troll was called the stone heart. It was a treasure rich in earth elemental energy. The stone heart has a wide range of uses, but its production was extremely low. As a result, the price of one of them had risen to 10,000 ether stones. It should be known that a top-grade second circle wizard tool might cost this much. As for the black flame demonic bird, it was not a first circle transcendent creature. It was almost at the level of a high-level apprentice wizard. However, the black flame demonic bird could fly and was hidden in this shadow realm. It was quite troublesome to find it. These 2 missions were not easy to complete. Levi had to hurry up. According to the information provided by the Grey Tower, the Black Fog realm was divided into 3 areas. The outer region was where Levi was currently located. In this region, there were very few ordinary monsters, and their strength was also relatively weak. If a high-level apprentice wizard was a little careful, they could survive for 7 days. As for the inner region, there was a possibility of a first circle transcendent creature appearing. So far, there were as many as 10 types of first circle transcendent creatures that had been discovered in the Black Fog realm. The rock troll was one of them, and it was also the most powerful first circle transcendent creature. It had mastered 4 spell abilities, and with its innate rock body, its strength should not be inferior to a senior first circle wizard. The core area was further inside the inner area. That should be the source of the black fog in the shadow realm. There might be a second circle transcendent creature living inside. This was an existence that Levi had to avoid if he met one. There was a huge difference between a first circle and a second circle. The most important reason why a senior first circle wizard was far stronger than an ordinary first circle wizard was that a wizard at this stage had already constructed a second circle spell model and was ready to break through to the second circle. Ms. Marlene, Green Ghost Carter, and Bane were all at this stage. A true second circle wizard would have mastered so many powerful second ring spells that ordinary first circle wizard were no match for them. Therefore, in this operation, apart from being careful of Whale Song Island, Levi was especially worried about encountering those second circle transcendent creatures. Fortunately, he had the Black Snake's message, advanced hearing, and advanced vibrosensing. It was almost like he had a radar with him. Any movement in Levi's surroundings could not escape his detection. From the outer area, he slowly explored the inner area. Along the way, he didn't meet the black flame demonic bird he wanted. He could only continue to venture deeper. The chances of encountering the black flame demonic bird in the inner area should be higher. After all, the inner area was smaller and the density of monsters was higher. For the entire day, Levi was traveling at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, he would encounter some monsters that appeared in the fog, but they were easily killed by him. He did not waste the corpses of these monsters and stored them in his storage bag. These monsters were often unique to the Shadow Realm. Their corpses might be rare potion materials or casting materials outside, and they could be sold at a good price. The next day, Levi was finally about to leave the outer region. Levi estimated that the people from Whale Song Island and Sighing Sea Breeze should have already reached the inner region. Because Levi had a large range of perception, he would kill any monsters he encountered along the way as long as they were not too far away and store them in his ring. No matter how small a mosquito's meat was, it was still meat. Along the way, the corpses of the monsters that Levi killed could be sold for more than 200 ether stones at the Black Sail Wizard Market. Apart from that, there were also some corpses of explorers from a long time ago. Their bones had already decayed, and their storage bags had long been taken away by others. Chapter 296, Shifting Shadows, Killing. 3. Levi only picked up a broken old wand. The old wand was an antique. It should be a high-grade wand with 3-0 ring cantrip fixed on it. Unfortunately, it was already useless. The spell runes had been damaged and dimmed. However, the material of the wand was not bad, so Levi kept it. Till now, Levi had yet to find anything truly valuable items, such as precious herbs and the like. As he walked, a corpse appeared in front of him in the fog. Unlike the rotten bones he had encountered along the way, this corpse should have been born yesterday. Levi could feel the fluctuations of spell coming from it. Someone is fighting here. This corpse should belong to a high-ranking wizard. Looking at its clothes, it should be the Dark Sea Cave. The organization's base was located in an underwater cave. The cave master was also a second circle wizard. There was also a storage bag around the corpse. Levi's expression remained the same. He lowered his head and excitedly picked up the storage pouch. At the same time, the light of the spell pierced through the fog. Tiva water arrows suddenly shot towards Levi. Levi sneered and shattered the two spells with his black gas. Then, he rushed into the fog beside him. Miserable screams came from the fog. A moment later, the corpses of two apprentice wizards appeared in Levi's hands. The heads of these corpses were crawling with saint scorpions. These little guys were greedily devouring the souls of the apprentice wizards. The soul of an apprentice wizard was more nutritious and delicious than the soul of a mortal. The saint scorpions, which had been eating the souls and meat of the sea beasts in the bug house, had long been craving this. After devouring the souls, the saint scorpions still wanted to eat the flesh of the two apprentice wizards, but Levi chased it back to the bug house. He had his own use for the two corpses. Hee, you still want to bait and ambush me? I'll turn you into living dead and make you work for me even after death. With his extraordinary perception, he naturally sensed that there were others lying in ambush beside the corpse. That performance just now was just an act. He did not know which force these two apprentice wizards belonged to. One was a high-level apprentice wizard, and the other was a mid-level apprentice wizard. Their strength was very ordinary. You overestimated yourself, Levi said softly. Levi picked up the storage bag on the ground and found that it was empty. It must have been divided by the two people. Levi looked at the two people's storage bags and saw that there was nothing good in them. He put them away calmly. He took out the antiseptic on the spot and began to make the living dead. In this shadow realm, no one cared about him. Levi felt that he could try to use the corpses of the apprentice wizards to create living dead. When he left the shadow realm, he could just pack up these corpses or destroy them. Levi had never used a wizard corpse to make a living dead before, so he did not know if he could succeed. After he was done, he began to cast the seal of hell. O lonely soul of hell, give thee a new life. As Levi chanted an incantation, the three core of the undead spun and turned into blue rays of light that shot into the foreheads of the three corpses. Then, the three living dead with blue ghost flames burning in their eyes sat up in unison. With a thought, Levi gave an attack command to one of the high-level apprentice wizards. Then, the high-level apprentice wizard instantly waved the wand in his hand and chanted an incantation coldly and mechanically. Then, a water arrow shot out. He wanted to continue casting spells, but Levi stopped him. Seems feasible. He can use his spell. Levi had been worried that the apprentice wizard controlled by the seal of hell would not be able to cast spells. If that were the case, it would be better to control a Grand Knight than to control a wizard. Now, it seemed that Levi was overthinking things. The seal of hell was far more powerful than he had imagined. Among the three living dead, there were two high-level apprentice wizards and one mid-level apprentice wizard. Levi was too lazy to give them names. In any case, this kind of living dead at the apprentice level would soon be eliminated. They were all cannon fodder specially prepared for this trip to the Shadow Realm. Levi discovered that the living dead made with the corpses of these wizards had consumed 1/10 of the energy of an ordinary core of the undead just by casting a cantrip of water arrow. This was much higher than the energy consumption of a Grand Knight. Basically, after a battle, one core of the undead would be wasted. Levi brought the living dead deeper into the forest. The next night, Levi entered the inner area of the Shadow Realm from the outer area. As the fog became thicker and thicker, the grey fog had already turned into black fog, and the sunlight was completely blocked. It was impossible to see one's fingers here, and it was no different from the deep sea. Levi could imagine how difficult it would be for a wizard who had not learned any tricks like the illuminating spell to move forward in the dark. He was not affected at all. He walked in the fog and used his perception to sense the aura of his prey. Along the way, he also met some people from other wizard organizations. He chose to avoid them in advance. After all, they all had official wizards leading them. As night fell, Levi could feel his body strengthening bit by bit. The magnitude was small, but it was lasting. This was the effect of the favored by the night. As Levi felt his body getting stronger and stronger, he quickly searched for the Black Flame Demonic Bird and the Rock Troll. Chapter 297, Shifting Shadows, Killing. 4. Suddenly, a familiar aura began to appear within the range of his black snake's message. It's the people from Whale Song Island, but there's also an unfamiliar and dangerous aura nearby. The person, who had snuck in, was Green Ghost Carter. He had only arrived after Levi entered the Shadow Realm. Therefore, after becoming a legendary knight, Levi did not record Green Ghost Carter's aura in his aura database. Now that an unfamiliar aura had suddenly appeared, Levi became alert. Levi did not act rashly. Although he had advanced to become a legendary Immite and his strength had increased greatly, just the first circle wizard of Whale Song Island was enough to make him suffer. Not to mention, there was also a strange and dangerous aura nearby. Now, the people on Whale Song Island were in the light, while he was in the dark. He was looking for the people of Whale Song Island, and they were also looking for him. He had the Black Snake's message, which had a larger detection range. As long as he wanted to hide, the other party would not be able to find him at all. Just based on this point, he already had an absolute advantage in this shadow realm. His original intention was to solve the problem with Whale Song Island today, but he suddenly felt that it would be better to let the other party live for a few days. It was still too slow to rely on his own strength to gather resources. He might as well let these guys collect them for him for a while. When he found a suitable opportunity, for example, when he encountered some powerful enemies that were difficult to deal with, Levi would directly shift his shadow, transferring the strongest combat force of Whale Song Island, Shark Tiger Witchbane, over and sending him to his death. He would then enter the Whale Song Island's team and kill them. After figuring this out, Levi followed behind Whale Song Island from afar. Basically, the other party would always be within maximum range of his Black Snake's trust. By midnight, Levi's strength had reached the peak of the day. He resisted the urge to make a move now and continued to wait for the right opportunity. On the third day, among the wizards who entered the Shadow Realm, there were already many who died from other competitors and monsters in the Shadow Realm. Especially as more and more people entered the depths of the inner region, Levi could sense some intense battles from time to time through his perception. The light of the spell, which flickered in the fog, was quickly devoured. At this point, Levi would put on Dellen's robe, change his appearance significantly, and disguise himself in a different form. He took his time and killed all the humans and monsters. In addition, the people of Whale Song Island had been hunting other wizards in this Shadow Realm. Gradually, many people began to realize a terrifying fact: Whale Song Island seemed to want to keep everyone who ventured into the Shadow Realm inside the Shadow Realm. For a moment, everyone felt threatened. Some of them had even begun to retreat, not planning to continue exploring. They planned to go outside and complain to the Star Tower's law enforcement officers. Levi looked at his harvest in satisfaction. There were more than 500 ether stones alone. Moreover, the wands and casting materials he had obtained were also worth a lot of money. Levi's targets were all wizards who fought monsters or other people, as well as apprentice wizards who overestimated themselves and ambushed him. There were no official wizards. Therefore, he did not obtain any high-quality items and depended on the accumulation of quantity. Levi estimated that his final harvest from this trip to the Shadow Realm should exceed 2,000 ether stones. A horse will not be fat without grass at night, and a man will not be rich without windfall. Hard work and unexpected opportunities are important in achieving prosperity. Although the Pan-Plane Wizard Council encouraged the wizards who explored the Shadow Realm to cooperate, Levi realized that in the Shadow Realm, in the face of those benefits, no one was willing to cooperate with anyone. Without the constraints of the rules, human greed could be seen at a glance, and it was the same for him. After being robbed several times, Levi no longer pretended to be a simple person. He was a professional madman in the human world. Apart from the normal items, Levi also obtained some herbs from a wizard who robbed him. There was actually a very precious material for the first circle potion, fog lamp grass. The fog lamp grass was also one of Levi's targets for this exploration. This was because this kind of herb only had a very small chance of being born in a shadow realm like the black fog realm. Fog lamp grass was one of the 3 main ingredients for refining the first circle potion, Naga's blessing. The other 2 main herbs were the tears of grey Naga and the beak of the bird of joy. Although those 2 were very precious, they could at least be bought with money. However, this fog lamp grass was very difficult to buy in the outside world. Naga's blessing was a potion that increased the upper limit of one's spiritual power and increased the success rate of breaking through to the first circle wizard by about 1/3. It was equivalent to the low-level second circle potion, Devil's Gaze. The ingredients for this potion were extremely rare. For example, the Devil's Gaze required all of Ms. Marlene's efforts to collect. Although Levi was only a mid-level apprentice wizard now, with the rapid progress of the earth meditation art, he was not far from a high-level apprentice wizard. He had to start preparing to advance to the official wizard level. A double affinity high-level apprentice wizard only had a 2/3 chance of breaking through to become an official wizard. For a child of chaos like Levi, even with the support of the earth pulse and the dance of the fire god, the success rate was less than 50%. Chapter 298, Shifting Shadows, Killing. 5. Even though he could still spend some time recovering from his spiritual force and make a comeback if he failed, Levi did not want to fail. He wanted to succeed once and for all. Therefore, it was always good to collect this kind of medicine that could increase the success rate of breaking through in advance and prepare for the future. Levi stuck out the snake's trust and sniffed the fog lamp grass. Then, he stored the aura of the fog lamp grass in his aura library. With the black snake's trust, it's much easier to find this herb. As long as there's a fog lamp grass within my range of perception, it won't be able to escape my demonic claws. The black snake's trust had countless uses. It could track and lock onto enemies, scout the surroundings, and search for treasures. It was a divine artifact. This made Levi feel as if he had a god-like perspective in the shadow realm. It was difficult to successfully refine Naga's blessing in one go, so Levi had to prepare a lot of fog lamp grass in advance. As he followed the group of people from Whale Song Island, he continued to search for the fog lamp grass in the inner area. On the 4th day, Levi had collected about 20 sets of fog lamp grass. If he was to sell them outside, countless people would fight to buy them. That should be enough. After I advance to a first circle pharmacist, I should be able to start refining Naga's blessing. If it really doesn't work, I'll just spend some points and ask Ms. Marlene to help me refine it. With her level as a second circle pharmacist, she should be able to refine it successfully. The formula of this first circle potion came from Ms. Marlene. Among all the potion formulas that Ms. Marlene had inherited, its value was second only to Devil's Gaze. Ordinary pharmacists couldn't even buy it. Levi was Ms. Marlene's most trusted apprentice pharmacist and had helped her a great deal. Thus, he only used 300 points to buy this potion formula. As he went deeper and deeper into the fog, the frequency of monsters appearing increased, and their strength increased. There was no lack of first circle extraordinary creatures. Fortunately, Levi had superb perception and could avoid them in advance. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of time just dealing with these monsters. Suddenly, a black flame descended from the sky in the fog. Levi looked at this flame. The feathers of the black flame demonic bird. He had indeed sensed a type of bird flying over the sky just now. He did not expect that it was the black flame demonic bird he was looking for. He used the snake's trust to collect the black flame demonic bird's aura. Then, he quickly rushed in the direction where the black flame demonic bird had flown. Gradually, Levi ventured deeper into the inner region. Along the way, he didn't meet any rock trolls. Moreover, because he had to track down the black flame demonic bird, Levi lost track of the people from Whale Song Island. At this moment, Levi could not care less about them. The most important thing was to capture the black flame demonic bird alive. He was very fast. Although the black flame demonic bird could fly, it could not avoid Levi's pursuit. After all, it wasn't a first circle transcendent creature. Levi condensed his black gas condensing blades and waited for the black flame demonic bird to enter his attack range. A black blade shot out. Although they were separated by layers of fog, he relied on the black snake's trust. The black flame demonic bird could not escape Levi's lock-on at all. Stab! Black blood fell from the sky and turned into black flames as it descended. As expected of a creature with the bloodline of the undying bird. This blood is really magical. It seems that I have to use a special tool to extract blood. The black flame demonic bird descended from the sky and was grabbed by its neck by Levi. With his current strength as a legendary knight, dealing with a black flame demonic bird was a piece of cake for him. After casting a few more seals of dragon might to disperse the black flame demonic bird's spirit, Levi immediately bound the black flame demonic bird with chains. At this moment, he looked at the black flame demonic bird on the ground. It was only 10 feet long and had a wingspan of about 20 feet. Its long black tail feathers were like a black flame, very beautiful. At this moment, the black flame demonic bird was heavily injured by Levi and was on the verge of death. Levi quickly gave it some healing medicine to save the black flame demonic bird's life before throwing it into the bug house. Only the bug house could contain living creatures. With Levi's current level of insect controlling technique, it was not a problem for him to order these saint scorpions not to eat the black flame demonic birds. Now that the secret medicine for the undying bird breathing technique has been found, I will raise this black flame demonic bird when I return to the tower. At that time, won't the undying bird breathing technique take off like a rocket? The black flame demonic bird's undying bird bloodline was thicker than the 7 rainbow pheasants' undying bird bloodline, so the effects of the secret medicine would definitely be better. After doing all this, Levi looked at his current location. It seemed that he had already run into the depths of the inner region while chasing after the black flame demonic bird. Next, other than dealing with the people from Whale Song Island, Levi's only mission was to find the stone heart. Although he had only been here for 4 days, Levi had already gained a lot. As long as he could get the stone heart and kill the group of people from Whale Song Island, who wanted to harm him, Levi could leave early. There might be second circle extraordinary creatures in the core area, so Levi naturally would not enter. He looked at the black fog in front of him, which was as thick as ink and flowed like asphalt before turning around to leave. There was an existence that caused his spider sensing to feel an intense sense of danger. It was not something that he could touch at the moment. Rock trolls were first circle extraordinary creatures. Theoretically, they could be found in the inner area. There was no need to take the risk to go to the core area. Hence, Levi began to search the inner region on a large scale. Rock trolls were extraordinary creatures that were more than 5 meters tall when they matured. They were extremely strong and their bodies were covered in hard rocks. When they slept, these trolls were like boulders, making them very difficult to find. Chapter 299, Shifting Shadows, Killing. 6. However, with the information provided by the tower, he managed to find some traces of the rock trolls. After collecting the aura of the rock trolls from those traces, Levi began to track them. On the 5th day, Levi had been wandering around the inner region. During this time, he had even encountered people from Whale Song Island and that unfamiliar aura once. Levi could sense that the number of explorers in the inner region had decreased significantly. Many of them had retreated in the face of difficulties, while some had been killed by the people from Whale Song Island. Now, these people must have gathered a lot of resources from the Shadow Realm that other wizards had found. They were all extremely rich in resources. This made Levi even more determined to kill these people from Whale Song Island. Suddenly, Levi stopped, stuck out the snake's trust, and pulled it back. He had been chasing after the rock troll's aura. Finally, he found the source of this aura, which came from a huge rocky beach. About 10 miles away from him, there were 4 rock trolls' presences entrenched there. I actually found the rock troll tribe. Levi's heart skipped a beat. Rock trolls usually lived alone. If they were in a group, it meant that it was the mating season. A couple of rock trolls were taking care of their offspring together. An adult rock troll had the strength of a first circle veteran wizard and had mastered 4 powerful spell abilities such as Rock Thorn and Rock Burst. Most importantly, the rock troll's thick rock armor might not be much weaker than his black scale in its solid state. Levi could only deal with one of such existences at the same time. There was no way he could deal with so many of them. However, Levi did not hesitate to head in the direction of the rock troll tribe. He held the shifting scroll in his hand and looked determined. As he got closer and closer to the rock troll tribe, Levi could already hear the jabbering conversation between the rock trolls with his advanced hearing. They were speaking in the troll language, and it might be a troll language that was unique to this shadow realm. Levi could not understand it at all. When he was about a mile away from the rock troll tribe, Levi's body was surrounded by black gas. The snack's trust started moving and covered his entire body with black scales. His muscles bulged, and blood wings appeared behind him. Then, he flapped his wings and accelerated. There were 4 rock trolls in the rock troll tribe. The tallest was 6 meters tall, and the shortest was only 2 meters tall. This was a family of 4. The 6-meter tall rock troll was the father, and the shorter 5-meter tall rock troll was the mother. They were roasting meat with fire for consumption. Rock trolls had high intelligence and had mastered the technique of using fire. The family of 4 happily roasted meat and chatted. Suddenly, a little black dwarf who was more than 2.5 meters tall and covered in black scales barged in. The short man shot out black blades as soon as he came up. The black blade struck the rock troll's body, leaving only shallow scratches. It did not break through its defense. Only the 2 immature rock trolls were in pain after Levi's black gas broke their defenses. They were crying out in pain and even had earthen yellow blood now out. The 6-meter tall troll father immediately flew into a rage. It waved its giant hand and slammed it on the ground, activating its spell ability, Rock Thorn. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes shot out from the ground under Levi. The bright gold protection flickered, but it was broken after a while. The remaining thorns shot towards Levi. Levi used his frost giant armor and solid-state black scale to block the attack, and he was sent flying. He used this force to leap high and descend from the sky. Before the rock trolls could react, Levi held onto the Frostmourne and used his golden cross slash with all his might. He stabbed it into the heart of a small rock troll. Although the little rock troll had the strength of a high-level apprentice wizard, it could not withstand a single blow from Levi. Its stone heart, which had yet to take shape, was instantly shattered by Levi. It died on the spot. This infuriated the rock troll couple. They charged at Levi in anger. Instead of dodging, Levi charged at the father. A giant spiked club had appeared in the troll father's hand out of nowhere and was hurled towards Levi with tremendous force. At the same time, the rock troll's spell ability began to accumulate power. Rocks around Levi began to explode like bombs, sending shockwaves and gravel sweeping through the air. At the critical moment, the scroll in Levi's hand turned into ashes after it was activated. A mighty force descended from the sky. Levi seemed to see the stars in the sky, and in an instant, the world spun, and his figure shifted. Levi disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by the shark-tiger witch, Bane, who had a sinister look on his face and was ready to kill Levi at lightning speed. However, in the next moment, Bane's expression changed from sinister to shocked. Boom! He had been through hundreds of battles and knew that he might have been tricked. He immediately activated his fastest technique, the wave layering technique. This kind of cantrip was nothing in front of the rock troll's spiked club. Only a strength-type legendary knight like the Fist of the Empire could compare to the strength of a 6-meter-tall troll. Bane's robe flickered with the light of runes. He was sent flying by the heavy blow and spat out blood. Behind him, a huge shadow appeared. It was another adult rock troll. She was furious and charged at Bane with a huge stone pot. Damn it! 100 miles away. The apprentice wizards of Whale Song Island looked at Wizard Bane who had suddenly disappeared. Ha ha ha, that Levi must have been frightened by us and was preparing to leave the Shadow Realm. In the end, he was discovered by Delhi. Let's wait for Bane's good news. The 3 high-level apprentice wizards were gloating. The silent Jagri sat not far away as if he had been alienated. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be a ray of light descending from the sky in the fog behind his senior brothers. As the light illuminated this area, in the fog, a 3-meter-tall, 3-headed, 6-armed, terrifying evil spirit that was holding a sword in each hand suddenly appeared. Boom! There seemed to be thunder in the sky, along with Green Ghost Carter's strange cry. His 3 senior brothers were instantly killed in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed, and 9-sword-wielding terrifying evil spirit. The 9 swords danced wildly and were indestructible. Any defensive cantrip was like paper. Levi kicked away the heads beside his feet, swiftly put away their storage bags, and released the saint scorpions to enjoy the delicacies. He stood proudly on the ground and looked at Green Ghost Carter, who had appeared out of nowhere. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he licked his lips with his snake tongue. The black scale on his body assembled. Familiarity breeds contempt, let me send you off. Chapter 300, Fight the Nightmare, Destroy the Green Ghost, and Obtain the Heart Stone. From Levi's sudden arrival to the death of the three wizards, it was only a moment. Although the three high-level apprentice wizards each had cantrips to protect themselves, in front of the legendary knight Levi's current 9 swords form, these cantrips were too fragile and could not withstand a single blow from him. Of course, the most important reason was that Levi had used the shifting shadow technique to suddenly appear here, giving the three high-level apprentice wizards no chance to react at all. They thought that it was Deli who had descended from the light. They did not expect that it was a terrifying monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, covered in ferocious black scales. After dealing with the 3 apprentice wizards, Levi looked at Green Ghost Carter who had suddenly appeared. His heart remained calm. He would not avoid this battle. If it was just a veteran first circle wizard, Levi believed that with his own strength, he would be able to deal with it. Die, little bastard! When the 2 enemies met, their eyes turned red. Now, killing Levi had almost become Green Ghost Carter's obsession. If this guy died and turned into an evil spirit, then this evil spirit might still haunt Levi. Therefore, Levi had to completely get rid of this damned old dog and turn him into a living dead to work for him for the rest of his life to vent the anger in his heart. Seeing that things were not looking good, Jagri had already run off to somewhere unknown. His aura had disappeared from Levi's perception range. Levi guessed that the island master of Whale Song Island had given him some life-saving wizard tools. Levi had no time to care about him. Since he already had Jagli's aura, as long as he was in the Shadow Realm, Levi would be able to find him sooner or later. He took a deep breath and remained focused. The enemy he was going to face next would be the strongest enemy Levi had ever faced. First Circle Senior Wizard, Green Ghost Carter. The first 2 times of meeting, Levi avoided the other party. This time, Levi, who had truly become a legendary knight, would not run away anymore. While his 9 swords aura was still around, Levi took the initiative to attack. He activated his blood beast wings and turned into a black shadow, diving into the fog. Green Ghost Carter's eyes shone with a faint golden light. This was a cantrip he learned as an apprentice. He could see clearly in the fog, but the range was very small, only a few dozen meters ahead. At the same time, he waved his staff and summoned 2 more Hell Strongmen. These 2 Hell Strongmen didn't rush into the fog blindly but protected Green Ghost Carter on both sides. With the 2 Hell Strongmen protecting him, Green Ghost Carter felt very safe. Suddenly, beams of cold light tore through the air from the fog. The black blades whooshed toward Green Ghost Carter. You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert? Green Ghost Carter said coldly. The 2 Hell Strongmen used their tough bodies to block Levi's black gas attack. Although the Hell Strongmen's defense was not as good as the Rock Trolls, it was still able to block Levi's black gas. Furthermore, the speed of the Hell Strongman was even more agile. Seeing that the black gas was ineffective, Levi hid in the fog again and stuck out the snake's trust, preparing for the next attack. Green Ghost Carter took the initiative to attack. He began to chant a spell. First ring spell, Hellfire Rain. However, just as he was chanting, in the thick fog in the core area ahead, there seemed to be indescribable ravings. This made Green Ghost Carter a little frustrated, but he was a senior wizard with strong mental strength and willpower. He forcefully blocked these ravings and completed the spell under the protection of the Hell Strongmen. As the rain of green flames descended from the sky, Levi quickly shuttled through the rain of flames. The green ghost flames that landed on his body sizzled and roasted Levi's solid-state black scales. The black scales melted into liquid and then vaporized into black gas. However, new black gas had already appeared and turned into hard black scales. This kind of small-range AoE spell did not have much attack power. For Levi, it was completely bearable. Green Ghost Carter obviously hoped that this spell could kill Levi. The moment Levi appeared, he had already sent a huge green fireball flying towards him. First ring spell, Soul Flame. This was the advanced version of the zero-ring cantrip, Soul Fire. It was extremely powerful. Boom! This Green Ghost Carter was indeed a veteran wizard. Even under the interference of the fog, whether it was the speed of casting or the type of spells, he was far superior to ordinary first circle wizards. The golden protection radiated with a brilliant golden light, expanding to shield against the fireball. Levi, the black scale demon with 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a sword, vanquished the ghostly flames, and then swiftly counterattacked. Die! Levi held the Lion King's pride in his hands. Golden cross slash! Boom! One of the Hell strongmen fearlessly stood in front of Green Ghost Carter, but he was instantly crushed by Levi's hammer. The other Hell strongman threw a punch at Levi, accompanied by a terrifying wind. Even with his advanced perception, Levi could not dodge the attack of the other Hell strongman at such a close distance. Fortunately, the solid-state black scales were strong enough, and with the help of the frost giant armor, Levi took another punch from the legendary Knight of Hell, the Hell strongman. He was blasted into the fog, and his figure retreated at the same time. Up until now, Levi did not have any injuries on his body and was still full of vigor. The formidable defense of a level 11 black snake could be seen at a glance. On the other hand, Green Ghost Carter still had many spells that he had yet to use. However, he did not know if he was hearing things, but every time he chanted a spell, he would feel ravings coming from his ears. Chapter 301, Fighting Nightmare Knights, Eliminating Green Ghost Carter, Obtaining the Stone Heart. 2. The source of the ravings seemed to be the core area in front of them. There seemed to be an indescribable monster unconsciously muttering. This sort of murmur could only be felt when a spellcaster like him chanted. This made it especially tiring for Green Ghost Carter to cast spells every time. He began to consciously retreat from the inner area. He planned to return to the outer area first. Here, his strength could not be fully displayed. Hence, under the Hell Strongman's protection, he cast a spell and transformed into a wisp of green smoke. The green smoke flew towards the outside. Seeing this, Levi immediately used Wind Spirit Protection. Endless air currents swirled around Levi, protecting him. He controlled the airflow and rode the wind. Soon, he caught up to the green smoke. This time, he had to deal with Green Ghost Carter. Otherwise, how could Levi cultivate in peace with someone thinking about how to harm him every day? Black blades stabbed into the green smoke one after another, and the screams of Green Ghost Carter came from inside. Ah, damn it, that old thing Herman really gave you the precious wizard tool. Originally, Green Ghost Carter also had a wizard tool. Unfortunately, in order to save his life last time, that wizard tool had already been destroyed. You're a first circle wizard. Do you only dare to run? Levi sneered and directly mocked, trying to break Green Ghost Carter's defense. Green Ghost Carter's defense was indeed broken. You damn brat! If it weren't for the fact that the core area is a little strange and affects my spell casting, you would have died long ago. Levi frowned slightly when he heard this. He did not feel anything. After all, up until now, he had basically only used his Knight ability and had not cast many spells. What exactly is in the core area? Levi was curious, but he did not want to go to the core area to take a look. The reason why the Shadow Realm was called the Shadow Realm was because there might be some incomprehensible, strange, and indescribable things happening. Levi would not court death. To satisfy his curiosity, he went to the core area to die. After flying for a while, Green Ghost Carter changed many directions. He realized that no matter how he changed his route, that damn brat seemed to be able to lock onto his position. That's impossible. I'm not under any tracking spell. Could that guy have a dog's nose? The effect of the Green Ghost Carter's flying spell disappeared and it landed on the ground. Although this was still the inner area, it was far from the core area, so it should have less effect on his spell casting. Levi rode the wind and arrived. He took advantage of the last moment of the Nine Swords form to attack Green Ghost Carter with a golden cross slash that descended from the sky. Green Ghost Carter's body lit up with a dark green force field barrier. At the same time, the Hell Strongman rose from the ground and collided with Levi. Boom! Hell Strongman was blasted into the ground and shattered into pieces. Levi's momentum did not decrease as he charged towards Green Ghost Carter again. The force field around Green Ghost Carter shone brightly. However, it was still destroyed by Levi's golden cross slash. His protective shield shattered. The moment Levi's Frostmourne split the Green Ghost Carter into two, Green Ghost Carter turned into a ball of green flames. The green flames were split into two and finally gathered not far away, forming the slightly weak face of Green Ghost Carter. First ring spell, Body of Ghost Fire. It could turn the caster into a ball of green ghost fire, immune to most physical attacks and some spell effects. It was similar to elementalization. As expected of a senior wizard, Green Ghost Carter had already used 5 first ring spells. Hellfire Rain, Soul Flame, Undead Summoning, Green Smoke Escape, Body of Ghost Fire. Levi knew how big the gap between first circle wizards was. His slightly inflated heart after advancing to legendary was extinguished again. Sigh, I'm still too weak. Levi sighed and charged forward again. Tisk tisk tisk, you didn't expect this, did you? Next, it will be your nightmare. A dark red array began to appear under Green Ghost Carter's feet. The familiar aura that Levi was familiar with began to appear. A Hell Knight wearing flaming armor and holding a chain hammer appeared in the array on a flaming warhorse. Second ring spell, Nightmare Summoning. This was also Green Ghost Carter's strongest trump card. Communicate and summon the second circle transcendent creature from Hell, Nightmare Knight. This meant that Green Ghost Carter would have to recuperate for at least another year before he could recover from the damage to his spiritual force. But it was worth it to kill this damn kid. Green Ghost Carter didn't expect legendary knights to be so difficult to deal with. The Nightmare Knight was wrapped in flames, and even the eternal fog seemed to have begun to dissipate around him. The terrifying second circle hell creatures charged over. Spider sensing frantically rang the alarm. Levi did not dare to face the attack head-on and could only dodge. His blood wings explosion directly relied on the concealment effect of the fog to disappear. The Nightmare Knight paused for a moment. Its burning eyes seemed to pierce through the fog. After finding its location, it quickly charged in Levi's direction. He looked at the Nightmare Knight that was chasing him relentlessly. He kept changing his position and relied on his super perception to shuttle through the fog. Although this Nightmare Knight was a second circle transcendent creature, it did not have any spell-like abilities. It should be a pure warrior-type monster like a knight. Its greatest strength was its unparalleled strength and powerful body. Chapter 302, Fighting Nightmare Knights, Eliminating Green Ghost Carter, Obtaining the Stone Heart. 3. On the other side, Green Ghost Carter's expression was gloomy as he focused on maintaining his connection with the Nightmare Knight. With his current mental strength, it was very difficult for him to control the Nightmare Knight. If he slacked off, the Nightmare Knight might escape his control and return to hell or backfire on him. In either case, Green Ghost Carter did not want to see this happen. On the other side, Levi held Lion King's pride and stopped dodging. When the Nightmare Knight rushed over, he directly used Mountain Giant's Wrath. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering strike. The earth collapsed and split open. The shockwave swept across, and the Nightmare Knight's flaming warhorse fell to the ground. The shockwave dispersed the flames around the warhorse, and the warhorse's skeleton body was covered in cracks. This warhorse was only at the level of an ordinary first circle transcendent creature. In the face of such a fierce first ring spell, it was directly caught off guard. Immediately after, the frost giant's sigh froze everything. Wave layering from the ghost shark staff, undead bone armor from the viper wand, golden protection, frost giant armor, and solid state black scale applied layers of defense on Levi. Right now, no one below the second circle could break through his defense instantly. The physical attacks of the second circle should be able to withstand it for a while. With sufficient preparation, Levi charged towards the Nightmare Knight while burning his black gas. A terrifying chain hammer attacked, and a strong wind swept over. Levi's layers of defense were shattered. Before he was finally sent flying by the huge force of the chain hammer, his Lion King's pride and golden cross slash completely shattered the Nightmare Knight's flaming warhorse, turning his mount into dust. He realized that the knight's mobility was only so-so. It was mainly because the flaming warhorse below was too annoying. It was extremely fast and agile. Every time it charged, it was extremely fast and accurate. And the Nightmare Knight's hammer. Levi's 2 cantrip barriers were instantly shattered. Then, there was the golden protection which was comparable to a first circle defensive spell. It lasted for a moment before shattering. Immediately after, the frost giant armor made of pure mithril was completely shattered by this simple hammer without any technique. It rolled up and the spell runes dimmed. The aftershock of the huge force tore through Levi's layers of solid-state black scales. Levi instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. All the rocks and trees along the way were shattered. This was the Nightmare Knight's attack. There were no fancy techniques to speak of. It was pure strength. In the end, Levi shook his head, stuck out his tongue, and stood up. The wound on his chest was bruised, and his internal organs were churning. Levi had suffered some internal injuries. This was an injury that Levi rarely experienced. To be able to stand up unscathed under the attack of a second circle Nightmare Knight, Levi was already proud of his achievement. Of course, Levi did not want to try such an attack again. Without a mount, the next step will be easier. I'm no match for this Nightmare Knight at all. I have to think of a way to bypass this guy and attack the main body of the Green Ghost Carter. Moreover, I can't use Red Lotus blood for the time being. I don't know how the rock troll is doing. Levi took a deep breath. The black snake seed exploded in his heart. The other life seeds in his body also exploded. Dense black scales covered his body, making him look sinister and terrifying. Frost armor condensed on his arm, and cold air overflowed. Black ostrich feet bent like a bow, shaking the mountains and earth. Crimson lava flowed through his body and burned. As the night progressed, the favored by the knight's strength continued to increase. At this moment, Levi had transformed into a terrifying existence that crawled out of hell. He held a heavy hammer in his hand and looked extraordinary. He suddenly erupted, his snake tongue flicking wildly in the air. Levi laughed wildly like a demon king. He pulled off the broken frost giant armor and stored it in his ring. This mithril armor had accompanied him through countless storms and finally was completely damaged by this Nightmare Knight's attack. The spell runes on it dimmed and were no longer effective. Without the heavy armor, Levi's speed increased. Levi jumped into the fog. Blood gushed out from the surroundings. The Nightmare Knight's chain hammer smashed over again with a destructive force. Boom! Lion King's pride collided with the chain hammer. The shockwave spread in all directions. Levi felt that if Lion King's pride continued like this, he might not be able to withstand the attack of the chain hammer. He borrowed the force to fly far away and landed on the ground. He did not waste any more time with this Nightmare Knight and directly looked for Green Ghost Carter, who was hiding at the side. After killing Green Ghost Carter, the summoned creature which was the Nightmare Knight, would naturally be gone. Green Ghost Carter immediately controlled the Nightmare Knight to chase after Levi. The Nightmare Knight didn't have a horse, so its running speed was slower than before. However, as a second circle hell transcendent creature, it still steadily closed the distance with Rivera. Seeing this, Green Ghost Carter had already treated Levi as a dead person. There was a huge gap between the first circle and the second circle. It was beyond Levi's imagination that he could last until now, but that was all. The Nightmare Knight's hammer was already flying towards Levi. Levi blocked with Frostmourne, and Frostmourne immediately broke. Even the pure mithril weapon that he forged with the standard of a forging master could not block this attack. This showed how terrifying this Nightmare Knight was. Chapter 303, Fighting Nightmare Knights, Eliminating Green Ghost Carter, Obtaining the Stone Heart. 4. The remaining force of the hammer fell on Levi's body. The terrifying force shattered Levi's layers of defense. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Levi endured the intense pain and suddenly took the opportunity to shoot out. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. In other words, he was a defensive legendary knight, plus the attributes panel of the all-rounded warrior. If it were any other first circle wizard, they would have been shattered instantly. Green Ghost Carter, who was concentrating on controlling the Nightmare Knight, was scared out of his wits. This brat was too resistant to beatings. Even he himself, who had a first circle defensive spell, did not dare to receive this Nightmare Knight's attack. That would definitely kill him. But this little brat had already withstood 2 attacks. Green Ghost Carter wanted to attack a third time. However, Levi would not give him the chance. If this happened again, Levi would not be able to take it anymore. With this force, he quickly closed the distance between him and Green Ghost Carter. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Green Ghost Carter. The seal of flame that he had prepared beforehand poured out. The colorless flames burned the void, and the fog dissipated. A twisted high-temperature tunnel was instantly formed. This was a seal attack comparable to the first circle burning palm. All of it poured onto Green Ghost Carter. The defensive spell he had prepared was destroyed. Green Ghost Carter really wanted to use spells like the Ghost Fire Body again. Unfortunately, such a powerful spell could only be cast once a day. Levi's black gas hand pierced into Green Ghost Carter's left chest. Crack! The huge hand wreaked havoc on his body. Levi dug out his heart. Green Ghost Carter was in disbelief, his expression pained. Under Levi's ferocious black scale face, his snake tongue was flickering. His left hand was holding the heart of the Green Ghost Carter. Levi revealed a cruel smile and crushed the heart. Green Ghost Carter's eyes dimmed and he finally fell to the ground. As Green Ghost Carter died, the Nightmare Knight behind him also stopped. Without Green Ghost Carter's control, the Nightmare Knight no longer looked at Levi with a ruthless gaze. The red flames in its eyes became smaller and seemed to calm down. It stared at Levi. He panted heavily and looked at the Nightmare Knight. A red hellish array appeared under the Nightmare Knight's feet. He stared at Levi with the skeleton of his warhorse and disappeared into the array. The Nightmare Knight can attack me during this last bit of time, but he only watched. It seems that my hell affinity is working. After all, the Nightmare Knight is also a type of hell creature. Although he did not use the Red Lotus blood, he received 2 hammer blows from the Nightmare Knight and suffered internal injuries. Even with his top-tier physique, it would take some time for him to quickly recover from these injuries, so he was relatively weak now. Thus, he quickly cleaned up the battlefield and left this place. He found a relatively safe place, took some sacred medicines, and began to rest. It was the night of the 5th day. Levi only had 1 day left to travel at full speed. If I had a transcendent physique, these injuries would be healed soon, Levi muttered to himself. He put away Green Ghost Carter's storage bag and his iconic large staff. He was not in a hurry to look at the gains. Instead, he quickly made the Green Ghost Carter into a living dead. Levi first took out an ordinary core of the undead, but after casting the seals, he realized that he did not succeed. His intuition told him that the quality of this core of the undead was too low. It could not support a first circle wizard like Green Ghost Carter to become a living dead. He took out a better quality core of the undead and tried it on the living dead that was transformed from a knight, but it still did not work. In the end, he could only take out the core of the undead of the Grand Knight living dead. As the blue light was injected, Green Ghost Carter's corpse finally stood up. Levi gave Green Ghost Carter an attack command. Green Ghost Carter began to chant the first ring spell, Soul Flame. The terrifying green fireball exploded on the rock wall, creating a huge charred hole. Levi looked at the energy of the core of the undead. Just like that, it was reduced by about 5%. This was the best core of the undead Levi had. There were only a few of them in total. I have to use it sparingly. Levi frowned. Ordinary core of the undead couldn't carry a living dead like a first circle wizard. He suddenly remembered that the Hell Strongman was also a hell creature. Although it was not an undead, it should have some energy cores. He hurriedly brought Green Ghost Carter to the battlefield to search. In the end, he found 2 green things in a pile of green stone fragments, similar to the core of the undead. After these 2 things were taken out, they emitted green flames. Levi could feel the immense energy contained in it. This energy seemed to be slightly inferior in quality compared to the one brought by the Blue Frost, but the quantity was especially huge. After all, the Blue Frost's energy could even make the Blue Frost undead immortal and constantly heal itself. Once the Hell Strongman died, it would be completely dead. He took out the Grand Knight level core of the undead from Green Ghost Carter's head and replaced it with this green energy core. While swaying, Green Ghost Carter stood up again. Levi got Green Ghost Carter to use another Soul Flame. Chapter 304, Fighting Nightmare Knights, Eliminating Green Ghost Carter, Obtaining the Stone Heart. 5. He realized that this energy core had only consumed about 2% of its energy. This way, I don't have to worry about the energy problem of Green Ghost Carter for the time being. Most of the time, I don't need him to use a first ring spell. It won't consume much energy unless I'm in a combat state. He recalled that Green Ghost Carter had summoned 2 Hell Strongmen back at Silent Harbor. Unfortunately, he had been too busy running for his life to think of this. By the way, I can get Green Ghost Carter to summon the Hell Strongman and kill it myself. Wouldn't that form a cycle? Levi suddenly thought of a problem. However, the undead summoning spell could only be cast once a day. Levi could only experiment with it tomorrow. Moreover, Green Ghost Carter had already become a living dead. Whether or not he could use a first ring spell like the undead summoning that was much more complicated than the soul flame was a problem. However, if it was possible, Levi would not have to worry about the core of the undead anymore. After resting for a night, Levi's injuries had not recovered, but his stamina had almost recovered. I wonder how the battle on the rock trolls side is going. Bane shouldn't be able to withstand 2 first circle veteran wizard level rock trolls. Levi disappeared with Green Ghost Carter. He returned to the rocky beach where the rock troll was found. This place was filled with traces of a huge battle. One could vaguely feel the residual elemental energy from last night's spell collision. He did not find the rock troll or Bane. He only found the corpses of 2 rock trolls. He used a storage bag to store the small rock troll. He had an idea to turn the rock troll family of 4 into living dead and reunite them in another way. This way, he would have 5 living dead with Green Ghost Carter. It was already the 6th day. Basically, most people were already rushing back. Levi was still searching for the whereabouts of the rock troll. As for Bane, Levi was worried that he didn't see his corpse. In the end, he relied on the Black Snake's message. He found the rock troll and Bane in a valley. Among the 2 rock trolls, one of the females was already dead. The other was holding Bane's corpse and gnawing on it, wailing from time to time. Dead. Levi originally wanted to capture Bane alive and see if he could get some information. Now, it seemed like there was no hope. Although Bane was strong, he was caught off guard and was sent into the territory of 2 adult rock trolls. In the end, after killing one, he was no match for the other strongest male rock troll and died. Very good. It won't be a problem to deal with the rock troll with the help of Green Ghost Carter. He was not in a hurry to go forward. He wanted to see if Green Ghost Carter could use a summoning spell. If he could summon a Nightmare Knight, he would directly kill the rock troll. Levi gave Green Ghost Carter an order to use the second ring spell Nightmare Summoning. Green Ghost Carter stood rooted to the ground in confusion. The second circle should be out of the question. Let's try the first circle. Levi got Green Ghost Carter to use the first ring spell, Undead Summon. Then, Green Ghost Carter muttered something and a green array appeared in front of him. A Hell Strongman burning with green ghost fire appeared at the array. Only one? This old ghost can only summon 2 at a time. It seems that after becoming a living dead, the effects of spells have decreased. Levi was not discouraged. This was how the living dead were. They weren't as strong as when they were alive. It was enough to be able to summon the Hell Strongman. Why would he need a bicycle? In the future, when he ran out of core of the undead, he would summon a Hell Strongman to kill it. Wouldn't it be great if he could produce and sell it himself? He just didn't know if the summoning would succeed in the future. After all, Levi had some knowledge about summoning. He knew that the summoned creatures in hell might communicate with each other. It wouldn't be long before they discovered that the super big fish, Green Ghost Carter, would never return every time he was summoned. As time passed, Green Ghost Carter's reputation plummeted and it could not be summoned. However, this was not Levi's concern. At that time, he would not need to use the living dead of the Green Ghost Carter. With a wave of Green Ghost Carter's hand, the Hell Strongman charged into the valley. This strongman was 3 meters tall. In front of the 6-meter-tall rock troll, he could only be considered small. Boom! A collision. The Hell Strongman was sent flying. The rock troll only took a few steps back. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was obvious. Thankfully, the Hell Strongman was faster and more agile. It got up, dodged, and continued to attack. Green Ghost Carter also took this opportunity to finish casting the Soul Flame and attack the rock troll. With Green Ghost Carter's Hell Strongman as a meat shield to attract the fire power. Levi's body was covered in black scales, and karmic flames burned his body. Frost condensed his arms, his black feet bent, and his blood wings spread open. The 9 Swords Azura evil spirit appeared behind him. He held Lion King's pride, the only weapon he could still use, and charged at the rock troll. The 6-meter-tall rock troll was extremely strong. It sent the Hell Strongman flying again and again. Cracks began to appear on the Hell Strongman's body. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before it was torn apart by the rock troll. However, the rock troll had just experienced a huge battle last night. There were still many wounds on its body, and earth-yellow blood flowed out. This blood was rich in earth elemental energy and was also known as stone blood. Although it was not as precious as the stone heart, it was still a rare good thing. An intense battle resounded throughout the valley. Under the siege of Levi and Green Ghost Carter. In the end, the rock troll was defeated and killed by Levi. The Hell Strongmen had been torn apart again. Green Ghost Carter's reputation among the Hell Strongmen group continued to decrease, and its favorability decreased by 1. Levi looked at the big fellow that had breathed its last. The most important thing for him to enter the Shadow Realm this time was the stone heart. He got Green Ghost Carter to guard the valley while he dug out the stone heart from the 2 rock trolls. It was a translucent stone ball. One of the stone hearts was larger and contained an extremely rich earth elemental ability. A cocky aura rolled in the stone ball. This was the alchemy material that the Tower Master needed. The other one was slightly smaller, but it should be enough as alchemy materials. After some thought, Levi decided to give the bigger one to the Tower Master. This might increase his chances of advancing to the 3rd ring. After putting away the stone heart, Levi collected the rock troll's blood. These things were good things whether they were kept as casting materials or potion materials in the future or sold for money. I've really made a killing. Levi was overjoyed. He used the Seal of Hell to inject the green energy core he had just taken from the Hell Strongman into the brain of one of the rock troll mothers. After a while, the rock troll mother stood up. Its 5-meter-tall burly body was filled with pressure. Ha 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 ha, the 7 generals of the living dead family can finally make a comeback. Levi was a little excited. Even though these 2 adult rock trolls had become living dead and had reduced their combat power, they definitely had the strength of a first circle wizard, or even stronger. It could only be said that they were no longer as powerful as experienced wizards. In addition to Green Ghost Carter, he had 3 living dead servants with the strength of a first circle wizard, who below the 2nd circle could defeat them. In a non-combat situation, the energy consumption of the rock troll was much higher than that of the Green Ghost Carter. However, as long as he did not use spell-like abilities, the energy core of a Hell Strongman was enough to last him for a period of time. He took away Bane's storage item. Bane's body had been torn apart and half of it had been eaten. He couldn't be a living dead anymore. He had completed the Tower Master's mission perfectly and even obtained an extra stone heart. It could be said that he had gained a lot. He had to hurry back to the entrance. He temporarily put the corpses of the 4 rock trolls and Green Ghost Carter into his ring and quickly rushed towards the entrance. Along the way, there were basically no apprentice wizards still in this Shadow Realm. He did not find Jaggery, so he must have left. Although that kid was only a mid-level apprentice wizard, as an apprentice of the Island Master of Whale Song Island, he had a lot of good things on him. If Jaggery and Levi were not enemies, Levi felt that he could become good friends with him. However, their factions were different. If they met again in the future, Levi would still kill him without hesitation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he grew up. Levi arrived at the entrance without any obstructions. After making preparations, he left. Chapter 305, Blood Beast Breakthrough, 3rd Special Effect, 1000 Faces. 1. On the sea. A pitch-black mist cave opened and spat out a figure. Levi landed on the sea and used perception to scan his surroundings. The Dragon King whale Leviathan, which he had arranged to be on standby in the deep sea, quickly returned to the surface after sensing Levi's appearance and carried him. Levi rested on the back of the Dragon King whale to replenish his strength. On the surface of the sea, almost all the surviving members of the Magus organizations had come out. Levi roughly estimated that about a third of the people had died. The death rate was far higher than when they explored the Black Fog realm. Most of these people died from killing each other and monster attacks. The rest were basically the masterpieces of Levi and Whale Song Island. After consuming the sacred blood potion, Levi's injuries had lessened significantly and did not delay his battle anymore. As for the remaining hidden illnesses, he had to go back and slowly recuperate. After resting for a while, Levi planned to leave on the Dragon King whale. Leviathan. Since Gagley was not there, he must have left long ago. The Star Tower's law enforcer was nowhere to be seen. 2 people from Sighing Sea Breeze had actually died. Judging from the expressions of these people, they should have gained quite a lot. Dockett looked at Levi, who appeared safe and sound, with a slightly shocked expression. He did not expect Levi to come out alone. He guessed that Levi had probably wandered around the outer area and did not go deep into the inner area. He must not have gained anything. Otherwise, it was indeed unbelievable that he could kill his way out of the inner area alone. Including the Fist of the Empire, they had the combat power of 2 official wizards, but they had also encountered many dangers. One of them even encountered people from Whale Song Island and Undead Ship. If not for the hidden trump card, Fist of the Empire, he felt that his team might have been wiped out. The exploration of the Shadow Realm this time was different from the past. A dark wizard organization like Undead Ship had actually infiltrated it. Docket smelled a conspiracy. He planned to report the situation here to Island Master Sage Mason when he returned. The Fist of the Empire looked at Levi, who was about to leave. Suddenly, he caught up and shouted, "Sir Levi, please wait." Levi's expression was calm. He thought that he didn't seem to be familiar with the Fist of the Empire. Could it be that he had discovered that he had killed his father-in-law? He stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" Levi was no longer afraid of the Fist of the Empire. With his strength, he could be said to have crushed the Fist of the Empire. After all, he was a man who could still jump around after taking 2 hits from the second circle Nightmare Knight. "Nothing. I just heard that you're also a legendary knight. I'm itching to find an opportunity to spar with you," said the Fist of the Empire. "Sorry, I'm not interested in sparring," Levi said. The Fist of the Empire seemed to have expected this. His emotions did not fluctuate. He only said that if Levi was interested, he could look for him at the Sighing Sea Breeze at any time. He would wait for Levi there. Moreover, he seemed to be able to tell that Levi was an expert in swordsmanship. He even said that he had inherited a powerful sword skill from a legendary knight. He felt that Levi would be very interested. The Fist of the Empire did not use swords and did not have any talent in the way of the swords, so that sword skill was useless to him. Therefore, he made a promise to Levi. If Levi could spar with him on the path of a knight, he would give this sword skill to Levi for free as a form of friendship. He knew the legendary knight mentioned by the Fist of the Empire. There was a high chance that it was Golden Knight Gregor. He had indeed obtained the treasures of Golden Knight Gregor like the rumors said. The sword skill he was talking about was undoubtedly his Golden Cross Slash. Could it be that the Golden Cross Slash that Fred obtained is incomplete? Every time I feel that I can comprehend the supreme spin, I'm always one step away. Levi felt that since that was the case, after he recovered from his injuries, he could spar with the Fist of the Empire. In any case, regardless of whether he won or lost, the other party would give him the sword skill. Even if the other party did not give it to him, he would not lose anything. Levi rode on the Dragon King whale and rushed towards the Grey Tower. What Whale Song Island did in the Shadow Realm made Levi feel like a storm was coming. He had to become an official wizard as soon as possible. Although Whale Song Island was the local overlord of this sea area, a mere third circle wizard organization was nothing in the entire Endless Sea. Although the Pan Plane Wizard Council would not hold them accountable, their actions would definitely incur the wrath of the public. If Whale Song Island dared to do this, they definitely had something to rely on. Furthermore, Undead Ship and Whale Song Island were actually secretly colluding. Levi had already thought of this possibility, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he still did not understand. The Pan Plane Wizard Council was a super wizard organization that spanned many factions and even planes. It was the creator of the rules and order of the wizard world today, and it had the support of legendary wizards comparable to god-like existences. All the actions of Whale Song Island seemed to be secretly defying the rules of the Pan Plane Wizard Council. Chapter 306, Blood Beast Breakthrough, Third Special Effect, Thousand Faces. 2. There were usually only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Firstly, corrupt personnel had appeared in the Pan Plane Wizard Council, which sheltered many illegal organizations like Whale Song Island. As a result, many wizard organizations obeyed the law on the surface but did some shameful things in secret. At the very least, there must be some shady dealings in the Star Tower, the management organization of the realm of Azure Cloud. Perhaps the Star Tower's law enforcer had already been bribed by some dark wizard organization. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Green Ghost Carter to sneak into the Shadow Realm under the witness of a second circle wizard. Secondly, there were other non-wizard superpowers secretly supporting this matter, trying to split the Pan Plane Wizard Council internally and causing conflict and trouble. Although it was relatively safe in the realm of the unbelievers, it could not be ruled out that the rulers of the other multidimensional planes and even the gods were secretly infiltrating the wizard world. In short, this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Any organization, as long as it was formed by humans, would definitely have the possibility of decay. Wizards were also humans and had 7 emotions and 6 desires, so it was no exception. Levi believed that the original intention of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council was definitely good. However, after so many years, who knew how many parasites existed in this behemoth? Levi did not even know if there were different peaks among the legendary wizards. He could not understand or imagine the world of the big shots. Sigh, it's too difficult to cultivate in seclusion. The cultivation of wizards was similar to cultivation. Wealth, companionship, law, and land were indispensable. It was very difficult for Levi to cultivate alone. It was unrealistic. He would always encounter all kinds of disturbances. It was inevitable. Levi could only try his best to avoid some obvious disasters and disputes so that he could become stronger as soon as possible. On the 8th day, the intersection between the Black Fog Realm and the realm of Azure Cloud had ended. The entrance to the Shadow Realm disappeared into the boundless sea. The next intersection might be 100 years later, or 1,000 years later, and no one would know. There were still many secrets in the core area. That strange murmur, that mysterious second circle creature, what was the source of the black fog? All of this had nothing to do with Levi. In the lives of most ordinary wizards, the chances of stepping into the same Shadow Realm twice were very slim. After returning to the Grey Tower, Marlene immediately welcomed Levi. The moment Levi returned alive, Marlene heaved a sigh of relief, regardless of whether she had obtained the stone heart or not. At least he came back alive. That was good enough. And with Marlene's understanding of Levi, since he was back, he definitely wouldn't return empty-handed. Levi smiled when he saw Ms. Marlene waiting for him. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Ms. Marlene asked. She had no children and treated Levi as her own child. This level of concern touched the soft part of Levi's heart that had not been human for a long time. "I'm fine, teacher. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Fortunately, I succeeded in bringing back the stone heart." He took out the large stone heart from his ring and couldn't help but show off a little. Madame Marlene smiled in relief. "Levi, you never disappoint me. Let's go." "I'll take you to the Tower Master," Ms. Marlene said. He brought Levi to the 7th floor of the White Tower. The Tower Master was doing some research when Levi came back. Even with his state of mind, he was slightly nervous. He saw that both Levi and Ms. Marlene looked serious. He thought that Levi had not obtained the stone heart. The Tower Master's heart sank and he sighed helplessly. "You're back safely." "Not bad. Although the stone heart is difficult to deal with, there's still a chance in the future. I'll have the points I promised you," he said. No matter what, Levi could represent the Grey Tower and go to the Shadow Realm alone to find the stone heart without an official wizard leading the team. Such courage and boldness were worth the points. Ms. Marlene burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you." "I got it," she said. Levi also smiled awkwardly. He didn't like to joke. But Ms. Marlene was in such a good mood that she joked with the Tower Master. The Tower Master's face darkened. "Marlene, why are you getting more and more mischievous as you grow up? You weren't like this before." Ms. Marlene sighed and said, "Other than your brain, you're about to become a metal lump. I'm afraid your heart will also become an iron stone heart. If you joke more, you might be able to maintain a fresh human heart." The Tower Master was silent. A moment later, he said with a smile, "Don't worry. With this high-quality stone heart, I'm much more confident in advancing to the 3rd ring. Don't worry. It's useless to worry." Levi calmly took out the ring of the Wind Spirit. "Lord Tower Master, I'll return this ring to you. After all, it belongs to your lover. It's not appropriate for me to take it. Besides, I've returned safely from the Shadow Realm. I don't think I'll need it anymore." Levi naturally wanted this ring. Chapter 307, Blood Beast Breakthrough, 3rd Special Effect, 1000 Faces. 3. However, when he thought about how this belonged to the Tower Master's lover, he felt uneasy. The Tower Master shook his head. "Take it. It's a gift. There's no need to be polite with me." Levi couldn't refuse, so he happily accepted it. The Tower Master looked at Levi and said, "The stone heart is very valuable. Do you want any rewards other than the points I promised you?" Levi thought for a moment and said, no. Under normal circumstances, the resources brought out by apprentice wizards from the Shadow Realm should be handed over to the tower to be distributed uniformly. However, so far, neither the Tower Master nor Ms. Marlene had asked about his harvest. This meant that they had kept their promise. Levi would enjoy all the resources he brought from the Shadow Realm. Putting aside Levi's other stone heart, just the various resources and items he had obtained in the past 7 days were worth thousands of ether stones. Levi had already gained a lot, so he did not covet more rewards. The leader might just be asking politely. If you really dared to ask for it, your impression of the leader might be greatly reduced. Levi understood this logic. The Tower Master smiled and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Levi nodded. "Yes, Lord Tower Master. I saw people from the undead ship in the Shadow Realm. I don't know how they got into the Shadow Realm. Furthermore, I saw the people from undead ship mixing with the people from Whale Song Island. The fact that Whale Song Island was mixed with such dark wizard organization members puzzled me. Other than that, the people on Whale Song Island are very hostile to me and have attempted to kill me. Therefore, I suspect that Whale Song Island is plotting something and I want to warn the tower about this," Levi said. Hearing that, Marlene nodded and said, "Actually, I also have my doubts about Whale Song Island. Other than Angus and the 2 official pharmacists, only 4 apprentice wizards, including you and Oliver, know that I was certified as a second circle pharmacist to refine the Eye Devil's gaze. The undead ship appeared the day after the refinement was completed. After some investigation, I could basically confirm that Angus had leaked our whereabouts. He looked kind, but he was doing such things behind my back. It really surprised me. Levi, after you become an official pharmacist, go to the Star Tower. You can't be at Whale Song Island anymore." The Tower Master said calmly, "According to my teacher, Salmon, after the Pan Plane Wizard Council was established, some powerful wizards who were dissatisfied with the Pan Plane Wizard Council ruling the wizard world went to other multidimensional planes and established their own forces. These forces have been secretly supporting the Dark Wizard Organization or some ambitious people to disturb the rule of the Pan Plane Wizard Council. I'm guessing that Whale Song Island must have obtained something to rely on, which is why they dare to do this. After all, they're in cahoots with the Dark Sorcerer Organization. Once this matter is exposed, they'll be severely punished by the Wizard Tribunal. Unfortunately, there's no evidence. Otherwise, we could report this matter to the Star Tower and have them investigate Whale Song Island," Ms. Marlene said. With the clues they had obtained so far, there was a high chance that they would not accept it even if it was given to the Star Tower. Furthermore, the people from the Star Tower might already be on Whale Song Island's side. If he reported blindly, he might alert the enemy and harm himself. After some discussion, Levi was no longer worried about this matter. This was something that the Tower Master should consider. If a small figure like him encountered a large-scale wizard war, he couldn't turn the tide. At that time, there was a high chance that he would have to run away with the bucket. Although he liked the Grey Tower, he could not say, "As long as the tower exists, the tower will die." If there's such a large-scale wizard war, I might as well return to the human world and hide for a period of time. Although the human world is not suitable for cultivating the path of wizards, I can still cultivate the path of knights. When the battle is over and the storm is over, I'll come back. As long as there's life, there's hope. Levi comforted himself. Of course, if it was only a small-scale battle, he still had to help the Grey Tower tide over the difficulties if he could help. After killing so many people from Whale Song Island, I wonder how Whale Song Island will react. Levi shook his head. Too many things have happened recently. He planned to cultivate in the tower for a period of time. He had to cultivate the undying bird-breathing technique as soon as possible and break through to become a high-level apprentice wizard as soon as possible. Back on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi closed the door. He lay on the bed and slept soundly for 3 days. In the Shadow Realm, he explored high intensity and high pressure for 7 days without any rest. Even though he was a legendary knight, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. 3 days later, Levi, who had been resting, was woken up by a knock on the door. He opened the door. It was Senior Sister Winnie. "Junior brother, I've successfully constructed a first circle spell model. I think I'll be able to become an official wizard in a year or 2 after I polish my spiritual force and state," Senior Sister Winnie said happily. She had learned the meditation art since she was a child, and it was a triple affinity talent. Now, she could finally touch the threshold of an official wizard. Chapter 308, Blood Beast Breakthrough, Third Special Effect, Thousand Faces. 4. Congratulations. Levi congratulated her. Let me tell you about my experience, Senior Sister Winnie said. Levi was stunned. He did seem to have said before that after Senior Sister Winnie successfully constructed the model, she would impart her experience to him. He just said it casually. He didn't expect Senior Sister Winnie to remember it in her heart. Sigh, this Senior Sister was still a very good person. He sighed and hoped that she could become an official wizard safely in the future. After listening to his Senior Sister's experience, Levi sent her away. He had to admit that the experiences that Winnie taught him were still useful. They were very helpful for Levi to build his first circle spell model in the future. Now, let's start counting the gains from this trip to the Shadow Realm. Levi was excited. He first took the Black Flame demonic bird out of the bug house. The Black Flame demonic bird was still lying weakly on the floor with its eyes drooping. Levi only had the dragon affinity and not the undying bird. He did not know if he could use Wild Heart to tame the Black Flame demonic bird. Logically speaking, the Black Flame demonic bird was not a first circle transcendent creature, so there should be hope. If it really didn't work, Levi would specially learn a beast taming spell from the School of Spiritualism. In order to cultivate the undying bird breathing technique in the long term and quickly, it was worth it. Levi applied new sacred medicines to the Black Flame demonic bird, locked it in a room, and threw some food at it. Although the Black Flame demonic bird was hungry, it was still in a state of stress. It was filled with fear towards Levi, so it ignored Levi's food. I think you'd better eat some. Otherwise, if you starve to death, I'll use you to make soup, Levi said calmly, not caring if the Black Flame demonic bird could understand him. After leaving the Black Flame demonic bird aside, Levi continued to organize his other gains. He temporarily put aside the storage bags of the two official wizards, Green Ghost Carter and Bane, and piled the things in the storage bags of all the other apprentice wizards in the living room. This time, Levi had snatched a lot of things. He had spent a lot of effort just to organize them. In the end, the inventory was completed. There were 14 magic wands, and one of them was an intact top-grade magic wand called the Dark Blue Wand. 2 0-ring cantrips were solidified on it, as well as a first ring spell. The cantrips were the common water arrow and wave layering spells, while the first ring spell was a very good defensive spell, Water Shield. It could form a huge water ball that could envelop the spellcaster. Naturally, Levi set his usual wand to this dark blue wand. This wand was enough for him to use until he became an official wizard. The other wands were very ordinary. Levi planned to pack them up and let Manla deal with them at the Black Sail Wizard Market. He should be able to exchange them for a lot of ether stones. However, there were about 2,000 of these apprentice wizards in total. Other than that, there were also books and casting materials from the Ocean faction that Levi was not interested in. After all, this was the realm of Azure Cloud. Other than a few heretics like Undead Ship, most organizations were mainly from the Ocean faction. The final harvest was the resources obtained by these apprentice wizards from the Shadow Realm, mainly some rare herbs, ores, or monster materials, and so on. There was no lack of first circle medicinal ingredients among the herbs. Many of them were difficult to find outside, such as fog lamp grass, water lotus grass, and so on. Levi did not intend to sell the resources obtained from the Shadow Realm. He might be able to use them in the future. After all, he was a pharmacist and could never have too many materials. After cleaning up the apprentice wizard materials, Levi rubbed his hands and flicked his snake tongue. He looked at the storage items of Wizard Bane and Green Ghost Carter happily. Both of them were official wizards, and Levi was looking forward to their items. The storage item of the Wizard Bane was in the shape of a small sachet. There were no spells or restrictions on it, so Levi opened it easily. He took a look and saw that the space inside was not small. It was only second to Levi's Wind Spirit Ring. He shook all these things out. A large pile of ether stones fell. Levi counted them. There were a total of 3,400 of them. Good lord, Bane's wealth is more than the combined wealth of so many apprentice wizards. This damn Whale Song Island is really rich. This is only what he brought with him. There might be more hidden in his house. In addition to the ether stone, there were also a few spell books. He took a look and saw that they were all first ring spells of the ocean school of thought. They were Whale Song, Water Shield, Water Prison, and Sailfish Arrow. The Whale Song spell was a detection spell. The principle was similar to the radar of dolphins and other creatures. It could emit a kind of whale song to detect the surroundings. When cultivated to the highest level, it could detect a radius of 5 kilometers. Levi shook his head. It's not even as good as my Black Snake's message. There's no need to cultivate this. His Black Snake's message could cover a radius of 20 miles. Moreover, with the advancement of the Black Snake breathing technique, his supernatural organs could continuously evolve. Levi looked at the remaining 3 spell books and was more interested in the Water Prison spell. This was the advanced spell of Tidal Grasp that he had learned. It could form a water prison to control the enemy for a moment. Chapter 309, Blood Beast Breakthrough, Third Special Effect, Thousand Faces. 5. The duration of control was related to the spellcaster's mastery and the strength of the accused enemy. These spell books saved me a lot of points. I don't need to buy them in the tower anymore. Levi put away the spell books. Then, he rummaged under the large pile of bottles and bags that had fallen out. These vessels were basically experimental materials and casting materials. In the end, Levi found a trident with a strange shape. Levi looked at the trident. It had an ancient design and was about 10 feet long. Its entire body was actually made of luminant gold. It emitted a dazzling luster. Until now, he had never seen so much luminant gold. Just this luminant gold was worth a lot of money. In the wizard world, luminant gold was also a valuable alchemy material. Even the tower master could only use cheap brass to refine those huge creatures. He could only refine his own arm with mithril. This trident was all made of pure luminant gold. Its value was obvious. There aren't any spell runes on it. It looks like an ordinary weapon. No wonder Bane didn't use it. Levi picked up the trident and held it in his hand. This trident weighed at least 2,000 pounds. Even an official wizard would not be able to use such a heavy trident as a weapon without using spells. Good stuff. Coincidentally, my Frostmourne is broken. I'll use this trident as a weapon in the future. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me whether there are solidification spells or not. What's important is that it's sturdy and resistant. If Levi had this trident during the battle with the Nightmare Knight, he would not have been so badly trampled. Levi was very satisfied with Bane's harvest. It felt so good. As expected of an official wizard. There were many good things in this storage bag. As for the storage bag of Green Ghost Carter, his mortal enemy, Levi placed it at the end. He was very interested in the spells of the School of Death. Especially the spells that turned into green smoke and ghost fire. This was simply a life-saving technique. This damn Green Ghost Carter had used these 2 spells which caused Levi to spend a lot of effort to deal with it. After using Golden Protection, Water Shield, and Wave Layering to protect himself, Levi, who was covered in solid-state black scales, carefully opened Green Ghost Carter's storage bag. Suddenly, a huge green fireball engulfed Levi. A moment later, the flames disappeared and Levi appeared unscathed with a calm expression. Fortunately, I know that this old ghost is very sinister. Otherwise, I would definitely have been injured by that soul flame. Levi poured out the contents of his storage bag. There were only 1,000 ether stones. It was completely unworthy of his status as a senior first circle wizard. Other than that, there were also some spell books and casting materials. Then, there was the huge staff that Green Ghost Carter often used. Although its shape was exaggerated, it was just a top-grade wand. There was a first ring spell and a few cantrips solidified on it. However, this staff was made of a very sturdy material. It could be used to swing people in the future. There were several spell books that Levi was most concerned about. Among them, the 3 books that he was interested in were Green Smoke Escape, Body of Ghost Fire, and Nightmare Summoning. The Green Smoke Escape was a first circle flying spell. It could turn into a cloud of green smoke and fly. Levi felt that this flying spell was more useful than Ms. Marlene's wing because it was immune to a portion of physical damage in the state of green smoke. The disadvantage was that it could only be cast once a day. The body of the ghost fire, on the other hand, could elementalize the body and turn it into a ball of erratic ghost fire. Basically, it was completely immune to physical attacks and could also reduce the attacks of many spells. This was Green Ghost Carter's strongest life-saving spell combination. If not for the fact that it could only cast one spell a day, with these two spells, Green Ghost Carter could completely do whatever it wanted under the second circle. These two spells were also spells that Levi had to learn in the future. After counting the spoils of war, Levi tidied up the spoils of war that he planned to let Manla deal with. He went to the White Sail Alley and handed them to Manla. Manla opened the storage bag and looked at it with a shocked expression. "Did you obtain all these in the Shadow Realm?" Levi nodded. "Please keep this matter a secret. I don't want too many people to know. When you deal with it separately to avoid being targeted. If there's any trouble, contact me at any time. After dealing with it, 1/10 of the ether stones will be yours." When Manla heard this, his breathing quickened. 1/10? That's too much. I roughly scanned it and roughly estimated that the things inside are at least 1,000 ether stones. Levi said, "Just 1/10? Manla, you're someone I trust. For our long-term cooperation in the future, this bit of money is worth it." Manla was so touched that he was about to cry. He was in dire need of money. Levi's action was undoubtedly a timely help. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Manla promised. Levi nodded, patted Manla's shoulder, and turned to leave, leaving Manla alone in a daze. Heavens, how many people did he rob? Junior brother's strength is unfathomable. Whale Song Island. Jaggery had long since returned to the island alone. Now, he was being lectured by Morpheus, who had just come out of seclusion. Morpheus's face was dark as he asked, "Are the others all dead?" Chapter 310, Blood Beast Breakthrough, Third Special Effect, 1,000 Faces. 6. Yes, teacher. He was killed by an evil spirit with 3 heads and 6 arms, Jaggery said truthfully. What evil spirit with 3 heads and 6 arms? I've never heard of it, Angus said. I'm not sure either. That evil spirit killed 3 senior brothers in the blink of an eye. Teacher Bane went to chase after the evil spirit and never returned. I took the opportunity to use the wizard tool you gave me to escape the battlefield, Jaggery said with lingering fear. He knew that the evil spirit was most likely Levi. Levi must have killed senior brother Deli and learned of their plan. Then, he used the shifting scroll to kill Bane and 3 senior brothers. If not for the sudden appearance of the green-robed wizard, he might have been killed too. After some thought, Jaggery said, that evil spirit might be Levi from the Grey Tower. He knew that Levi wanted to kill him. After all, his fellow disciples wanted to kill Levi. Although he did not want to kill Levi, he would still kill him if he had the chance. It couldn't be helped. This was the Island Master's order. Morpheus was his teacher. The reason why he could be where he was today was because of Morpheus's support. Before entering the Shadow Realm to explore, Morpheus had even given him a real wizard tool to save his life. No matter what, he could not betray Whale Song Island. I didn't expect a mere legendary knight to kill Bane and 4 high-level apprentice wizards. Angus, don't you think this is ridiculous? Morpheus was so angry that he laughed. Angus's heart trembled as he hurriedly echoed, perhaps that old fellow Herman gave him some trump card. Otherwise, it would indeed be unbelievable. However, that Green Ghost Carter is really useless. I just received news from Demon Harland that Green Ghost Carter was confirmed to have died in the Shadow Realm. There's a high chance that it was Levi who did it. Now, Demon Harland is still asking us for an explanation. No matter what, we underestimated him. In the future, you have to be careful when facing this person, Morpheus said coldly. Whale Song Island had suffered heavy losses this time. A senior First Circle wizard was already their backbone. Although there were more than 10 wizards on Whale Song Island, they could not withstand such a consumption. Moreover, 4 elite high-level apprentice wizards had also died inside. This was simply adding insult to injury. The only thing that made Morpheus a little glad was that his apprentice, whom he had high hopes for, Jaggery, had returned alive and brought out a lot of resources. While Whale Song Island was brewing a new scheme, Levi had returned to his normal cultivation life. Half a month later, Levi's internal injuries were almost healed. His strength had returned to its peak. He had agreed to spar with the Fist of the Empire a year later. He planned to focus on cultivating the breathing technique that had yet to reach the maximum during this period of time. 3 months later, Levi's blood beast breathing technique was successfully cultivated to the maximum level 10. Levi. Blood beast breathing technique, rank 10, maximum, special effect, blood wings, liquid, blood contract. Levi stood in front of the mirror and looked at the 2-meter-long blood wings on his back with a calm expression. The blood energy gathered behind Levi's back like a pool of blood, forming a pair of liquid bat wings. Levi tried it out. Now that his blood wings had accelerated, his speed had increased by half compared to before. His current speed was almost as fast as Ms. Marlene's flying spell. However, the liquid blood wings were still not enough to fly. He estimated that he would only be able to master the ability to fly short distances after reaching the solid state. Levi tidied up the proficiency panel. He was determined to integrate the siren breathing technique and some shallow-grade speed-type breathing techniques that he had learned previously into the blood beast breathing technique so that it could break through the limit. After the breakthrough, Levi's blood beast breathing technique underwent an unexpected change. Levi. Blood beast breathing technique, level 10, 1/200,000. Special effects, blood wings, liquid, blood contract, 1000 faces. After fusing the level 8 maximum siren breathing technique with the blood beast breathing technique, the original transcendent speed disappeared. Like transcendent defense, transcendent speed overlapped with blood wings and was absorbed. As for the second special effect of the siren breathing technique, bone shrinking transformation, after fusing with the blood beast breathing technique, it shockingly became a new special effect. 1000 faces, it evolved from the bone shrinking transformation and the characteristics of the blood beast. You have the ability to change the appearance of the blood beast at will. In the eyes of 1,000 people, there are 1,000 different versions of you. This special effect cannot be upgraded. Isn't this the ability of the Blood Clan to change their appearance? Levi knew that the Blood Clan could change their appearance at will. Anyone they had seen could change their appearance and body shape. This was also why the Blood Clan could hide so deeply in the human world. He never expected that after incorporating the second special effect of the siren breathing technique, he would actually activate the third special effect of the blood beast breathing technique. This ability was much stronger than the bone shrinking transformation. Bone shrinking transformation was just a simple change in body shape. By changing his body shape and makeup, he could slightly change his appearance. As long as one looked carefully, one could still see Levi's appearance. However, this was a complete Blood Clan superpower. This blood beast breathing technique is constantly evolving in the direction of the Blood Clan. Although I'm not a member of the Blood Clan, I now have bat wings, a blood contract, and the ability to change my appearance. Moreover, while Levi had these abilities, he did not have the weaknesses of the Blood Clan. He was bloodthirsty and did not like sunlight. After breaking through the limit, the blood beast breathing technique allowed Levi's strength to advance further. The next step was to slowly cultivate to level 11. By then, he would be a legendary knight in both defense and speed. His overall strength would not be as simple as 2 legendary knights combined. After the blood beasts broke through, Levi's focus was on the Red Lotus breathing technique and the Undying Bird breathing technique. Although the Red Lotus breathing technique was the most difficult, with a high-quality secret medicine, it was not slow to cultivate. He could cultivate to level 10 this year. The Undying Bird breathing technique only gradually improved after Levi completely tamed the Black Flame demonic bird a month ago. The Black Flame demonic bird was not big, so Levi did not dare to take its blood wantonly. The production of the Undying Bird secret medicine was relatively limited. However, compared to before, the speed of his cultivation experience was still much faster. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1020, Month of Northern Wind. The Undying Bird breathing technique had successfully reached level 8, giving birth to the special effect that Levi had been looking forward to for a long time. Levi. Undying Bird breathing technique, level 8, 1/100,000. Special effect, Transcendent Physique. After giving birth to the Transcendent Physique, Levi finally possessed an extraordinary and powerful physique. Most poisons in the mortal world were ineffective against him, and plagues and viruses could not do anything to him. Moreover, his body had super strong self-healing abilities. The most exaggerated thing was that theoretically, even if Levi's finger was cut off, it could grow back within a month. Although such a transcendent physique was far inferior to the Blood clan's immortal body that relied on the blood river. However, this ability to regenerate broken limbs was already a qualitative leap. As far as Levi knew, only low-level spells from the Life School of Thought or the School of Death had such abilities. After all, they studied these fields all day long, so they were very good at it. Apart from the two schools above, Levi had never heard of any low-level spells from the other schools. For example, the broken limb regeneration spell of the Ocean School of Thought was above the third circle spell. Levi believed that as long as his transcendent physique continued to evolve, in the future, even if he lost an arm or a leg, it would grow back. While Levi was cultivating, Manla had also spent more than half a year slowly getting rid of the spoils of war. In the end, after deducting Manla's share, Levi earned 2,000 ether stones, in addition to his previous accumulation. Levi had more than 8,000 ether stones. Now that he had money, Levi could breathe more freely. Chapter 311, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 1. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1021, Month of Beginning. The day of the sparring session with the Fist of the Empire was getting closer and closer. Levi cultivated in the Grey Tower in peace. After obtaining the stone heart from Levi, Herman, the Tower Master, devoted himself to new alchemy research. The difficulty of advancing to the third circle was not something that could be compared to advancing to the second circle from the first circle. This was the sign of advancing from low level to intermediate level. He estimated that the Tower Master would need at least 3 to 5 years to advance. After calculating the time, Mr. Marco and Mr. Tim should be returning soon. Due to the absence of these two main teachers, most of the classes in the Grey Tower had stopped in the past year. Fortunately, Levi did not pay much attention to the class. He only needed to replenish the knowledge he lacked. Most of the time, after completing his daily cultivation, he would study some theoretical knowledge of spells himself. Although wizards paid attention to learning from each other, independent research abilities were also necessary. Currently, he was still an apprentice wizard and was still in the stage of laying the foundation. When he advanced to an official wizard in the future, he would have to start experimenting with spell research. Spell research was not only about learning spells created by others but also about self-created spells. As long as Levi had his own self-created spells, other forces would theoretically have to pay a certain amount of intellectual property rights fees to use Levi's spells in the future after they were certified by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Some of these fees would be paid to the Pan-Plane Wizard Council to protect intellectual property rights, and the rest would be paid to the original creator of the spell, Levi. In this way, any official wizard organization or member registered in the Pan-Plane Wizard Council would have to buy the authorization to use spells from the Pan-Plane Wizard Council in the name of the organization or individual when learning this fee. Then, the organization or individual would obtain the right to use spells. This was the protection of intellectual property rights for wizards. In addition, there were also wizard tools, arrays, patents for the invention and design of potions, and so on. They were all protected by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's Act. This kind of protection had a time limit. Usually, after a wizard was confirmed dead by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, according to the provisions of the Wizard Research Results Protection Act, in order to prevent excessive protection of intellectual property rights from becoming the shackles of the wizard world's progress, the protection of intellectual property rights of wizards was limited to when they were alive and within 100 years of their death. Once a wizard was confirmed dead for 100 years, this original spell would become a public spell. Other wizard organizations could use it without paying the authorization fee. In fact, many of the spells in the wizard world today were public spells. They were the research results and precious wealth left behind by their predecessors. These spells had been tested over a long period of time, and even today, they were still blessing the future wizards. Many small organizations or wizards could not afford the relatively high authorization fee for the newest original spells. Therefore, some large organizations like the Star Tower often had the most cutting-edge and advanced spells. Some smaller organizations, such as the Grey Tower, were mostly public spell inheritances left behind in the past. This was also why the first Tower Master, Salman, wanted to leave the Grey Tower and join the Star Tower. In small organizations, although they could learn the classic public spells left behind in ancient times, the wizards were constantly pursuing the truth and constantly innovating. In short, it was the trend to surpass ancient times. If he wanted to improve, he couldn't just guard the spells left behind by the ancients. Therefore, in small organizations, it was very difficult for intermediate wizards to have any new breakthroughs or growth. They had to join a larger organization to have a chance of breaking through. Of course, there were definitely some loopholes in the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's protection of intellectual property. However, generally speaking, a wizard who had his own original spells that were purchased by many wizard organizations would not be too short of money, just like an official pharmacist. The research of original spells was very difficult. In theory, first circle wizards could start researching original spells, but there were very few people who could really create even first ring spells. The principles of original potions, wizard tools, and arrays were similar. And wizards who could have their own original spells were all worthy of the respect of other wizards. Not only could these wizards get a share of the profits from their original spells, but if the level of their original spells was high enough and the sales were good enough, they could also obtain the scholar seat of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and become a scholar of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. That was the dream of countless wizards. As far as Levi knew, the Tower Master's next research was an original spell. To be precise, it was an original alchemy style. Once this alchemy method succeeded, the Tower Master might become the first wizard to develop alchemical heart prosthetics. Only a crazy person like the Tower Master could do such a crazy thing. Even though wizards were very open-minded and tolerant, it was still unimaginable for them to change their hearts to alchemical prosthetics. After all, the school of alchemy had only been born for a short period of time. Most of the wizards in the school of alchemy were still at the stage of exploring, and the change in the mindsets of wizards also required a process. Soon, it was the month of Germinal. Chapter 312, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 2. Marco and Mr. Tim had returned from their studies in the Star Tower. The apprentices welcomed the two teachers enthusiastically. Mr. Marco had even become a senior first circle wizard. When he was studying, he had successfully constructed his first second circle spell model. As long as he continuously polished his spiritual force to the limit and prepared the corresponding potions, Mr. Marco could prepare to advance to the second circle. With the help of the second circle pharmacist, Marlene, the future prospects of Grey Tower would definitely be good. As long as Grey Tower was given some time, it could become a small and sophisticated wizard organization. There were still 2 months before the sparring session between Levi and the Fist of the Empire. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Levi kept improving his strength. The sparring between him and the Fist of the Empire was only limited to the Path of Knights. Neither side could use the Path of Wizards. Therefore, he had been practicing the Knight's breathing technique. The Black Snake had already reached its maximum and could not break through the limit for the time being. The only ones that he could cultivate were the Blood Beast, Undying Bird, and Red Lotus. The Blood Beast needed a large amount of proficiency to advance to level 11. Levi estimated that if he wanted to reach the maximum, he would have to wait until next year. He had just obtained the Undying Bird not long ago and was still moving towards level 9 cultivation. Levi placed his focus on the Red Lotus breathing technique. A month later, Levi's Red Lotus breathing technique finally reached level 10. Levi. Red Lotus breathing technique, level 10, 1/200,000. Special effect, flame body, liquid, Red Lotus blood. Finally, level 10. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, before the battle with the Fist of the Empire, he had cultivated the Red Lotus breathing technique to level 10, which was second only to legendary. The liquid flame body was even more exaggerated than the gas flame body. Levi felt that his body was filled with explosive power, as if countless lava was flowing in his body. He picked up a piece of paper and placed it on his chest. A moment later, the paper burned and turned into ashes. Young people are indeed hot-tempered, Levi said with a smile. He casually picked up his Poseidon trident and waved it at the place where he was practicing his martial arts. The 1,000-kilogram Poseidon trident was swung at his will. It was airtight, and the whistling wind of the trident cut through the void. A terrifying might spread out, making the black flame demonic bird next door tremble. What was this master doing next door all day? Levi's mind moved as he played around. Frost armor appeared on his arms, and a frost aura spread. Liquid flames flowed through his frost arm like lava on his flame body, forming a strange scene of ice and fire. The aura of ice and fire swirled and emitted white smoke before finally flowing into the Poseidon trident in Levi's hand. The Poseidon trident was half ice and half fire. The ice and fire dragons spiraled into the sky. Although the Poseidon Trident doesn't have a solidification spell, I can use the Frost Arm and Flame Body's special effects to enchant it. Levi gently thrust out his trident, and the trident easily pierced a small hole in the wall. In the small hole, half was frozen, and the other half was blazing. It was very magical. Ha ha ha, this move is really not bad. At the very least, it looks very cool. Let's call it Double Dragon Fusion. With Frost Arm's Frost special effect and Red Lotus Scorching special effect, it was very difficult for them to cause any substantial damage to official wizards. The gorgeous effect of this move was greater than actual combat. However, as these two special effects continued to evolve, their power should still be extraordinary in the future. After all, the Frost Giants were a powerful frost race, while Red Lotus was a natural fire beast. Levi's breathing technique could be said to be unparalleled in the world. In the Wuxia novels of his previous life, he had to be an Earth Immortal. Black Snake was level 11. Red Lotus and Blood Beast were level 10. The Giant and Ostrich Mountain were level 9. Undying Bird, Blood Whale and Giant Rhinoceros were level 8. Vortex Beast was level 7. Man-Faced Spider and Night Owl were level 6. These were Levi's main breathing techniques. In addition, there were also some shallow breathing techniques such as strength and speed. Levi would practice them when he had nothing to do. He would cultivate them to the limit and save them for later use. For the current him, shallow breathing techniques could be mastered several maximum breathing techniques in a month. It was not a waste of time. Other than the breakthrough in the breathing technique, the Black Devil Blade had also reached the maximum of level 3. Levi. Black Devil Blade, level 3, maximum, breakthrough available. Levi did not expect that the Black Devil Blade, which he had obtained from the mortal world, could actually be cultivated in the future. However, if he wanted to reach level 4, he needed to break through the limit. According to his previous experience, his spiritual force had to reach 11 points before he could break through the limit, which was the spiritual force of a high-level apprentice wizard. And now, his mental strength was only 9 points. However, as he used the Earth Pulse special effect, his progress in the Earth meditation art had already surpassed the Deep Sea meditation art that he had first learned. Therefore, he estimated that he would be able to break through 11 points of spiritual force and become a high-level apprentice wizard before the end of this year. At that time, he would be able to break through the Black Devil Blade. The power of the Nine Swords form proved that the Black Devil Blade was an extremely outstanding black gas combat technique. Although it was obtained by Levi in the mortal world, as a mystical technique that combined the spiritual power cultivation of a wizard and the physical body cultivation of a knight, its future potential was not limited to this. Levi was looking forward to the performance of the level 4 Black Devil Blade. Up until now, all the skills that could be broken through had been broken through by Levi. Chapter 313, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 3. The rest would take time to polish. At the thought of this, Levi decided to leave the trial. He planned to go to the academy to see if there were any burning faction meditation arts. He would make use of his Dance of the Fire God special effect so that he could learn burning faction spells in the future. After walking around, he did not find a burning faction meditation art. He wanted Manla to keep an eye out for him, so he went to the White Sail Alley. However, he found that in the material store, Manla's original position had been replaced by an unfamiliar female apprentice wizard. "I'm sorry, where did Manla go?" Levi asked. "Sir Levi." Manla said that he went home to visit his family. He might take a few days to come back. "Oh right, he asked me to pass these things to you. I wanted to give them to you earlier, but I heard that you were in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you." The new store manager raised her head and smiled. Then, she handed over a very small storage bag. "Thanks a lot." Levi was deep in thought as he left with the storage bag. After returning to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi opened his storage bag. The space inside was not big. It contained 3 breathing technique inheritance diagrams and various materials that Levi had asked Manla to help him collect previously. There were 3 breathing technique inheritance diagrams, 2 shallow strength type breathing techniques, and 1 shallow speed type breathing technique. Levi silently kept them for future use. In the interlayer of the inheritance diagram, there was another message written by Manla. "Sir Levi, I'm sorry. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Something happened to my daughter, so I left in a hurry. The storage bag is filled with the things you asked me to collect previously. These things are not worth much. The handling fees you paid me previously are enough to pay for them, so there's no need to pay extra. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. I survived the most difficult period. After reading the letter, Levi sighed in his heart. Manla was a good partner and reliable. From the looks of it, his daughter seemed to be in trouble. As far as Levi knew, Manla's daughter was a triple affinity wizard. Unfortunately, among the three elements, there was no key water element affinity. In this realm of Azure Cloud, where almost all members of the Ocean School of Thought were present, this was undoubtedly the most speechless thing. Originally, his daughter could shine in the Grey Tower. If she studied here, Manla could also take care of her. However, the heavens were not happy. Manla had no choice. In order not to waste his daughter's talent, he spent a lot of money and asked someone to find a burning faction wizard in this sea. Although this wizard was not from a wizard organization, he was still a famous official wizard. His strength was probably not much different from Green Ghost Carter. He lived on the Blackfire Island thousands of miles away and had more than 10 apprentice wizards under his command. Manla's daughter was one of them. Manla did not mention the name of this wizard. He only said that he was a senior first circle wizard. Levi was helpless in this situation. I have no choice. I'll go to the Black Sail Wizard Market myself. I've been in the Grey Tower for so long, but I haven't been to the market yet. I happen to have money recently, so I might as well buy 1 or 2 wizard tools to increase my strength. Levi sighed. It was not easy to find a reliable partner. He only hoped that Manla would come back soon. After making some preparations, Levi sat on the Dragon King Whale Leviathan and left the Grey Tower. Levi's current strength could be said to be below that of a second circle wizard. Only a senior first circle wizard could contend with him. Therefore, he was not as afraid as when he first entered the wizard world. He had to be careful and keep a low profile. Levi was basically safe in this sea area. He went to the Black Sail Wizard Market this time because he wanted to find a burning faction meditation art that could be cultivated to at least the first circle. Secondly, he wanted to buy a few wizard tools and collect some potion materials for Naga's blessing, breathing technique inheritance diagrams, and so on. Levi was rich now. He had 8,000 ether stones on him. This money had to be converted into actual combat strength as soon as possible. The ether stones would not generate interest in the storage bag. In the Grey Tower, there were no wizard tools for sale. Official wizards usually only had 1 or 2 wizard tools with them. They used them themselves and no one took them out to sell. Currently, among the 4 official wizards of the Grey Tower, there were no wizards who were proficient in the art of crafting. Like pharmacists, craftsmen also needed to pass down their skills. Furthermore, it was also a very expensive profession that was very difficult to form. Therefore, Levi could not buy a wizard tool here even if he had money. Levi only had 2 wizard tools on him. Pot of equal value and Ring of Wind Spirit. Among them, the pot of equal value, the wizard tool, was useless to Levi so far. After all, its creator had only created it to provide shelter for the creator's family in the mortal world. For Levi, who had already entered the wizard world and was as strong as a first circle wizard, this snuff bottle could only be used as a chamber pot at most. The night breathing techniques inside had already been extracted by Levi during this period of time. Tutton had been squeezed dry. Therefore, the only wizard tool that Levi could use now was the Ring of the Wind Spirit. For Levi, 1 wizard tool was obviously not enough if he were to encounter an intense and prolonged battle. Levi might only be an apprentice wizard now, but because of his identity as a legendary knight, those who came to trouble him were basically all official wizards. Chapter 314, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 4. Levi had already offended Undead Ship and Whale Song Island, so he had to prepare more wizard tools. It would be best if he was like old Demon Han, full of treasures. To put it bluntly, in the wizard world, apart from realms and spells, equipment was also very important. Previously, Levi did not have money, so he did not dare to hope for equipment at the level of a wizard tool. Now that he had money, he should buy it and spend it. The special effect was activated, and Levi transformed from a brawny man of 2.5 meters to an ordinary wizard of about 1.8 meters tall. His silver-white hair was draped over his shoulders. He tied it up and turned it into a capable bun. The beard on both sides revealed the vicissitudes of life, and his face was as sharp as a knife. Instead of wearing the grey tower's robe, he wore an ordinary hunting suit, looking rather handsome. He turned into a witch pile driver in a game in his previous life. Unfortunately, there were no Gwent cards in the taverns in this world. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm really White Wolf Gerald now. I don't even need to wear a mask. I'm the real deal. Levi was overjoyed. The third special effect of this blood beast breathing technique is simply a necessary skill for lawless fanatics. Levi was different now. He was quite famous in this sea area. Therefore, when he went out in the future, he would go out with different faces so that he would not be easily found by his enemies. Of course, if the enemy was very familiar with his aura, then his disguise shouldn't be able to hide from them. However, that was unlikely. In short, after this complete transformation, Levi's safety was greatly improved. The Black Sail Wizard Market was a distance away from the Grey Tower. Levi rode the Dragon King whale for about a day. In the distance, he saw the island covered in black forests like a giant sail, towering over the sea. This island was much larger than the island where the Grey Tower was located. This was Black Sail Island, the largest wizard market in this sea region. It was the trading center for large amounts of casting materials, sea beast meat, and cultivation resources. The breathing techniques that Levi had asked Manlet to find previously were basically obtained from the Black Sail Wizard Market. Therefore, he was also interested in seeing if he could find some breathing techniques that were useful to him in this market. When they were still some distance away from Black Sail Island, Levi asked Leviathan to wait for him in the deep sea. Leviathan was one of the signature characteristics of the legendary knight Levi. Some people had already given him legendary titles that he despised, such as Whale Knight and Dragon King Knight. Hence, in order to avoid attracting the enemy's attention, Levi chose to swim over. In the Black Sail Wizard Market, there were law enforcers from Whale Song Island. Levi did not want to expose himself to the enemy. Levi could hear the sounds of hawking coming from the Black Sail Wizard Market with advanced hearing. It was as if he was dreaming of his childhood when he was at the market in the town. Silver-scaled wizard robe. 5 ether stones for 1. Moonlight great sword, 10 ether stones for 1. Sea beast meat. Selling at a low price. It had been a long time since he had felt such an atmosphere, and he couldn't help but smile. As expected, this Black Sail Wizard Market was also filled with the aura of the mortal world. As soon as Levi landed on the island, a group of people surrounded him. "Buddy, I have a top-notch Celian potion here. Do you want it?" "Don't. Hey, take a look. This is good stuff. Eating it can increase your strength by 500 kilograms out of thin air. It can even strengthen your aphrodisiac. Get lost." Levi frowned and said coldly, releasing a trace of his aura. He wanted to chase away these fake pharmacists who sold fake medicine. He had long known that there were many pharmacists selling fake medicine in the Black Sail Wizard Market. These pharmacists often did not have a certified identity in the Pharmacist Association, nor did they have a true pharmacy level. The medicine they refined could not be sold through various formal channels. They could only set up stalls in such markets or find people to sell it on the streets. Levi was a high-level pharmacy apprentice himself, and he was not far from becoming an official pharmacist. Whatever potions he lacked, he would refine them himself and be self-sufficient. He would not buy potions refined by others at all. Especially this kind of untested potion, he would not even use it. If he was a fledgling who had just entered the wizard world and came to the Black Sail Wizard Market as soon as he entered, he would definitely be deceived by all kinds of scammers here. Fortunately, Levi had been in the wizard world for a long time and was familiar with all kinds of common sense. Hence, he completely ignored these swindlers bragging. Levi scanned the stalls in the bazaar. Basically, very few people bought the breathing technique inheritance diagram. This was the wizard world. Everyone had come here for wizards. Only mortals cultivated the path of knights. This was what most people thought. Since Levi was free for the next 2 days, he was not in a hurry. He strolled around the market to see if he could find something good from the stall. In the end, after he had almost finished shopping at all kinds of stalls, he also had a small harvest. In terms of breathing techniques, he found 3 shallow breathing techniques. One was for strength, one was for speed, and the other was for defense. Other than defense, Levi was not in urgent need of anything else. The black snake breathing technique, which was at the limit of level 11, required a total of 10 points. This meant that he needed 10 maximum level 4 defensive breathing techniques or 2 maximum level 8 defensive breathing techniques. Chapter 315, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 5. It was indeed not easy to gather them in the world of wizards. He felt that the person with the greatest hope was Andrew in the human world. If Andrew could find the breathing technique of the giant iron crocodile family, he would be able to provide 6 breakthrough points. In addition to the gains from the breathing technique, Levi also found some ingredients to refine Naga's blessing potion. He was about to advance to become a first circle pharmacist. He had prepared the ingredients in advance and could start refining after he advanced. The Naga's blessing was a very complicated potion. Among the first circle potions, it was one of the more difficult ones. In addition to the 3 main ingredients, it also required 13 secondary ingredients. Previously, Levi had only collected 8 types and was still short of 5. After he finished shopping at the market this time, he had also gathered them. Next, he only needed to prepare the grey Naga's tears and beak of the bird of joy. Such a precious main ingredient could not be bought at these stalls. It could only be bought in large shops or auctions opened by wizard organizations. Levi did not waste any more time. He was holding a map of the Black Sail Wizard Market. He found the most luxurious shop here. Celestial Circle Shop. The Celestial Circle Shop was an industry under the Star Tower. It was only one of the branches in the Black Sail Wizard Market. The Celestial Circle Shop's status in the realm of Azure Cloud was almost equivalent to an official shop. The quality of the items produced here was basically no problem. Otherwise, it would destroy the Star Tower's golden signboard. Of course, the items inside were slightly more expensive than the ones outside. However, Levi was not short of money, so he walked in boldly. "Hello, Server 007 of the Star Ring Shop, Irene, is at your service." A witch with a sweet voice and sexy clothes came up to them. She was wearing a translucent black silk robe, which was rare in the wizard world, and a short, low-cut wizard robe. She looked innocent and seductive. Beautiful salesgirls could promote male customers' spending, and it was the same in the wizard world. Celestial Circle Shop in Black Sail Wizard Market had the most comprehensive collection of items, so Levi directly made a list of what he wanted to buy and handed it to witch Irene. "Wow, this customer wants to buy a lot of things." Irene covered her mouth and said pretentiously. The items on the list were very complicated. There were wizard tools, breathing technique inheritance diagrams, meditation art, spell books, potion materials, and even alchemy materials such as mithril and luminant gold. Irene took out a piece of parchment. She chanted an incantation, and the list of goods from the Celestial Circle Shop began to appear on the parchment. Then, Irene glanced at it and said, "I'm sorry, we don't have the breathing technique inheritance diagram. We don't have the grey Naga's tears for the time being. We have everything else. Let me show you around our wizard tool shop first. See what you need." Irene was extremely excited to see such a rare customer. She pulled Levi's arm with noble etiquette and went to the wizard tool shop on the 2nd floor. As long as Levi bought a wizard tool, she could get a 1% commission. That was at least a few ether stones. For an ordinary witch like Irene who had no ambitions, this sum of money was enough for her to buy some beauty potions that she liked. In the wizard world, not everyone yearned to become a powerful and knowledgeable wizard. Many people like Irene lived a frivolous life because of the talent of the children of chaos. Essentially, most ordinary apprentice wizards might only be a little stronger than ordinary people in terms of temperament, or rather, there was no difference. Especially the second generation who were born in the wizard world, such as Winnie, who had basically stayed in the wizard tower since she was young and had never experienced the struggles of the mortal world. She had never seen the dangers of the world and was too naive most of the time. In Levi's opinion, these people were far inferior to the grand knights in the mortal world, let alone the legendary knights. In the wizard tool shop, Levi looked at the few wizard tools in the window and couldn't help but shake his head. All in all, the sea area where the Grey Tower was located was still too backward. As the largest shop in this sea region, there were only a dozen or so wizard tools sold inside. This also meant that wizard tools were precious and rare. Giant Squid Ring First Circle Wizard Tool. Main function, storage, defense solidification spell, first ring spell encirclement of giant demons. Price, 800 ether stones. Levi immediately noticed the ring that looked like an octopus sucker. Although he had the ring of the wind spirit now, he still felt that his storage space was not enough. Compared to bag-type storage items, Levi preferred ring-type items. They were more convenient and flexible and had more space. Of course, ring-type storage items were also more expensive. Because the manufacturing process of storage rings was much higher than that of bags, all storage rings started with first circle wizard tools and were sold for hundreds of ether stones. A ring like this, which had been solidified with other practical spells, was even more precious. I'll get this. Levi pointed at the giant squid ring. His ultimate goal was to fill all 10 of his fingers with spatial rings and become a 10-ringed knight to maximize his storage ability. This would make it easier for him to shoplift in the future. The witch Irene looked excited. Hehe, I got 8 ether stones. Is this the world of the rich? The witch Irene couldn't help but feel envious. Chapter 316, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 6. From the looks of it, this white-haired middle-aged man was not very strong. Why was he so rich? Could he be the descendant of an official wizard? Another reason why Levi took a fancy to the giant squid ring was because of the first circle defensive spell he was wearing. Encirclement of Giant Demons, Ocean Faction spell. After casting it, it transforms into 8 tentacles of the water element giant demon that tightly surrounds and protects the spell caster. Defense Strength Rating, B. Casting Cooldown, 1 day. This was the Celestial Circle shop's introduction to the encirclement of giant demons. This kind of defense strength rating was a grading system that the Celestial Circle shop had come up with after a long period of testing and evaluation of spells of different rings. The defensive strength of each ring was divided into 3 levels. Grade A, Grade B, Grade C. This classification system was relatively authoritative and was generally recognized by most wizards. Levi did some calculations. If he were to evaluate his defense according to this grading standard, among Levi's current defensive spells, Golden Protection, Water Shield, and Wind Spirit Shelter from the Ring of the Wind Spirit were all C-grade defensive spells. This was also the defensive strength of most simple first circle defensive spells. Encirclement of Giant Squid was a more complicated first circle defensive spell. Its defense was slightly stronger. As for his solid-state Black Scale's defense, it should be in a grade. The defense of the solid-state Black Scale was equivalent to the top first circle defensive spell. That was why Levi was able to withstand the Nightmare Knight's second circle attack. After buying the Giant Squid ring, Levi felt that his current defense should be enough. Next, he needed another one to escape an attack. He looked at the remaining wizard tools. There was no room for selection. There was only one wizard tool in this shop that had been solidified with escape spells. Flying Fish Robe First Circle Wizard Tool. Main function, defense, movement. Solidification spell, first ring spell Water Shield / first ring spell Flying Fish Ocean Leap. Price, 900 ether stones. This robe was almost the most expensive wizard tool in the shop. It was made of the skin of a first circle sea beast, which was strong enough to withstand most cantrips. In addition, there were also 2 practical spells solidified on it, Water Shield and Flying Fish Ocean Leap. Needless to say, the Water Shield spell was the most common first circle defensive spell of the Ocean faction. Flying Fish Ocean Leap had a C-grade speed rating, which was similar to Ms. Marlene's flying spell. Its speed was not as fast as Green Ghost Carter's Green Smoke Escape and Wind Spirit Ring's Wind Spirit Shelter, but the spell of Flying Fish leaping into the sea lasted longer. It could glide for a long time. Levi didn't reject anyone. After all, he had money now. To deal with the people from Whale Song Island or Undead Ship who might appear, he had to be fully armed. With the giant squid ring and the flying fish robe, Levi's life-saving ability had improved greatly. He also bought a control-type wizard tool worth 600 ether stones called Green Gloves. This was a Life School of Thought's wizard tool. He didn't know how it ended up in the realm of Azure Cloud. Wearing this glove could increase the casting speed and increase the power of the spellcaster. In addition, there was a first ring spell solidified on it, Green Vine Love. The effect was to cast spells that could grow vines under the enemy's feet to entangle them. The effects of this control spell were not inferior to the Ocean School of Thought's Water Prison spell. They were both classic and powerful control spells. This way, Levi had defense, escape, and control. As for attacks, he had the means of a knight and the seal of flame, so he didn't lack them for the time being. Moreover, with Levi's current upper limit of spell power, he couldn't use so many wizard tools at once. 3 wizard tools cost Levi 2,300 ether stones. In all the years he had stepped into the wizard world, he had never been so generous. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ether stones were gone. This was money that most apprentice wizards could not save in their entire lives. It could even be said that most ordinary official wizards could not take out so much money. Levi bought another beak of the Bird of Joy. This thing was especially expensive. It cost 900 ether stones. After all, it was the main ingredient of the Naga's blessing. He was already very lucky to be able to buy it. However, a beak of the Bird of Joy, ground into powder, was enough to split into dozens of portions of Naga's blessing ingredients. At that time, as long as Levi successfully refined a few more potions and sold a random potion, he would be able to earn back the money. As for the burning faction meditation art that Levi wanted, there was only the apprentice-level sun meditation art in the shop. Fortunately, the sun meditation art was the most basic meditation art of the burning faction and had the widest range of dissemination. It should be easy for Levi to find the content of the subsequent advancement chapters in the future. Levi had no intention of learning the burning faction's cantrips for the time being. With the seal of flame in hand, he was not interested in them. He was preparing the burning faction's meditation art to become an official wizard in the future. By then, he could learn some powerful burning faction classic spells, such as the omnipotent fireball technique, big fireball technique, and even 5 fireballs technique. In the end, he bought some miscellaneous items. Levi spent a total of 4,000 ether stones in the shop and lost half of his wealth before leaving. After this purchase, he immediately became a platinum member of the Celestial Circle shop and obtained 40 points. These 40 points could be equivalent to 40 ether stones the next time he bought it. It was better than nothing. Chapter 317, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 7. Levi wandered around the other shops in the Black Sail Wizard Market. Unfortunately, he did not find the Grey Naga's tears until the next day. The Grey Naga was not strong to begin with. It was only at the level of a first circle transcendent creature. However, these creatures usually appeared in some dangerous sea areas on the Endless Sea. There were many powerful transcendent creatures entrenched there, including some second circle transcendent creatures. As a result, it was difficult for ordinary official wizards to capture the Grey Naga. The wizards who had the strength to capture the Grey Naga did not like this thing, which resulted in the Grey Naga's tears being often difficult to buy. After a while, I'll go to the wizard markets in other places. If it really doesn't work, when I, Red Lotus, and the Blood Beast have all reached level 11 legendary and become high-level apprentice wizards, I'll look for the Grey Nagas. I have the Black Snake's message. As long as I avoid the second circle transcendent creatures, I should be able to capture the Grey Nagas safely. When he left the Black Sail Wizard Market with his harvest, Levi found a deserted place and changed his appearance to Knight Anderson's to prevent himself from being targeted by some people. However, even though he was careful, he could still sense through the Black Snake's message that someone was following him. From the moment Levi left the shop until now, 3 people had been keeping a certain distance from him. They looked around and seemed to be passers-by, but Levi's intuition was very accurate. Coupled with his spider sensing, he knew that these 3 people were definitely following him. Could it be that the people from Whale Song Island have already discovered me? That's impossible. If Whale Song Island wants to deal with me, why would they let an apprentice wizard come? At least an official wizard. I guess they just met some criminals in the wizard bazaar. Forget it, since they want to harm me, prepare to die. Levi's heart began to turn cold. He had long heard that there were all kinds of people in the wizard bazaar, and there was no lack of lawless fanatics. He did not expect to meet them today. He quietly changed direction and headed towards the depths of Black Sail Island. The 3 of them followed closely behind. In the end, Levi stopped at an uninhabited forest in the center of Black Sail Island. His expression was calm as he sat on a huge rock and waited with his eyes closed. He had the demeanor of an expert. The 3 apprentice wizards also followed him. They were all wearing black magic robes. It was impossible to tell which organization they belonged to. They could also be nomadic wizards. Your perception is not bad. It seems that you have also discovered us, the apprentice wizard in the lead said with a smile. Levi asked calmly, are you following me? The three apprentice wizards looked at each other and immediately launched all kinds of cantrip attacks, including water arrow, tidal grasp, and even a fireball spell. This was a cantrip version of fireball, which should be the most powerful one among the cantrips. Levi waved his dark blue wand and cast the first ring spell, Water Shield. The blue water barrier protected Levi. All the cantrips were blocked by Water Shield, not to mention Levi's body was still covered in black scale. At the same time, his body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Accompanied by a cloud of dust, Levi arrived in front of the strongest high-level apprentice wizard among the three apprentice wizards. He held the Poseidon trident in his hand and stabbed at the apprentice wizard. When the high-level wizard saw Levi's trident, his expression changed. He couldn't help but exclaim, this belongs to Wizard Bane. You're the person who killed Wizard Bane? How is that possible? The defensive wave layering lit up on his body. However, in front of the Poseidon trident, this defense was useless. Pucci! The Poseidon trident pierced through the abdomen of this high-level apprentice wizard, along with all kinds of internal organs. Levi raised the apprentice wizard high and threw him directly to the ground. The Poseidon trident pulled him apart and split him into two. For the current him, killing a high-level apprentice wizard was as easy as flipping his hand. He wondered who gave these people the confidence to rob him. Moreover, this high-level apprentice wizard actually knew Bane's Poseidon trident, which meant that he was most likely from Whale Song Island. This was even more intriguing. Whale Song Island was one of the law enforcers of the Black Sail Wizard Market, but the disciples below were secretly guarding and stealing. They were doing some unlawful things. One could imagine how chaotic it was behind the seemingly calm market. Fortunately, when he was short of points back then, out of caution, he did not choose to come to the Black Sail Wizard Market to be a law enforcer. Otherwise, he would most likely have been tricked by these people. Levi's Poseidon trident tore the high-level apprentice wizard in half, and the Saint Scorpions immediately swarmed forward. Levi flicked his snake tongue and looked at the remaining two people with a ferocious smile. These two people were also high-level apprentice wizards. At this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. The three of them came from different forces. Usually, with the law enforcer of Whale Song Island as the leader, he would use the convenience of his position as a law enforcer to secretly do some illegal things. The person killed by Levi was the captain of the police team sent by Whale Song Island to the Black Sail Wizard Market. He had some authority. Through this method, they tasted the sweetness of it. Today, they chose Levi, the dumb who had just come out of the Celestial Circle shop. Chapter 318, Level 10 Red Lotus, Fire Play Master. 8. After all, Levi's strength didn't seem like much. He was just a mid-level apprentice wizard, yet he already had evil intentions. Unexpectedly, although Levi was a mid-level apprentice wizard on the surface, he was actually a legendary knight. Under Levi's destructive attack, a high-level apprentice wizard died instantly. Such terrifying strength reminded them of the fear of being dominated by an official wizard. Don't kill me. I admit defeat this time. I'll give you all the money I have. My father is Fire Play Master Kane. If you kill me, when my father comes out of seclusion, you'll be chased by an official wizard. Don't do anything stupid on impulse. The apprentice wizard who used the small fireball technique said shakily. He found that the corpse of the law enforcer of Whale Song Island was about to be devoured by the poisonous scorpion. This was too tragic. He did not want to die. I didn't expect a law-abiding wizard like me to encounter thieves like you. In order to protect myself, don't blame me for being too defensive. Levi's expression was fierce. He used his actions to show his attitude. The Poseidon trident opened and closed as he charged towards the two apprentice wizards. When the apprentice wizard who called himself the son of Cain saw that the man didn't know what was good for him, his expression turned ruthless. He decisively took out a scarlet scroll, tore it open, and chanted an incantation. Seeing this, the other apprentice wizard tacitly protected him and blocked Levi's attack. In just a moment, a terrifyingly high temperature filled the air. A fireball with a diameter of 3 meters formed and shot towards Levi like a cannonball. Boom! Flames soared into the sky and emerged from the black forest. A radius of 10 meters around Levi was filled with high temperatures. All the trees in this area were instantly charred and turned into ashes. Die, this is the big fireball technique known as the strongest first circle attack. The son of Cain's expression was ferocious as he watched the fireball devour the mid-level apprentice wizard's figure at lightning speed. This was the trump card that his father had given him. It was a one-time use item, a first circle fireball technique scroll. Ordinary first circle defensive spells could not withstand it at all. Although the big fireball technique was also a first ring spell, it was an advanced and improved version of the fireball technique. Its power should be the strongest below the second circle. According to the Celestial Circle Shop's rating, this was the true A-grade attack power. The flames devoured Levi. Good job. Another high-level apprentice wizard looked in the direction of the flames with lingering fear. The son of Cain sneered. This is courting death. I really planned to settle things peacefully after paying. Sigh, I don't want to kill anyone. In any case, he had the protection of his father, a senior wizard. He was just bullying an apprentice wizard. The higher-ups probably wouldn't blame him. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames exploded. A monster covered in crimson flames flew out from the explosion. He was wearing a flying fish robe, and his expression was savage and terrifying. Black scales appeared on his face, and his smile was horrifying. His snake tongue flicked wildly, and snake saliva dripped down. The flying fish robe was bulged by his exaggerated muscles, and his trident was burned red. His hands, which were covered in frost, held the trident tightly. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pleasant surprise! As expected of the burning faction, this attack power is really comfortable. The moment Levi was swallowed by the fireball technique, the water shield spell on his flying fish robe was evaporated by the fireball technique. Fortunately, he had the defense of the solid-state black scale and the fire resistance brought by the flame body. Levi managed to block the attack unscathed. Levi now believed that this person was indeed the son of the so-called fire play master Cain. It was basically impossible for ordinary apprentice wizards to have such a precious magic scroll. The son of Cain looked horrified. That's impossible. Even official wizards can't withstand this big fireball technique. What kind of monster are you? He was completely flustered. The trident tore through the air and pierced through his head and neck, nailing him to the tree and killing him instantly. Levi jumped to the other side and crushed the head of another apprentice wizard. The corpses and souls of these apprentice wizards would not be wasted. They were devoured bit by Levi's adorable saint scorpions. In the end, there was not even a skeleton left. During this period of time, especially in the Shadow Realm, Levi's saint scorpion had devoured many apprentice wizards. With such a high-quality supply of scorpion feed, the number of saint scorpions in the bug house was almost 1,000, which was the limit that Levi could control. Many new saint scorpions were stronger than their parents after they grew up. They devoured the souls of wizards, allowing them to evolve faster. Levi cleaned up the battlefield and picked up the loot. These 3 apprentice wizards were not very strong, but they were quite rich. The 3 of them contributed more than 1,000 ether stones to Levi. The apprentice who claimed to be the son of Cain also had more than 500 ether. Other than that, there were only some things that Levi did not like. He kept them all and would count them in the future. After Levi was done, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He lifted his clothes and could not help but look gloomy. A red flame mark appeared on Levi's chest and shone with a demonic light. Tracking mark. Levi did not panic. Instead, he stood on the spot and pondered for a moment. In the end, he thought of a solution. In order to avoid being hunted down by Cain, Levi was determined to strike first, to deal with Cain. He changed into the appearance of the Earl of Silver Mountain and investigated at the Black Sail Wizard Gathering. Then, he was surprised to find that Cain was the master of Blackfire Island, the mentor of Manla's daughter. Fate was indescribably wonderful. Chapter 319, Saint Abe Emperor Mew, Black Snake Levi, Supreme Knight, King of the Century. 1. Blacksail Island. Blacksail Wizard Market. The Blacksail Enforcement Union was the official organization that maintained the order of this market. All along, it had been led by Whalesong Island, with other Second Circle wizard organizations participating. They each sent their own apprentice wizards to participate in the Enforcement Union. Theoretically, the president of the Enforcement Union was a rotation role. However, because there were not enough First Circle wizards in other organizations, the president had been a First Circle wizard on Whale Song Island for a long time. Although the other wizard organizations had some complaints, Whale Song Island's strength was here. In the end, they could only silently agree. Circus' face was gloomy. "Have you not found Colorado's body yet?" The law enforcer in front of him, a young apprentice wizard, lowered his head and said, "No." Circus looked at the soul jade representing Colorado in his hand. It had completely cracked. This meant that his eldest disciple, the high-level apprentice wizard whom he had raised and trusted, the captain of the Whale Song Island's law enforcement team, Colorado, was actually dead. Continue searching and expand the scope. Investigate the people who are closer to Colorado. I want to see who it is. They actually attacked our law enforcers, said Circus coldly. All right, Lord Circus. I'll send someone to investigate now. Circus looked at the apprentice's departing figure with a gloomy expression. Colorado was his apprentice and also his minion. Naturally, S knew that Colorado and the others were up to something in the Black Sail Wizard market. However, this was all tacit agreement. After all, Colorado would give him ether stone every year to show filial piety. The reason why he, Circus, stayed away from Whale Song Island and came to this market to be the president of the enforcement union was so that he could get some benefits here. He swore that if he knew who the murderer was, he would definitely make the other party regret coming to this world. Just as the Black Sail Enforcement Union was secretly investigating the murderer, Levi had already left Black Sail Island. He took a long detour to the sea and sat on the Dragon King whale in an uninhabited area. He looked at the flame mark on his chest with a grave expression. It was obvious that this was some kind of tracking mark. It should also be a type of spell, but this kind of spell was very unorthodox. Usually, only those wizards with important children would be willing to waste a spell slot to learn such a spell to protect their descendants. With this mark, wizards could sense the location of their descendants. If their descendants were killed, the mark would be transferred to the perpetrator, allowing the wizard to lock onto the perpetrator's location and avenge their descendants. Other than this function, this spell had no other use. Therefore, normal wizards would not learn these unless they had someone they cared about. Obviously, this burning faction apprentice killed by Levi was most likely someone that Fire Play Master Kane cared about. In the beginning, Levi was a little flustered. However, after investigating Kane's qualifications at the Black Sail Wizard Market, he was slightly relieved. The other party was not a second circle wizard and was still within his range of response. Fire Play Master Kane. An experienced first circle wizard, the master of the Black Fire Island, a member of the Azure Fire Alliance, and a guest mentor of Whale Song Island. He had a lot of honors. Although he did not join a wizard organization, he was still considered an influential figure in this sea area. Levi did not expect that the mentor of the burning faction that Manla had found for his daughter was him. At that time, he heard Manla complain that in order to pay for his daughter's tuition fees, he had paid 200 ether stones alone. And the apprentices under the Fire Play Master basically entered like this. Many of them paid more than Manla's daughter's tuition fees. After all, Levi had joined the Grey Tower. Not only did he not pay the tuition fees, but he had also earned some points from the tower. It couldn't be helped. The rarer something was, the more precious it was. In the territory of the realm of Azure Cloud, there were too few wizards from the burning faction. The Fire Play Master Kane naturally used this identity to earn a lot of money. That person probably already knows that his son is dead. He should also know my location. It's useless to escape. There are only two paths in front of me. One is to remove this mark, and the other is to get rid of Kane. I don't know how to remove the mark. I've never studied this spell before, and the mark left by a first circle wizard shouldn't be something a mid-level apprentice wizard like me can resolve. Therefore, I can only choose to kill Kane. This way, the mark will naturally be removed. However, if I take the initiative to attack an official wizard, I'll face the risk of being judged by the Wizard Tribunal of the Pan Plane Wizard Council. This will be a little troublesome. It's really difficult. Levi was a lawyer in his previous life, so he had specially researched all kinds of laws in the wizard world, especially the charter. He basically knew what would break the law and what would not. Outside the Shadow Realm, the life of an official wizard could not be taken away easily. If there were any grudges between the two sides, they would be handed over to the Wizard Tribunal for trial. That was why Levi couldn't take the initiative to hunt Cain yet. All official wizards were members of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Except for the Shadow Realm or Dark Wizards, the Pan-Plane Wizard Council might send people to investigate the cause of death. By then, Levi would be in trouble. Chapter 320, Saint Ape Emperor Mu, Black Snake Levi, Supreme Knight, King of the Century. 2. If he wanted to survive in the wizard world, he had to abide by the rules of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. In the face of absolute power, there was no such thing as absolute freedom. As Rousseau had said, one was born free but was never free from the shackles. Levi, who looked like the Earl of Silver Mountain, thought about it. There was a high chance that Cain had already locked onto his coordinates through this mark. If he returned to the Grey Tower, he might expose Levi's true identity. Since he could not return to the Grey Tower, he had an idea. He took out Green Ghost Carter's corpse and the Rock Troll's family's corpse from his storage ring. He turned into the appearance of an apprentice wizard from the undead ship in his memory. He planned to find a place and wait for him. He would disguise himself as a member of the undead ship and kill Cain, who might be here for revenge, as a dark wizard. This could be used to a certain extent. At that time, even if they investigated, there was a high chance that they would think that the undead ship was doing evil. In any case, Levi could change his appearance at will. Unless he was targeted by this tracking mark, he could escape by changing his appearance. Of course, if the wizards were to use higher-level spells to investigate the truth of the matter, or even see through Levi's disguise, Levi would be helpless. He was only an apprentice wizard. All in all, Levi had no better solution at the moment. The current situation was that Cain had most likely locked onto him and he had killed his son. Although he had acted in self-defense, he would definitely not believe it. Similarly, Levi did not intend to let the Wizard Tribunal handle this matter. Because of this tracking mark, it could basically prove objectively that Levi had indeed killed the son of Cain. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a specific tracking mark to run to Levi. Wizards might lie, but objective spells usually did not lie. Levi had investigated some cases. In many similar cases in the Wizard Tribunal, many tribunals used this tracking mark to prove that the suspect was the murderer and convict him. Although Levi was defending himself, he did not have any evidence. He did not have any spells or tools that could record the situation. Otherwise, he could use spells to record the situation objectively. According to the rules of the law, Levi would at most be overly defensive and should not be severely punished. Given the current situation, if the matter reached the Wizard Tribunal, with Cain's identity and status as an official wizard, the Wizard Tribunal would probably favor Cain. If he went to the Wizard Tribunal, he would be walking into a trap. The solution that Levi thought of now might violate the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's law and risk becoming a dark wizard, but Levi had no choice. If the worst came to the worst, he could only hope that the Grey Tower would protect him. If it didn't work out, he could just hide in the human world and wait for the case to pass the prosecution period before Levi came back. When he encountered trouble, he would hide back in the human world. According to the law, the Wizard Tribunal only had 1 year to pursue the death of a First Circle wizard. If the culprit was still not found after a year, the Wizard Tribunal would not waste its judicial resources to investigate the cause of the death of a mere First Circle wizard. At that time, unless Levi, the murderer, turned himself in, no one would care about Cain's death. At the thought of this, Levi found an uninhabited island and took out the corpses of the Rock Troll family of 4 and Green Ghost Carter. He injected the core of the undead into the 5 corpses and hid them in the sea, waiting for orders. The Fire Play Master Cain was no weaker than Green Ghost Carter at his peak. Although Levi was now a legendary knight, he could not be careless. He had to give it his all and strive to finish off the Fire Play Master Cain cleanly. He could not let him escape. After making these preparations, Levi rested on the island and adjusted his condition to the best. The spider sensing vaguely sensed danger, but perhaps because the source of the danger was too far away, the feeling was not very strong. Time passed day by day. On the 7th day, as the feeling became stronger and stronger, Levi knew that the Fire Play Master Cain had arrived as he had expected. A fiery red blanket floated in the air and slowly arrived at the island. On the blanket stood 5 people with extraordinary auras. The person in the lead was wearing a flame-patterned robe. He had fiery red curly hair, and even his eyebrows were red. He exuded a powerful aura that only official wizards had. His face was as gloomy as water. He looked at a green-robed apprentice wizard sitting alone on the island and said condescendingly, "Do you know who I am?" Levi looked up and shook his head. "I don't know." "Playing fire play," Master Cain sneered. "You killed my son. Don't you know who I am? Why did you kill my son?" Levi said expressionlessly, "Why should I explain to you what my undead ship does?" "How arrogant! I know you're definitely not from the undead ship. If their people do something bad, they'll escape and not sit on the island and wait for me. In this sea region, there are too many people who use the name of the undead ship to do bad things. I don't care who you are. In any case, no matter who you are, after killing my son, I have to roast you in the earth fire on Blackfire Island and eat your flesh and blood to suck your bone marrow to vent the hatred in my heart."